Futures holding on to slight gains here this morning as we look to bounce back after another, it was a flat day yesterday, but we did give back early strength throughout the session to end the day back at basically break even, waiting on weekly jobless claims numbers to come out. There we go, in line with expectations, 229,000 versus 226,000 for last week on the weekly jobless claims numbers. Still, though, a positive week for all three U.S. indexes so far. If you remember, we're coming off 10 of 11 to the downside. Currently, the S&P and the NASDAQ up about 2%. The Dow as well, hovering around that 2% mark to the upside on the week itself. Remember, holiday shortened week, but we'll see how things pan out. Day two, or the final day of Fed Chair Powell public testimony in front of Congress will wrap up today. Was a market mover yesterday. He had some comments that brought us back to the downside. We'll talk about that a little bit. Coming up here this morning, big move for Snowflake yesterday, extending that big move for Snowflake this morning here. JP Morgan going to overweight on SNO. Chinese EV stocks as well, back in positive territory. Both NIO and Li Auto out recently with their SUV or new SUV coming through. It's Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things stand right now. Positive, as I mentioned, right across the board. 0.5% for the S&P, the Dow and the NASDAQ, there or thereabouts. 0.6 right now for the NASDAQ, trying to lead the way. The TSX, 0.3, futures anyways, 0.3 to the upside. Was a pretty negative session yesterday, down a full percent for the TSX with oil and some of the mining stocks back in negative territory. Here in Toronto, nice look for Bitcoin and Ethereum, back towards 21,000 for Bitcoin right now. 4% to the upside, almost 7% for Ethereum currently. So we'll see if some of these gains can hold throughout the session. We saw the same thing yesterday. It did come off a little bit. Hey, Neil is back. Good to have Neil back with us with Arun in yesterday. An interesting day yesterday with Fed Chair Powell testifying, guys, in Washington. He's back again today. So we'll see what he has to say on Thursday.
Yes, yeah, Powell moving markets. I did see some of the carnage, or at least witness some of the carnage secondhand. After huge gains in the morning, looked pretty exciting. I was just having a lot of fun in the sweltering heat in my daughter's outdoor first ever year-end school concert. I mean, you guys, anyone that's been to one of those, you know it's cool, man. Like, it's nothing crazy, but it's a heck of a lot of fun to see the kids, and then just showing up is part of the deal. So, it was a lot of fun for me, although I think I lost like 5 pounds. It was 34 degrees outside, and it was outdoors. Yep. So I'm excited to be back trading, especially given that we have seen some market movers. I know Revlon's been doing its thing, but I'm excited to see what's going on in some of these EV names, like Li Auto, man. Okay, we haven't talked about that name in a while. Usually it's XPeng or NIO, but we will talk some Li Auto. Tesla rolling back towards 700 as I speak, and some bids might start coming into play here because the market just pulled back a little bit after that number there, Brendo.
Yeah, I'm going to put this into a bull.
So it was a bear turning its head yesterday.
I don't know. Was it? Yeah, it was a bear, man. I just put it into a bull today. So it was a bear. I forgot to do it yesterday there. But yeah, nice to have Neil back. We'll have some big trades today. Nice to see Snowflake grabbing that upgrade. I'm already into Microsoft right now. It's flat. So we'll see where that goes. See if we can take a little bit of profit on this trade here to start the day. I just printed 36s. Darn it, missed that. But yeah, so we're into Microsoft here. I think that there's some. There it is. Did we get filled there at 36s? Okay, maybe we did. Anyways, okay, so a nice little fill here for us on Microsoft. Let's see where we go. We're long at 254. I thought this base of 253 was going to be pretty good. That's where we sort of went down to and tried to build off of yesterday. So that's what I was trying to build this position off right now. We did get a dump down into 253 there on the jobless claim, like you just mentioned there before, Brendan, that came through. So right now, Microsoft, I'm looking at that. Some of these low levels, that's 253, and then down there is 250. So we'll see if that comes into play. I feel like if the market does rally today, then Microsoft is a name that we want. I mean, look what it was doing yesterday. Huge move yesterday all the way up before fading down, like Neil mentioned. They're starting at about lunchtime. So yeah, we're long Microsoft right now. We've already taken out that 30 pennies or so on a quarter of it. So let's see on 20% of it. Let's see if we can continue to go higher. But yeah, I like a couple of these plays today. Hopefully it signals another decent day.
Just reading through some of this, looks like it was the continuing claims number, which was actually higher, so up 5,000 to 1.3 million versus the prior week. So the actual week-over-week number was down 2,000 for weekly jobless claims, but the continuing claims number was higher once again, which I guess leads to this whole conversation that we've been having with recession talk coming through once again for the U.S. economy. A couple of things. Let's jump right into things here because there's a lot to get to this morning. I saw this come across, which was kind of interesting on eBay. eBay is not doing anything, but another name, speaking of names we haven't talked about in a long time, eBay acquiring an NFT marketplace called No Origin. That was out about a half an hour or so ago. But as I said, eBay not really doing anything. But if there were to be a fit for eBay, maybe NFTs, guys. No.
I heard this story yesterday, so it must have just been confirmed here today. So we can see. I don't know if that means anything for. I mean, obviously, wow, that's a decent move down here today for eBay. So they experienced the same kind of moves yesterday, and then a little bit of a dump off here. Surprised that story is now because I did see this yesterday, and I was like, I don't even know what that means. eBay's been getting killed down here. I don't know if NFTs are a thing. That's great. I mean, the good thing about eBay, that's that 44 level right there. The good thing about eBay here, it's only 23,000 shares, is that they already have the infrastructure to sort of handle this, right? So, I mean, if they're going to have a bidding, like an auction type of system, maybe for NFTs, I don't know enough about what they acquired there. I know there's Dapper Labs, and I know there's the other one that has all the NFTs there. But either way, OpenSea is what I was looking at. If they were maybe purchasing OpenSea or something like that, then I could see a little bit more. But I don't know enough about this to really comment on it. I think that 44, we just talked about that as maybe a key level. It's near the bottoms right now. eBay, I don't think, although let's just see what their PE is. As I check this out, because this is something here. I mean, the stock's just been so beat down. Yeah, see, like this is what I mean. 9 right now on a forward PE. So we'll see. But last quarter not good. The income negative there, and you can see it's 52-week. We're down 50% from its 52-week. So it's actually not as bad as many other names. Earnings May 4th. Okay, we'll have to see when their next earnings are. But right now, eBay, I don't know. To me, it's not super attractive as a name. Down here, it's only done 26,000 shares. So for me, it'll be a pass on this name, but who knows? Might be something if you guys are into NFTs, then you may know more about that known origin or whatever that website was. But.
It feels like it's cheap for a reason on that PE basis, obviously, I guess. But I mean, if you'd told me that the stock was at 43, 44, like $1.50 higher, I'd probably be thinking about fading it off of news like that. Low volume, not a great catalyst, market slightly turning here, and you had what at least looked like an obvious double top previously, but you had a double top last week, and then the double top this week as well after putting one in yesterday. So if you were up here trading at 43 and you were doing this little volume, I'd be saying first low probably to fade eBay, but it looks like it's already down 3% and the market's up, so probably not much to be seen here, I guess.
As you said, there's just confirmation of that coming through. I was going to mention Gore's Guggenheim, GGPI, the 24th going to be PSNY for Polestar. So worth keeping an eye on GGPI today, just to see if anything does happen with that ahead of that deal supposed to close end of day today. So the close today will be the last day for GGPI. Oil about flat today. Remember, we'll get the inventory numbers today versus yesterday because of the holiday on Monday. Just saw this note as well. Berkshire in there buying more Occidental. So oil relatively flat here to start the day, but some of the oil individual stocks showing a little bit of strength once again.
Yesterday, I know Neil obviously wasn't here, but we absolutely destroyed XOM yesterday. It was the number one stock for me just profit-wise here. And we want to review that a little bit. I mean, we were short early and short late, man. And I mean, we missed that very bottom move there. You guys saw me take that out about 3:30 when we started to go back to the upside right there. But yeah, we shorted XOM, and XOM's just been beat down a little bit here over the last little while. Today you're getting a little bit of a bump back up. XOM and CVX are 40% or so roughly of the XLE, and this has really come off. It was just July 8th or something like that, July 8th or 9th, excuse me, where we made this high at 106. And then it's basically been pretty bad 2 weeks here for XOM and for oil, and you can see oil today as well. Flat, so we'll see if it can hold out. Yesterday, oil tipped down to 101. We saw that. It was down 6 or 7% early, and that's why we really figured out that XOM would have one of those negative down days yesterday. So we traded it appropriately. Now, today, you're not going to see it at all on the sticky note. I don't have any oil names. If anything, it would be the one that Neil's going to talk about soon, which would be Oxy. But if you look at XOM, you could still try to play off that 90 level. The only thing is like it's just so beat down over the last couple days here that like it's due for a rally day. But I mean, getting up to 90 from 88 is a good move, and I don't think it's warranted with oil down right here, 0.2. So with oil down 0.2 right now, I don't think we get near that 90, but I'm going to be sitting there around that price, 89.50, 80, you know, something like that, to see about a short into 90s. So that's going to be my play for XOM. I just wonder if just because it's down so much, if it does get bought back up a little bit. Like I said, that gas holiday of 18 cents or whatever the heck they're doing over there, down there, I guess where most of you guys are, I don't know if that affects XOM, Oxy, Chevron, anything like that. I mean, it helps out retail, you know, people buying, you know, oil or getting gas at the pump, but it doesn't, the refineries are still pumping and refining at 95 to 100%. So you've seen stocks like Valero and things like that moving around. But to me, I think you got to go with something that has a little more of a catalyst today, and maybe that's Oxy. As you can see the difference there, Oxy up your 3%.
Yeah, the thing about Oxy is it hasn't really been trading with the big boys recently, or at least the last little bit. So you want to catch it when it's getting out of a range, unless you really just want to scalp inside. We talked about this when it was breaking range to the downside. It just sat here for a week at the tops, and then when it finally got out of there, you had a couple of volatile days before we got to the 50-period moving average. And then you sat there for a couple of days. You broke down below 60. Now we've got this nice little 54 bottom. I guess we're getting off that, and you've got this 58.5, 59 top. You basically have two things you can do here. You can either sit around on bids waiting for like low 55s or 54s to try to cash longs, or you can essentially be shorting off of this high at 59 and looking for the breakout. And maybe it happens today on the Buffett news, or maybe it happens next week. But when we break out of ranges on Oxy, that's when you wanted to trade it. It tried to get out of one the last time I traded it, which was breaking out that 62. It was a good trade, but it didn't hold on. It then held 60, and you can see what happens when it went the other direction. Should have just been shorting it through as well, because that's where the opportunities may lie. I think we're getting close to one, but we're not close. We're not really at that 59. We're about $1 and change away from that potential breakout, which does mean you're likely shorting it into that top. And if it wants to break the high, fair enough. I just don't know if we can get there today.
A fan favorite here, BBIG, Vinco Ventures, just popping up here on big volume, to say the least, almost 15%. On this note, so they finally set this date for the Cryptide spinoff for June 29th, so coming up next week. We'll finally get that deal done, or spinoff done, I guess. For BBIG, this has been in the works for months and months and months, so nice move here for Vinco Ventures on significant volume. Let's bring in Luis Barbado from Barcelona, Spain, the Day Trade the World office in Barcelona. Speaking of someone who might be interested in Vinco Ventures today, Luis, nice little pop here in the pre-market. How have you been?
Yeah, it's been great, Brendan. We didn't see it for a few weeks, so it's been great market for the long side, mainly in the small caps. Like everything is running. These cycles, these sympathies, when one stock suddenly goes 100, 200% one day, then we have like free money for the long side for a few days. So that's what we have been checking last couple of weeks. All the runners keep just going and going and going. So be aware of the short side of the market in the small caps.
We've been down so much. It's a great point. We've been down so much that, some covering starts to come in. And yeah, you got to be really aware of how far up these things could possibly go. I want to get your take here, Luis, on a few things. The first one, Revlon. Back and forth we go. It doesn't matter. Obviously, the news is what it is. The price action tells the story here. All kinds of volume the past couple of days. Hard to not be involved in this thing the past couple of days. However, we are down this morning. Only 1.8 million shares here in the pre-market as of right now. It seemed like there was a seller at the top end of the range yesterday. I know you were probably looking at REV again.
Yes, it's a very interesting stock. Problem is a little bit expensive locates in this ticker. Okay, there's a lot of short interest, very high short interest, not huge market cap, so locates are going crazy, and that's one of the factors that people are going more and more interested in shorting the stock as the farther as it goes. So yesterday we saw a seller every prop from 850 to 9. We saw the retracement, very fast retracement on every time it tried the $9. So today probably we have finally a red day. Problem, no locate. So volume has to come over $850, $9 to make new highs. I guess that's pretty difficult to happen.
It's one of those areas where we have significant support below, but as I was saying, there was a clear seller up there around that 859 level yesterday. Let's go to the other big one here from yesterday, which was that Phoenix Motor PEV. Another teeny tiny little float. I think 2 million shares on the float of this thing, but it goes from 350 all the way up to $8 yesterday.
Yeah, crazy stock. It's IPO for the last 8 days. I think it's only 8 days in the stock market. So that gives you a lot of danger on the upside. There is no reference, no price reference if it goes up. We tried to long after the halted and around 550, 530. We got stopped out in the $5 round number, and then it went up. Difficult stock, hard to borrow as well. It's kind of expensive locates, not very expensive for the volatility. But as I say, when the stock is only like 7, 8, 9, 10 days in the market, you gotta be aware because we don't have reference on the upside. So be careful. Today, it's a little bit weak, but hold on. If it holds $6 and breaks 650 again, we're gonna see all-time highs. No matter if it's 8 days only.
All-time highs. Hey, all-time highs are all-time highs. A few guys around here have been talking in the sense of maybe this becomes a small cap summer or something along the lines of, all kinds of action coming back into some of these small cap names as you let off here this morning, implying there's Blue Hat Interactive, which is BHAT. There's FSTX, I just noticed, popped up as well. Some of these, are around that dollar mark. Tell us what you're looking at this morning.
Well, it seems like everything that goes over $1 is going to go over $2 and over $3. So be careful on the short side. Today we're checking VEDU again, VEDU. VEDU, it's playing around $2 now. Yesterday was very strong, very healthy retracement to 170, and today breaking highs. So we're gonna check VEDU today and BHIT, as you said. This above 150, we might go to $2 again. Again, it was 50 cents 2 days ago. So on the upside, it's very dangerous. We have 150 resistance, and then we could go to $2-3 easily. If you check the daily chart, over $2, there is a running at $3, $4, $5 easily. So BHAT, it's interesting as well. And SIGA, it's trying to get the 14 round number again. It was in play for last 2 weeks. Volume was draining a little bit, but now it's popping up near $14. It's getting in play today as well, SIGA.
Yeah, there was a note I saw this morning on an order, a $13 million order for their smallpox vaccine, which I guess they're using for monkeypox or something to that effect. It's been a challenging year if you're the type of trader who likes these, extremely high volume runners that are typically in the small cap form. As we go from, the second, or I guess get into the second half of the year here, into the summer months, it's important as a trader. Lewis has all kinds of experience, years and years and years of looking at the market. It's important, Lewis, to be able to shift gears once again. We've been doing nothing but going to the downside right across the entire market since January 1st, essentially. It's important as a trader to be able to switch gears once again and go where the action is.
Yes, absolutely. I remember it was like 18 years ago, something like that. When I started, I make an interview to who was the best trader in day trader world back then. And I asked him what's the most important skill for a day trader. And of course, he said, well, discipline, we're not going to say discipline because if you are not disciplined enough, you're not a trader. So the most important is adaptation. And adaptation means every day, every minute, adaptate to every different stock and to the market cycles. We have been trading 3, 4, 5, 6 months, also blue chips with high price. And now we're moving again to the small caps because it's important, as you say, to shift from one strategy to the other, more than a strategy where usually you have one strategy and you have to shift from one stocks to the other. And it seems it's going to be, as you say, a summer for a small cap. We have been trading a small cap very active for the last month. And it looks it's going to go like this. Percentage of runners are higher every day. And it's higher every day. The runners that gapping up keep going during the day. So, yeah, it's important to shift from one side to the market to the other, from one strategy to the other.
Yeah, great to see some action coming back into this group once again. Luis Barbados, the owner and operator of the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a great Thursday. Best of luck. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you very much, Brendan. See you.
Here is the note, guys, just quickly on that SIGA. There we go. $13 million order for their smallpox, as I said, their smallpox drug, which I guess they're using for monkeypox, guys.
I think that's a big deal because of their market cap.
Well, actually, they're a $900 million company, apparently.
Oh, they are now?
Okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought they were a little bit smaller. But the first thing you got to do, and this is true of any small cap, right? Like when you see these deals get announced or, maybe they have like a 10-year deal worth up to X, or in this case, 13 million. Look, what really matters is how significant is that? So 13 million actually, doesn't seem that big a deal, but we've seen that run before. That PEV, Phoenix there, guys, making as you guys were talking about it, making another breakout, super small float. Looks like it is headed towards yesterday's high, that $8 where it did have that the first. Actually, check that. The second downward halt was off a fail break at 8, so you want to watch out for that. It's already blown through what was the last halt price on that down halt, which is $7. So that could turn into a little bit of support here, but super small float. I haven't even checked to see how expensive or inexpensive locates are on this. Thought maybe this would be a breaker at that $7 at the open, but it's already gone through.
Yeah, that move was yesterday. Yeah, PV was yesterday. It was a crazy runner yesterday. So Lewis was talking about Revlon. It's actually come down in price. He was talking about the locate price here for Revlon. It's actually come down to a much more affordable for us. It's only 13 cents per share, which honestly is basically free, to be honest with you. I mean, this is going to move 13 cents like just right now since I called it up. But yesterday we paid 20 cents. You guys remember that? And we're actually able to make profit on this name yesterday. We were 8 for 8 in our names. I don't know if we're going to have that luck today, but we'll see Revlon. For me, it's that $7 mark. When it breaks out, it's on the sticky note here for 7. We'll talk about what's on the sticky note later, but hopefully Microsoft right now 60 cents in the money. Hopefully that'll print for us again. I'd like to take another piece out. But if we break below 7, to me that's going to be, I don't want to say the Widowmaker or anything, but I just look out below if we break 7, that's all. It's bounced off there a couple times, stopping at 750 there, stopping at 750 again, and then right now it's stopping again apparently at 750, so right into there. I just get nervous. Yesterday we were short, halted, we got long. That was a good trade off the long. Then we got out and then in and then out and back and forth, flat, but short win. Long win, but then we got dumped out a couple times there as well. So yesterday, Revlon was just very frustrating. Big moves, but I think you got to keep faith, man. There's that Reliance over there at India, apparently having some interest in this name still. So I think it's worth a shot. I've already paid for the shorts, so I think it's worth a shot on the long here near that $7. So let's see what's happening right now. And shout out to you, Eric. Thank you so much for the super chat. Day trade the world slaying every single trading day. So that is correct. Correct. We're trying to do that here for you. We're trying to slay those dragons. And today, there's a bunch on the board, man. And I'm super excited. A bunch of new names on here. Snowflake, Palantir makes a comeback on the sticky note as well. So
been a while.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a while. Thanks, Palantir. It's been a while. But yeah, over there to upgrades and downgrades, the number one name over there, Snowflake. I like it.
Yeah, it's been a decent week for both, in fact, Palantir as well. Snowflake, there it is. Yeah, JP Morgan going to overweight for Snowflake shares on a price target increase as well. Southwest on here. Some of the airlines, there's a couple of positive notes I saw on the airline group in general, but Southwest leading the way right now. Shopify's had a busy week as well with a number of deals for them. Nothing of note on the downside this morning, guys, which is also, hey, good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time that I pretty much don't recognize anything. Do I know anything on that downgrade board? No, it doesn't seem like it. But Shopify on the upgrade list, there's so many. When I was going over the charts yesterday, last night I should say, all I could really find was a breakout. Everything was a breakout. Shopify was a huge breakout off of its morning consolidation. But then here you had just double top after double top. This one just shy of that 350 mark. So you kind of see where I'm probably getting at with Shopify. You got a pretty big 350 level, which is looking like it's gearing up and forming. Maybe we get another leg today. But if I go far enough back, you can see there was a huge support level. You then turn into resistance. You're just lining up to try to take this one out. Maybe, I don't know. We could always gap above a level like that. Like Neo's making a gap above its breakout level of 23 as we speak. But you might have a chance to get a shot at this 350 level on Shopify. I don't know if this upgrade's done much. I don't really see any volume in here today. But once I see levels like that, you want to make sure you're filing it away because the day it comes, you want to be prepared for it. Have your alert set just to make sure that you're ready to trade off of this. Because you get that wipeout bottom, double bottom at 300, resistance at 400 previously, and then 350 in the middle. Sometimes it's pretty obvious where the levels are going to be, and we get through that level, and there's room to go in Shopify.
Yeah, I stepped into Shopify way too early. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, oh my God, we say that. Microsoft, a nice little win there. Long 54.02, just got out 54.80. So a nice little 78-cent win there on Microsoft, still holding 60% of that trade. But here's Shopify, man, a forward PE of 160. A current PE of 272, still making a little bit of money, but they have a $41 billion market cap right now for Shopify, and there's the forward PE. So yeah, I am a little bit worried about that. So we can sort of, thanks for that zoom there as well. And you'll see over here, you won't see this, but I'll just tell it to you, and that's okay, Lucas. Down 81% for the year in Shopify. So a little bit of room to go there on that name. Revlon, see again, bounces off that 750 level one more time. So hey, maybe Revlon isn't done for a bit here, but we paid for the shorts. We're sitting at $7 to see about a long. There goes, let's go. Look at this Microsoft trade. Yeah, buddy. We'll go boom on it here. Good trade here. We get that dump off into 254. And again, this is a name that is on the sticky note. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of names, like Snowflake's coming up. That's on the sticky note as well. And here it is right here at Trader TV, Sean. There's Microsoft. Look what I wrote here. Support 254. I mean, we wrote it down right there. There it is. It's $1 in the money right now on that trail. We'll see. It just printed $1 in the money. Doesn't mean that it's actually, you could probably. Anyway, it's 73 cents in the money no matter what right now. So there it is. Nice little sticky note today. We have Palantir there and we have Snowflake. Although I haven't looked at Snowflake in the last couple minutes, it's probably already near that too. The funny thing about Snowflake is, and I got to shout out to Baxter because this was a name that he wanted to buy. I hope he bought it. He's been talking about the oil short, which has been printing as well. But yeah, when the young people want certain names, definitely worth looking into. So Snowflake today, we'll get to that, but a nice little upgrade. Still at 135, possible buy spot here.
Interesting you were talking about that forward PE. I saw this chart this morning. Worth a mention here, guys, just because we were talking about it there. The S&P 500, so the entire thing combined, the forward PE for the S&P 500 dipping below a 10-year average as of yesterday. So the purple line is the 10-year average. The blue line is the forward PE for the entire S&P 500. So it hasn't been here since 2020. So the COVID dip essentially is the last time we've been down here. Obviously, a ton of charts getting back to those kind of pre-COVID levels, but been a while.
think it's
What is that level? 15?
It's under 16 for sure. I mean, it's obviously under 16. I don't know what that number was on that chart. It's kind of we're curious about what that purple line was. Maybe the purple line was 16 and we're below that now. But that, from what I can see, I'm kind of looking at it on the big screen. It looks like 15 and a half, if I had to guess, 15 and change. But the reality is, the other side of that equation, price and earnings, we're getting earnings revisions which might start coming down a little bit here, and that's where that R word starts to come in, right? We were just talking about, Shopify and their 4P. I mean, Snowflake's equally expensive as well. So there's a lot of names which, look enticing, but, certainly are still expensive, I guess is the right word here. But that doesn't mean that you don't have trading opportunities in them. Like, I'm not saying you can't go long Snowflake because it has an expensive 4PE. Certainly, if it's got the right catalyst, you can still get a bit of a run. But you still have a lot of high-priced names. You still have to sift through what I think will be a pretty interesting set of not just earnings next quarter, but I think it's going to be the revisions and adjustments from the analysts that come in the next, I think, month or two. Like, look for them revising when they start revising down, or if they start revising down. I think you can see some snowballs possibly start to form there, and then give you some buying opportunities off of those maybe pullbacks.
All right, so we got to hit this again because there goes Softy one more time. Now, officially $1 in the money on this name. And I want to address Kevin there. Kevin, thanks for the chat. Scorsa there on our chat, and saying that why do we have 255 here, but then he sees 254.75 as his level one. So remember, in here, like a lot of these are odd lots. So what it's going to show up here is a full lot of trading. So, you're going to like 100 lot, right? So that's what we mean by full lot. So you could just see, like, we just took out that ARCA there. It probably doesn't even add up to 100, or it's exactly 100 there, right? So you got to watch out. Like, that ARCA that's sitting there right now is not going to be for 100 shares. Plus you also get the NASDAQ. This is a NASDAQ name. So the NASDAQ is going to create the level one. So you could see right here, NASDAQ, where is it? That's 02s. So there's a NASDAQ book at 02, and there's 45, right? And so you have to go down here to see the NASDAQ book is there at 30, and then there must be one at 45. So another round lot there at 45, right? So that's what you look at when we're trading. So just like now, I could go long ARCA right here, 254.75, but it's going to be less than 100 shares worth to sell there. So that's how you look at what a level one versus level two looks like. And then possibly if you guys are on a retail account, or you're on your app or whatever, they may only show you whatever the level one price is. And like, I'm just going to go over to Snowflake because I think we're going to talk about that soon. You see here, like, these are New York books, so maybe a bad example on that. Well, let's check out Apple, another name. New York books, again, can be crossed, and it doesn't really mean anything. But here on Apple, the same thing. You have a 36 up there, but you have some shares for ARCA at 32. You have some shares on BATS and all that there, and so it just changes the prices. Like, you have 28. Anyways, now it's lining up, but you get what I'm saying there. So I just wanted to explain that. It's not like we have different prices. It's just our system has the ability to not only route, but to also hit like any of these gateways, and then we show them to you live here. So your platform probably only shows you either full lots, which is going to be 100 or more shares, or they'll show you the level one based on the market. So that's just a little bit of a talk there, and why sometimes we have different prices than maybe you guys do. But once the market opens,
it's important, though.
It's important. It's important for pre-market and post-market. We actually had one of the traders stuck. Well, sometimes they get stuck in aftermarket trades, and then it's like, what order do you want to hit, right? So sometimes when it is the pre-market or when it is aftermarket, you want to like look to see, because you might route to something, but then there may not be enough shares until like $1 higher. So sometimes if you have 1,000 shares, you might think, oh, I'm just going to get out right now at that price. But you try to punch that price and you only get 50 shares or something, right? So that's what that is. But on to the next here, Brendan.
All right. Just on a note, Down Detector saying Instagram having issues right now. Heads up if you're an Instagram user. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here, brought to you by the Small Exchange once again. Guys, if you're looking to get into futures trading, they make it so easy. No PDT rule. There's less capital required. Check them out today. Sign up at thesmallexchange.com. Arun, what do we need to know today?
Well, today we're in some levels. We're getting to some levels that are going to be somewhat important to keep an eye on. This is going to be north of 3,800. I mentioned this when I was on the show yesterday, that above 3,800, if we can get going, we have a chance to get to 3,820, at which point it opens the door for potential fading opportunity all the way up to 38.55. So this market is struggling. It seems like around the 90s. We struggled yesterday. Here we are backing off once again. Now we're at 80. If we can just get above that 3,800, I think we have a chance to take a look at that 3,820. And once we get there, it's still going to be strong, but we're going to start entering a range where it could potentially bring in some sell-side activity, at which point I'm going to start obviously looking for shorts, but it doesn't mean I'm going to take them. That's the difference between looking for shorts and taking the shorts, is that you just got to be aware that it's in a zone that could bring selling. And once you get the setup, then you look for the short at that point. But until then, respect the current strength and the trend. Right now, the markets are up 0.7 on the NASDAQ. So it looks like the markets are going to be up. And we're going to take a shot, maybe the way it's moving around, maybe towards the 3,800 off the open. So let's see if we can get above there. 38.20 up to 38.55 is going to be the range I'm going to look for potential shorts. On the flip side, we mentioned this yesterday, or I mentioned this yesterday, it's that 37.40 is what I said. If we can get, depending on how we trade overnight, if we can, as long as we can stay above it and work well, we got slightly underneath, kind of tripped some stops there. 30 to 37.35 is where we bounced off of. So that range is still in play, that 40.35 now. It's still going to be an option to look at for potential longs. Where I'm going to look is going to be closer to that 55.60 area. So see if we can go down a little bit more. If we can, there's an option to get along there as well. But again, that one, though, is a little bit different because you do have to get the setup, because essentially what we've done from yesterday, yesterday about 10, 11 o'clock, 10:50, 11 o'clock or so, we've essentially created a top band and a bottom band. So we're kind of trading inside the range. So if you go for that long down there at 55, you are trading inside the range. So you do have to be aware of that if you decide to play for that long. So that's long is there, but just be aware that you're going to be inside of a range. That means limited upside until we get the breakout. So you can have to trade for the breakout or the failed breakout, which is above 3,800, or you can try to play inside the range, which is going to be that 37.55, 37.60 for potential long. So those are your bottoms, the 37.35, that seems to be the low. That's going to be the bottom you're going to work with. And the top, obviously, is going to be north of 3,800 into that 55 area.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Just a note, looks like Fed Chair Powell has begun his talking, I guess, once again this morning. So we'll keep an eye on comments coming through. There's a link, guys, for the watch list. We had some technical issues past couple of days. Everything has been resolved. So use the QR code, use that link going forward, and it'll take you right to the watch list every single morning. First up, this note from JP Morgan this morning on Snowflake. I just realized this is actually a double upgrade. They were at neutral and go to overweight. So yeah, nice note here for Snowflake, guys, from JPM.
Yes, no informers here. I just double upgrade. Why not? That's a new term. I don't think I've ever heard someone say the double upgrade, but yeah, aggressive move for them. We talked about just a couple of seconds ago their forward PE still being expensive, but hey, trades are trades. It's made a nice move the last couple of sessions. It already had a huge breakout in yesterday's trade, and I think we are getting close to some resistance, possibly at this 141 area. But I just see a clean break on the daily chart, and I'll sort of zoom in here so you can see. Like, it's a clean breakout from the support level. You're up above this 130. I just like it inside of this consolidation. You've got $7 to the top, which is a 141 essentially. So the risk reward sets up pretty well in front of 130 or in front of 132 half. You can pick your poison there. I'm sitting on the bid because usually we get this fill at the open inside of the range here. It does. Weirdly enough, it's cheap enough now that Snowflake doesn't have the crazy spreads that it used to. When it was a $300 stock, consistently dollar spreads in the pre-market. This is only about 15, 20 cents. So this actually could be pretty tradable before the open. A lot of times I'd sit Snowflake out until we get to 930, but I want to be buying the dip inside of this range if I can up until 930.
I just wish I just bought more shares there. We're already in the money now, 40 cents. We just punched long. I was like, enough is enough. As soon as we're going to talk about Snowflake, I'm going to go long as long as the price is still here. It should be way higher than this, in my opinion. So obviously, we're going to go long right now. I am sitting down here. Again, it is the #1 name here on the sticky note. And, when you're going to get upgrades from this name, you're going to see a lot of ETFs start to come in here and start to pump this long, I feel like. So we'll wait to see what Snowflake does, but a nice little name there. I think we could take 140. I wrote down 130 as a bottom. But I don't, we're not going to get to that. That was just yesterday's top there of 130. We had a monster move yesterday. Not a monster move. I mean, it's similar to everything else, but 120 up to 130 there yesterday. So $10. A lot of these big cap or small cap but high growth names rallied yesterday. We talked about those. And then there's that 130. So for me, it's an average in all the way down, man. I mean, I don't think we should be negative today, which we'd have to be if we got below this 127. I'm not even sure we test 130 here. Wow, Microsoft, we are just El Fuego right now again today. Look at this. Like, we're long Snowflake, and it's printing 60s. Like, we're now 55 cents in the money on Snowflake right now. We're $1.25, $1.50 in the money right now on Microsoft. So, yeah, I mean, yesterday we were hot fire with the Rune sitting beside us, and I was like, oh, maybe a Rune is good luck. Neil's here. That's good luck. Everything is good luck around here, so keep trading with us. I like Snowflake to the long side, man. We're already in this name. Look at it go, baby. This is $1 in the money, Snowflake right here. We just punched long. So there it is, a nice little move here, upside for SNOW. The forward P is a nightmare. Everything's a nightmare about this stock, but they get upgraded. And look, there's a lot of great companies are going to come out of this, right? I mean, we saw what happened in 08. You got huge companies coming out of 08. Facebook morphed. They got Instagram. We had Snapchat come through. Now, in these names, let's just see where we go, man. Snowflake could be one of those next ones to go. So we'll see if Snowflake can come back to the upside. It has tons of potential, man. I mean, let's just look at the daily chart here on SNOW, which, by the way, just almost went to 136 there. But this high of 410, forget about it. I mean, everything was up there, up huge. So you could forget about 410, but why not look at 150 here? Is that possible today? Yes, it is. I'm going to look at 140 though as my first spot to get out. Actually, scratch that. I'm not getting out of this trade. So we'll see here. I still think Snowflake has this chance to go. Looking at 160 as an important level. Let's see if it makes some money today. Nice little move to the upside here. NASDAQ starting to bump up. Wow, Microsoft, that's going to be a good one for us as well. So far so good here, man. We're at imaginary half of our day's goal already. So far so good. Those of you asking in the chat here what we're trading, yeah, we're just trading equity. I mean, that's why we're showing this to you. Option market's not open. We don't trade options here. But there goes Softy off of the sticky note. So I got to tweet this one out. Now $1.50 in the money on Microsoft. We like this name. I think we take down 257 here. So that's sort of where I'm waiting for my next out, 256.50 or so.
Just seeing a note on Voyager Digital, crypto broker, lowering their withdrawal amounts, daily withdrawal amounts. So I'll read into that a little bit more. Let's talk about some of the tech stocks, guys. I just noticed this as well. Apple trying to push back towards day highs here, up 1% now. I mean, we did come off a little bit late in the day with all of these. We ended the session basically flat, essentially, on the day. But it was constructive in the sense that we're starting to hold higher over here on the daily chart. Still, obviously, a lot of work to do, but some strength possibly for the second day here for tech.
I like to hope so. I mean, there was every single chart I looked at was like breakout, 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 just clean, clean, clean over and over again. Especially one that I was into a couple of days ago, which was Roku, which was fantastic. But as far as big tech goes, I kind of like Amazon today. If you see me, I'm in this RDHL. It's a small cap gapping up, and I like that dollar level. I'm long at 101. It's got a 98 bottom. Just trying to put a scalp trade on there as it tries to support that $1 range. Holds below. I like to trade it in the other direction. Amazon had a nice break yesterday as well. Oh, goodness, that wick on the chart, 15-minute, don't do this to me. Had a nice breakout off the open yesterday, this 106.5 level. And then it put in, you can kind of see the obvious support. Day before, you had a 108 bottom here and then a 108.5 in the afternoon. And then you put in essentially the same top, 111, 112. If we get any kind of an inside day or anything resembling that, I want to be buying the dip. You'll see these wicks on the chart that are down at 109. I can tell you Amazon did not print down there because I've been sitting on the bid of Amazon since about like 7:30 or so. So that was just a dark pool wick, a late print. But I like that consolidation where we close. As long as we hold green, I want to be long in front of that 108.5 on Amazon. Play it into that 111, 112 area. Some other big tech out there. Obviously, I don't think we're talking. Okay, Tesla's not really on there, so I can go to Tesla. Tesla was the other one I want to watch. I like 700 this morning. It didn't quite get down to that 700 level. We did bounce off 708, but I think that can be a nice little line in the sand, at least temporarily for Tesla. We saw what happened when it could hold a bid at that 650 level is pretty enticing. And then just understand how much it sold off when it got to the high at 740, and I think it's reestablished 725 as a resistance level. But it's about a $25 range, at least at the open, that I'm looking at for Tesla, with 700 the even number on the back end of that. I've been looking to pick up a bid.
Good for everybody, man. A lot of people long. Microsoft, Apple, Meta, another good one for the long today. Snow high a day. Yeah, no crap. I mean, we're into snow, man. We love snow. We were talking a little bit about Amazon there. I have Amazon obviously on the sticky note as well. We just tweeted out some of our plays, but we talked about it the same way Neil just did, man. We want that 109. We're sitting there bidding, so we'll see. We look at 112 today. I'm almost certain about that. So let's see if it gets back up to 112, and why not? I mean, right now you're going through 110, 110.40. I mean, we are just like really enjoying this pre-market, but the pre-market has fallen on its face a couple times before as well. So it's a nice move up for the NASDAQ. We had a nice day yesterday in the NASDAQ. We took off early on the NASDAQ. So if we're going to talk about tech day two, yeah, man, I think it's here, and I don't think it's going any damn where. Look at Microsoft right now, 256. This is $2 in the money right now. So we're pretty, well, it's $1.80 in the money, but hopefully we can print this 87 and then get near that $2. Now it's 94, 92. So remember, like, the spread is quite large here on Microsoft. So when you're looking at stuff like that, that's to be considered. Neil just did Amazon. I mean, we don't trade it here, and trust me, when this gets split, you're going to see Google is going to be on fire for me for sure. I love this name. I love Google. I think that this needs to be bought as well, heading into that split on the 13th, 14th, or 15th of July, one of those days. And yeah, you are going to take out this 2270 today high. Yesterday we bounced off that. So if we're talking, let's go snowflake right now. If you're talking about a rebound day here, you got to look at Google today, I feel like, as well. That name can pump higher and higher and higher. It was up 4 or 5% a couple days ago. That's a great move, and this is the snowflake move that we're talking about. It just touched 136.50 right now. So we're long at 135. Good so far on Snowflake. No offers on this name. Let's see how high this thing can fly, but so far so good. In case we don't get to it, let me just show you the imbalance locator quickly here. It's pretty light, man. We will talk about some Chinese EVs. I believe that's, coming up next. So there's NIO on here. There's XPeng as well. I don't see the other one, Li Auto. I think that's a NASDAQ name. That's probably why. But BABA's there on Chinese strength. I told Arun yesterday, I was like, maybe you want to look at BABA, but we sort of both forgot about that one. And then Neil was talking about Oxy, that's on here, and I was talking about XOM, which I thought was on here as well. But anyways, needless to say, it's not a crazy day here for the imbalances, mixed up buy side and sell side. So we'll have to wait for 9:25, Brendan, and then we'll see some updates from the NASDAQ names. Hopefully that'll spike our snowflake, even though that's a New York name, that's fine. The tech will hopefully rally that, and hopefully we'll get a nice little bid coming through on Microsoft.
Just trying to find, let's go on to these EV stocks. I was just trying to find a good picture of this Li Auto SUV, but they're all tiny for some reason. It has a very Cadillac kind of feel to it, which is interesting for a Chinese company. Li Auto, though, a 6% move here in the pre-market, huge, up to $39. This thing has actually held up, if you look at the daily chart, very well over the past few months, going from 22 up to 40 again for Li.
Yeah, look, it's actually a stronger looking chart, Li Auto, than NIO even. And we've sort of talked about, look, NIO's like Alibaba in a lot of ways. Like, Alibaba is the darling for a lot of people that trade and invest here. But truth be told, like most analysts will tell you, Pinduoduo or JD.com or White-Tan are probably better plays in terms of businesses for growth, and sometimes that's reflected in the charts. PDD has been outpacing BABA this year. XPeng and Li Auto have been outpacing NIO in terms of their deliveries, and even their chart's going to tell you that same story. I mean, I don't know why I'm only looking at NIO and XPeng every single day, because look at the manner in which Li Auto has bounced so nicely after consolidating at its 200 period and the $30 level, and then just broken out from there. Now it's on another jailbreak, by the way, above this triple top here that it had on the daily, 37.5. Obviously, for the $40 level is psychological. It's a nice round number. There was one sort of weird darkish pool print up there. I don't know how much it actually traded up in that in the pre-market. I don't think you could have really had any shares up at 40. But as long as it's above that breakout on the daily of 37.5, I don't mind buying the dip. I feel when it gaps like this and it fails at 40, it's likely that you get a dip first. And as long as we catch that, and we're in front of that previous high and then yesterday's close, then I want to be buying some dips on Li Auto. If you look at NEO in the same vein, in terms of its breakout, it is above that 23 or 23.10 the last couple of days that we had some resistance. It doesn't have any specific news or a catalyst, but it has not gotten to the next level to break, that 25 level. So there's still room for NEO to go to play a little bit of catch up here. Above that 23 even. I just like where Li Auto's sitting. If we get a pullback, I like Li Auto in front of that 37. NEO is at that 23 level that it needs to hold to even get going. I think it gets to 25. That's where it can be a little bit of a sell opportunity. So you might see me in Li Auto and Tesla today and maybe not in NEO unless something extraordinary happens. That RDHL, which I was just mentioning off of $1, again, gap up. It's already made, I can show you the daily chart pretty quickly here, like it's already made a stop at the obvious turnaround level, like a $1.25-ish, and then started selling off, and then it just consolidated. And I've said every single time that I've watched one of these happen, if one of these gaps up and consolidates off one in the pre-market, then I just want to try the long in front of that $1 level. Right? Like I've seen this way too many times to not take the risk reward. I've already started scalping some of it out on the way to 110 because if you're long 01s risking 98s and you don't want to take anything out, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I'll hold on to a piece to see if it can re-challenge those highs, but already took one leg out there on RDHL.
If you're asking me what I got out of, I didn't get out of anything. I'm holding Snowflake. We're $2 in the money on Microsoft. I want to talk about, Neil just talked about all those levels. We actually did really well on NEO yesterday as well. Not as good as we should have because we did give it up at 23 there yet. But, okay, what about Lucid here? I think that this name has a chance. We got Saudi money involved, obviously, with Lucid. They have the big production facility over there in Saudi Arabia. That looks like, they mentioned that was going to be on track to produce about 150,000 cars, I believe by 2024 or so. Yes, Microsoft new day highs again right now. Snowflake new day highs. We're long on both of those. But right now, $18 on Lucid I think is maybe worth looking at. That was that dip down buy yesterday at the close. You didn't have an opportunity to buy it really because the market closed, but there's a big move to the downside. If you would have got this about 10 minutes to go, it bumped up to 8.15. But anyways, 18.15. It has sort of supported that yesterday. So if it's a longer day, I think Lucid could probably go. Look at what it did yesterday off the open. It started at 17.55 and ripped up $1 straight. So, there is that potential here today. I don't know if I want to trade breakouts or anything, so I'd watch out for that 18.50 there. But that's, if the market's going, then fine. But just be very, very careful. You got to have some momentum. And then I was actually looking at it at the daily chart. And this, if you look at the 50 period here, it's been really respected. You got a little bit of a bump up there on the 50 period. And then right there, we touched it back in March 30th, where we went up to $26 and touched it again. And then right in here, the last couple days, we've really respected that 50 period. And then now it's come back, and it looks like it's trying to break above. So for me, I feel like Lucid on a break of 20 is a great, I got to watch what I'm saying about great, but that to me should be a decent spot there to get long. If we break 20, then that's an important level for me on Lucid. So if you're looking at that, that could definitely be looked at right there. And someone put in the chat, and I want to say thanks to Laura Sanchez. You're on here as well. Thanks to everybody that was talking about 1K before the bell, because let's do that right now. 7,000 people watching, only 870 likes. So I feel like you guys can get that to 1.5K here. We've already got the bangers. Neil has RDHL on long above $1. We've got the sticky note is rocking right now. We've got Microsoft paying bills here today to the upside as well. We've got Snowflake as well. Look at this Microsoft trade. So, hey, hit the like. That's all we're asking for if you can do that. Or subscribe. And by the way.
And share.
Yeah, and share it for sure. But Trader Prad today is at that wedding that starts. You know what all about Indian weddings are, and they take like 4 days. We had
man.
for sure. So Trader Prad's gonna be off today. So in the midday show, you'll see Ian, Luca, and Trader Tony. Trader Tony, did I just say that?
Is it like that?
It is like that. It's like that. But it's also fruit salad time. I just saw we got a nice little fruit salad mixture here. Grapes and melon, my favorite. We got to mix in there a little bit of blueberries as well. So we'll start the day off here. Got a little frog in the throat. We'll fix that with some fruit salad. Nice to have that.
We'll get some. Works.
Just refreshing, I feel like. We'll silence the frogs there. But so far so good here. Only 4 minutes to go. Wow, this is getting on time.
Yeah, good look here, guys, right across the board. I just saw oil back to day highs, equity futures back to day highs. Heck, even interest rate futures back to day highs if you're following along. RAD, earnings name, out with better than expected 2023 forecast. The quarterly report was kind of a little bit of a miss on both sides of the numbers, but increased their 2023 forecast. I want to mention quickly, because we're getting close here, both PEV, we talked about a little bit earlier there with Lewis, and REV, Revlon, easy to mix up the two, but don't. REV and PEV also have to be on watch again today. I mean, 6 million shares already for PEV, 2.5 for Revlon.
Don't mix them up. I've done that before. It's like especially when they're priced the same too. That's the other thing. Like they're very similar in price, but there's just more liquidity on Revlon than there is on PEV by like a pretty large margin.
I just wanted to celebrate there with that music before you go on about PEV there. But 1.7, cheers to that one. Here, Neil, we just raised cups. I think that's good. Here, let's do that.
All right, it's not as full.
There we go. Yeah, mine's not fully. This is a huge cup, man. This is my King of the Grill. I didn't even you keep putting.
I'm always worried we're gonna break it one day.
Steak action there. No, don't worry about breaking this. This is a rock.
No, this thing.
Well, we have a lot of those mugs around. I don't want to break my mug there. Father's Day gift. Okay, so thank you for all that, man. That's really bumping up. Did you have anything more to say about PEV there or not? Just that it's a runner.
At that $8 level, it looks like it turned around. I was sitting there, we're talking about it, and you might have seen me a little bit distracted as it got to, because I almost put a short on. And then I said to myself, no, don't short it at that time of the day. I'd rather buyers at the open try to take that level out. I mean, you would have had a nice little scalp trade in there, but I kind of feel like there's bigger fish to fry on this. If it does make another breakout attempt at 8 even, it got 30 or 40 cents above, and you got to give this thing some room. If it clears through that, I mean, $10 does seem obvious. This is a pretty big halt candidate as well. Revlon seems to resist halts. This thing is very likely to halt at least once or twice today if it takes out that top. So, the current high is 790, but remember when it broke 8, it got to like 840 last time. So it could break $8, get to 825, get back down there, and I might think about risking 30 cents on a short. But we had to pay for locates. It wasn't that expensive. Like I had to double check. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was pretty cheap.
Here goes Revlon. Shout out to Varsha Raj. Thank you so much for helping us get to that huge level, man. Almost 2,000 likes right now. So hit the like button if you can. Hydration Nation, let's go, Shakib. Yeah, we got Hydration Nation right here. We'll be downing that very, very soon as well. Shout out to Shakib back in the chat, my main man. Okay, so down here, we already talked about Revlon bouncing off that $7, man. It did it again, but this time it was only $7.50 a couple times down there. $7.50. Revlon getting revved up right now. So I actually like that one. I didn't use that one yesterday. Why didn't I use that one yesterday? Okay, so we'll see about Revlon starting to get going here again. Up to 815. The volume's coming in, man. 3 million shares. Nowhere near the 100 million or so it's been doing, but it's only 927. Okay, NASDAQ and bounces. Anyways, I like this name. We're sitting a little lower near this level one more time to see if we can get it. Obviously, I still think we could take 10. 10 was the spot yesterday that we stopped at on this move. Almost exactly. It was 990. I feel like it wants to run to that. Let's see what Revlon wants to do today. To think it can't go up 20% from here would be crazy. You haven't been watching it. I feel like the NASDAQ imbalances came the other way because Microsoft, although still $1.50 in the money, it didn't rip on any of that. So I see here, I don't see much, man. I see TQQ as a buy. I see Vdo.NQ. I don't even know what that is. I apologize for that. SNDL, who cares? AAL, who cares, really? I mean, now you're into the 70,000 mark. So the more that I scroll down, the more useless this gets. Oxy, a nice bid there. So that's Wow, Oxy's back to 58 bucks. Okay, a nice move for Oxy. Oxy was just 55 yesterday. That's why I say that. We talked about that earlier, up 4% there. So a nice move for Oxy. And that's about it here on the board. So let's get ready to rock and roll, man. We have a lot of dip buy opportunities. I feel like one name that I didn't get to was Palantir. Look, Palantir and Snowflake, both in data mining, stuff like that. Projects, they have Foundry things. I like Palantir down here at these levels. I feel like just like Snowflake got an upgrade, and you don't at me, I know they're not the exact same business, but they're close. You're gonna see here a 950 break, just like that Lucid kind of talk there. Although I like Lucid a little bit better because we had the 50 period involved. But right here, this 950 is where the 50 period is. So I'm pretty cautious about a break, but if Snowflake goes, I mean, there's ifs here, right? But ifs and buts, candies and nuts. But I like this 950 break on Palantir. So I'm going to sit there. I'm going to try it if it does go. We did tell you that you are going to have a very, very big announcement on the midday show. And that is that Trader Tony, Trader Ian, and Trader Luca, we got to get some different handles for these guys, all going to be with you off the midday show. And speak of the devil, you can see him in the background. It is Tony time, and thanks Tony again for everything that you're doing for us. We only have 10 seconds left here. The bell ringer is Tony today, and let's get this going with only 7 seconds left. Amazon dip buys, Microsoft, so on and so forth. 3, 2, and 1. Let's kill that one. Tony is in the building.
Worth mentioning, as the market was going up, by the way, Meta was heading to the downside, so Meta is relatively weak. I want to try a pop and fade trade. I didn't quite get to that when we talked big tech because we were talking about the names that we were bullish on. I did get Occidental there. Is it broke out at 58? We'll see if it gets to that resistance level, but Revlon, whoops, it's on the New York, Revlon immediately turning around here, or at least attempting to turn around at 850.
Ooh, NASDAQ
so it looks like it's trying to head back into the downside. Yeah, NASDAQ is pulling back in here. So some of these dip buys could come into play. As I said, Oxy, I think it can be sold at 59, but it lines up for a breakout. Of course, you had Warren Buffett, our good friend, as usual, buying a few more Oxy shares there. So trying out this long as well. Tesla right off of the open looks like it's immediately testing $710, which is not 700. So again, might have missed that opening wick and a chance at a quick little scalp on Tesla because it just goes right down, does not quite get to 700, and misses me by that much.
Yeah, that's the problem there. Same as Amazon there. Amazon actually didn't go down, but it did touch that 110. So you could have had a little bit of profit there on 110 level there for Amazon. So something to look at there. Microsoft says hold my beer, sort of. It's back up to that 256 level. So that's an area of concern for me here. We'll see if it can take that out. I was trying to look at 257 as a spot there, but again, we'll have to wait to see that one as it's trying to go. Snowflake is almost at a sort of a build-up level here. I feel like we are going to be sitting on Snowflake. I am sitting there at 133.50. We'll see if it takes that out right now. Snowflake, that's where we're trying to get some more shares in. So we'll see what Snowflake does here. I like it for the long, but if the market's going to fade out, you guys know we can get better prices. We've been talking about that for a while. So hopefully Snowflake does give us a little bit of a better price here on the downside. Let's see what
Snowflake got in.
Yeah, here it is. 133.50 coming in for Snowflake, guys.
I just got into Snowflake. I just got into AMD as well off of yesterday's low. 700 coming on Tesla as well. So it's hard for me to, I don't want to pull away from Tesla when I get a chance at 700, but AMD, just to quickly go over this one, you did have, we definitely missed out. I put this in the chat really early and then forgot to go over it, but you had this 83.5 pivot point where it's been support all week long. So just buying in front of that one there that'll be AMD. Snowflake now about 50 cents in the money after buying the dip in front of the pre-market low. So, I said sometimes you get those fills if you just wait around at the open because, quite frankly, this is what the open has been doing to you. Like, it's going inside of ranges, bouncing back and forth. And if you like a price, a lot of times you're going to get it. I'm going to scalp some out because in this market, if you don't take your profit, especially that 9 to 9.30, you'll be right back at your entry price anyway. So you might as well get some out and see if we can't get back in there again. AMD, we'll see if that can't get a little bit higher, closer to 84 before I take any out.
Yeah, I hope you're right about Snowflake on that it's going to continue to go higher. I'm going to wait to see about scalping out right now on that name. I feel like it can go a bit more, but that would have been a great out there at 135.30. We also averaged into that one as well. So hopefully that can continue to go. That's about it, man. Microsoft, again, just dancing around. We're going to have to wait a little bit lower on that. The name that I wanted to get was Amazon. We're still waiting at that 109. You could see the NASDAQ here. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit more. Dancing here. I mean, we already made that little low there at 111.6620 there. So we'll see if the NASDAQ can respect that level. But for me, it's going to be a hold on Snowflake right now. And then just look to see what else we're talking about. Amazon, Snowflake, Microsoft, we're already in that. Let's check out Revlon. Neil mentioned that quickly. Again, another big name. It was pulling. Okay, so still at 8. So kind of a nothing burger right now. It does go as high as 830. But this name's going to want to dance today, it looks like, again. So watch out for Revlon still on the move. And that's about it, man. The only other name that I had on was Palantir, and if Snowflake's not going upside, I don't think Palantir will be either. But okay, Palantir does touch 9 today. So wow, a big flush down for Palantir. So maybe a 920 break is in the cards here.
Went down?
Yeah, I mean Snowflake went down too, right? Okay. So I kind of figure like there might be something in that. But here we go, man. Palantir, let's watch it at 950, but we're still a ways away.
Oh, it just got the break on PEV at $8. Wow, that price to, I got 10s. Oh, that's not a great fill. So PEV finally broke that $8 range off the high. You can see it break the top, and I ended up paying, the spread right now is about 3 or 4 cents, so maybe that explains on an 8 break why you don't get the best price in the world. Let's see if it can't get to that 840, which was yesterday's high. Obviously, you could have a turnaround. I said if it failed this price break, that I'd be willing to be short below $8 and give it to the high of the day. But if the breakout wants to go, we'll see if we can't play in that direction first. There's some sellers at 820 here. I don't know why I don't just join some of that and see if we can't get a little bit of a scalp trade out, because right now you're seeing sellers lining up at 17, 18, 19 on PEV, not to be mistaken with Revlon, which is still on the New York last I checked, now coming all the way back in. So this does fail an $8 break. Can't get through that 850, which we said, it looked like it was trying to challenge that at the open. Revlon going in the other direction, unfortunately, looking very weak. And Tesla, yeah, they're starting to pull the rug here. And Tesla got down to 702, and I missed it by, oh man, I'm sitting at 01s. I should just be in front of 02 and be willing to take it down there.
Yeah, no, we actually got Amazon in right now. There's a few things happening here in the market. So just be very, very careful with everything right now. Amazon's come back in. Microsoft's come back in. I mean, the market is tank city right now. So anybody looking for shorts, you got them, hopefully, because you did have a nice move up to some of those key levels. And the thing is, it's not like there's anything wrong here with the trade. It's just that we are fading into some of these levels that I just didn't think we would see, to be quite frankly. So that's why right now we'll have to average in. We're just waiting for lower prices. Like Neil said, sometimes you get the prices that you want. So we'll sit here, patience is key. We'll see if we can get those now. Amazon flushing back down a little bit even more. We're long at 109.55. We were waiting for 109 flat or 109.10. So, if that comes into play, then good for that. But right now, that's something that I'm looking at here is Amazon at these levels, guys. 109 and change. I like that.
Yeah, and very quickly, come on, Tesla. Like, where's my fill? Where's my fill? I ended up going up to 702. I want to say unfortunately, because you actually could have had 701. If I leave my original bid in, I end up getting that fill on Tesla. I then tried to get out at 04s, because that's where I would have taken 01s out for the first scalp trade, and then don't even end up getting it. So unfortunately, don't get the out on Tesla. If 700 breaks, I got to walk away from it. I just got Amazon for the first time. Oh goodness, that wick on the chart. I just got Amazon for the first time. If we can't hold 108.50, we're going to have to get out of Amazon. But the market starting to come off pretty heavily. But the only long that's working right now is PEV, that small cap. Tesla just took 700, and I should have just reversed almost thinking about it. And you know what's actually interesting? AMD just caught a bit of a bounce. So I was saying, like, it just got to 82.50. I got a bunch out here on AMD at 84, but hold on to a little piece. Now it looks like it's making a lower high. I might have to jump back into this one. Brendan?
Nice start to the day for GGPI. However, it didn't last long. We were talking about Polestar, guys, in the pre-market. Merger to be completed as of Friday, remember. So PSNY as of Friday this week. Gaps up ahead of that, but big flush there on huge volume for GGPI, guys.
Team we have, man. Like Fahad's not in today, and then all of a sudden I hear like this voice in my ear, and I really liked it. I really liked hearing Maggie's voice there. It was like a positive. It was like, hey, throw to Brendan, and that was like so nice. So thanks, Maggie.
Unlike the way we get yelled at by Fahad.
That's what I'm saying. Like Fahad's like, Brendan, now. And Maggie's just like, hey guys, throw to Brendan. And it was so nice. It was like, I was going to say that, and then you mentioned it to me. Man. You're like, oh, was that Maggie? I was like, well, it was a female voice. So yeah, hopefully it was Maggie there. But a shout out to obviously our whole team here. The greatest team around. So thanks, Maggie, for filling in today. And again, Jack of all trades there. Jane of all trades, I guess I should say, with Maggie. So thanks for supporting us one more time. Okay, look, it's been a nasty ride here today. It's crazy to say anything otherwise, right? The market here has been a nice move down. Really no relief at all. But the saving grace here is that we're actually doing pretty okay on some of our average prices. We weren't silly enough to sort of think that this market was done with. So we're sort of waiting on it. To say that we're in the money on these would be wrong. Snowflake has made some moves to the downside here, of course. So we are very, very cautious.
Yeah, that stopped me out.
Yeah, exactly. Of any sort of a Snowflake move to the upside here. So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about it. But this is a name that I've liked. I talked about why I liked it. So I'm going to try to stick with my guns as much as I can here on Snowflake, and just either buy some of these dips like I've been doing, man, or wait for that 130 level that was key from yesterday. So that's kind of where I am right now with Snow on this level. So we'll wait to see. There's that 130 bottom right there. So I'm going to wait for that. Hopefully we're able to get a print there on SNO, and that's just sort of where I am on that. I want to wait to see now, averaging back in a little bit lower. It's making the move down that I was not expecting here on that upgrade from JP Morgan. But hey, upgrades be damned, man. When the market looks like this and nothing's going up, then yeah, these high valuation names. Snowflake's PE, guys, just to give you an idea, I just should have waited for this.
4P is like 3 something.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the 160s, okay, 270s. Who cares, really, whether or not you're what Neil said, 300 there or this. So it's still the same thing. Amazon's a name here that, again, pretty interested in it at these levels. 109, we've averaged in. We have pretty much a full position now on this. I think not full, but we could fire a couple more cannons at this. But right now, I said. Okay, here we go to the downside. Okay, hopefully that now rallies back up here when we're talking now about Amazon. So we're now long 109.30. That bottom of 108, something that I'd look at if we wanted to. I do have more bids. Yeah, I have more bids down there at low 108. So let's see where that goes, guys.
Yeah, I want to say most of these levels have held here. Amazon, I got Amazon, AMD, Oxy still hanging on to. Still think it can challenge the top end of its range. Unfortunately, Snow, I took one leg out for profit and it stopped out the rest. This PV did get to 850. So the 8 break is still going, but there was no real, it's not a huge failure at that yesterday's high. Like it got through the top and then just kind of pulled back and has been holding up here. So maybe it is going to head to $9. I think we have a decent chance that if it gets through this, it can get to that $9 range. Revlon not making as many power moves with PEV. Phoenix looking strong so far. Brennan?
If you missed it in the pre-market, guys, we were talking about SIGA, the monkeypox, back in action on this note this morning. $13 million order for their it's actually smallpox vaccine that they got the order for, but nevertheless, big volume coming back in on the buy side here. We dipped below 13, but retook it. So back to the upside for SIGA.
Okay.
All of the SIGA.
Everybody loves that SIGA. MO, yeah. Oh, yeah, Philip Morris yesterday. Well, there was big story on Philip Morris yesterday with the Jewel coming off the shelves there. So $42. Okay, Philip Morris today, I sort of did think that we would have a follow through on the short side of that name. But again, I don't know enough about what the FDA wants to do here with this. So I feel like MO today, I want to leave it alone until we get a little bit more on these stories, right? So I'm going to leave MO alone, but it is a nice move up. It is up that 2%, so thanks for pointing that out. We did go longer on Microsoft here at 254, so that is definitely working out for us right now. So hopefully Microsoft can continue its move up. I'm going to put a piece out at 255 this time, just because we don't need to wait for 256. We got the reload, so happy with that. Let's see where we go from here. But Microsoft, I'm going to put an offer right now. Yeah, let's go. We just averaged in on this. A nice little move back here. If this market goes, man, we will be cooking with gas right now. So we have a lot of longs and pretty happy about them. Let's go, Softy.
Yeah, Amazon's starting to make a bit of a curl here off that 108.5. I'm going to take some out in front of VWAP if we get that opportunity to. We need this market to start going here, but Tesla, I could have had a scalp out at 704. I didn't. It went through that 700, but look what's lining up now. You now have essentially 700. You know, wick bottom at 95, and you've got resistance now at that 700 level. I don't see size on the offer, but size be damned pretty much on Tesla. There was one wick, but I've been watching this, and it has not broken back or been able to sustain a bit above that 700 level. So do watch out there. I never got, for all the talk about the Chinese EV names, Li Auto didn't really dip much, man. Like, I thought they'd sell the news and I'd be buying the dip a lot lower. No, we just got to the pre-market lows and are now screaming higher on Li Auto. So that is relatively strong. It is lining up for that 40 level, potentially getting a breakout at that price. So keep your eyes on Li Auto. I think if it dips back to the pre-market low, I'm going to step up and maybe bid this in front of that pre-market low instead of waiting down at 37.
Oh man, Amazon just went into the money there for us at 50. So I am sitting there actually now waiting for that 50 level here on Amazon. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside. So we'll kick it a little piece out. Like I said, man, we really like this name. I really like Amazon long off this 109. It based out there yesterday. That was 108.70. So we're gonna see if we can get this, man. Amazon long here. We do want to get longer, remember, on Amazon. So I don't mind taking this, you know, down to 108 and change. We did exit out of our Microsoft there, not exit out of it, but it did go up to VWAP there. So we got out of a 25% of that trade here. Both nice longs down here at 254. And I just said, like, you know what, like these names are coming back in here, and the NASDAQ, as we always say, is below that 50 period. So that's something to look at for us, for me anyways. Every time we're below that, it's like a level for me to be concerned with, right? So that's Microsoft. That's how I'm trading it right now. We'll keep getting out of it as long as this NASDAQ stays below and average in. It does have some key prices, but here we go, NASDAQ. Here we go. A nice little move back up to the upside. So there goes Softy. Let's see if Amazon can catch up as well.
Yeah, Amazon looking only okay, but JD.com, thank you, Brendan, for mentioning here. JD breaking out in a big way to the upside. Just got through 63. I just got out of Oxy, so I'll flush that one down the toilet. I don't have my flush down. Oh, there it is. There we go. We'll flush that one down the toilet. Oxy cannot seem to get through that break. I'm going to get out at 57 when it takes out that pre-market support level. And we're mentioning JD.com, but a second ago it was Li Auto, and that looks like it's getting real close to that $40 level. I'm going to be on the bid, of course, if it gets to that pre-market bottom. But, you know, 40 break is pretty clean. Right now there's 150,000 shares at 39.5, which is holding this stock down. Feels like if it gets through that price, you could have a big break, but there is a monster order. Of course, this is on PEV for whatever reason, but there is a big order sitting at 39.5 on Li Auto, which I think is about the only reason why it isn't already challenging that 40 level. Big seller there on Li Auto.
I mean, you know what? I guess there is quite a good possibility that we're wrong on Amazon. I mean, this name, again, you know, it's hard. Once I keep saying this, you know, it's like, it's hard to sort of pick some of these levels out because you are sort of, you know, a slave to the market kind of thing here, because if the NASDAQ breaks lower, it's not like we're going to have, you know, any great calls here on shorts. I mean, that's sort of what this market wants to give us right now, right? So we're playing within the ranges. Okay, Snowflake, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Let's get the going to the upside, man. Man, Maggie has to call us more often. That was so great. Okay, what's up, Brendo?
Hold down. Oh.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah. Nope, he's not.
Come on.
Yeah, huge hold down on PEV there. I was actually lining up at 850 to think, should I take it out? Should I take it out? No, I wanted to hold, thinking it could go to $10 if it took the high of the day. Then it's just instantly stopping out. I tried to get the short. Sometimes you can get that short when it goes into the halt state. There was no liquidity there, so I tried to get an offer in at 740 just to take it through the halt and maybe get out at that open. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get any liquidity. I paid for shorts, just couldn't quite get them there. But a big halt down. Revlon did not do anything. I keep typing in NASDAQ there. Revlon didn't really do much, but it has been fading pretty much all morning. But it does not halt because there's so much liquidity in Revlon, relatively speaking. But that looks just as weak. It did get through 750, just not through that $7 level.
So again, part of my contract.
Money.
All right, I mean, Snowflake, boom, monster winner, man. $1.20 in the money on Snowflake, $1.20 in the money on Microsoft right now. So yeah, man, we're going back-to-back jacks one more time here, as if we're Vladdy. Oh, and by the way, did you see that the Jays now have 4 starters in the All-Star game? Starters right now. So okay,
Jays fans aren't playing around.
Yeah, they're not. Alejandro Kirk is freaking 1.6 million votes. The next catcher is like 400,000.
If you've ever seen him play, you won't question it. That's all.
That's not that. I'm just saying he's killing everything right now on that. Of course, we've seen him play. But okay, Snowflake right there. Nice move here for that name. Now $1. Look at Microsoft. Holy crap. This name is really running, man. How many times? Like, let's go. We're going to bet. This is worth a bang for sure because we have this on our sticky note for 254 long. Not only that, but we get the reload on that spot as well. So nice little trading here happening for us on this name. Let's see where we go from here. It's Microsoft, it's upside, it's Snowflake, it's upside, it's Amazon, it's downside. So Amazon right now not doing anything. I hate that I'm giving money back on Amazon. It's just chilling. It does have an opportunity to go back to the upside, so let's see if that holds out. But I do have to do some more work on Amazon because I don't want to lose on this like stupidly here because I do have a position on it. And you know, Snowflake, like the names that we really like. Look at Snowflake, man. $1.80 now in the money and still going higher. We'll see if Snowflake takes out this 137. I still think that's possible. I talked about 140. I actually don't even have any offers out right now. So we got to get some offers out. Let's see what happens if and when Snowflake does test that 136 high. We're going to get out a little bit here, 136.50.
So someone asked, how did I get out of PEV before it halted? I always use a stop order to protect against a stock like this because as fast as it goes up, it can come down as well. And when you put a stop order, like I wanted this to go to $10, so 8, I'm holding for a $2 winner. It doesn't mean I'm just gonna set the stop at $1. I actually had it at 50 cents, but I always make sure that whatever high it's at, my stop is less than 10% of that. I never want the stock, one of these low floaters, going more than 10% too quickly because then it could halt on you. So I'm always doing that every single chance you get. It happened to be down there when it made that little bit of a break, but there was no liquidity, and it's not open just yet. There was no liquidity to get on the offer at 740. Yeah, I had to have gotten out before and just sort of take that hit. It's indicating a 731 open, which should be in about 1 minute or so, Brendan.
Weber, guys, made a big move yesterday back higher, up to $9, trying to go here again this morning. Another one with a relatively low float, and there's a short percent on this as well. But huge volume here on Weber so far.
The sneeze heard around the world there. Okay, so
Sorry.
Yeah, have some napkins. Yeah, they're all. Oh, Claritin. Okay, yeah, have some Claritin. Okay, so yeah, yesterday Fahad took some hauls from us, but he asked.
Just get me taking my allergy medication.
Yeah, take it. All right, so right there, yeah, that was. I remember getting that. And I was like, I never have allergies, and then all of a sudden one day, I was like, I need to have that, and it worked. So I don't know. All right, let's go here. Amazon. Just to give you guys a rough update here. Amazon, we did start taking some out here around that 109. I'm not afraid of the bid here. We took out 30%. So hopefully this does catch a bid. It's more about the fact that we're trying to respect some of these bottoms that were made even yesterday down here at 108 and change. So we'll see if 108 can hold for Amazon. But I just wanted to get a little more shares there on this name. So out because it's not working. If the NASDAQ does fail here, I'm almost certain, of course, that this would come out to be a pretty big losing trade for me here on Amazon. So Snowflake still that $1.20. Oh, new position alert, Revlon. And again, sorry because a lot of us here are hoping that Revlon goes back up to the upside, but we just got it in here at 730. We talked about waiting for that price, trying to defend $7. It's on the sticky note. So Revlon here is another name that we have on board. Just watching it out of the corner of my eye. Oops, there we go. There's the 1 minute. So a big dump off. The highest spot was right off open for Rev. So let's see where Rev goes from here. But so far, not the greatest trade on Revlon today, but doesn't mean that there's not still a good possibility that this goes up.
Yeah, and but PEV just opened back to the upside. Well, it opened higher, lower, moved higher. Now you're seeing it resist about 775 here. A lot of stacked offers. I always play head and shoulders on a reopen like this. You do have the halt price for potential support, but that head and shoulders would be about $8 for resistance. So once it's halted down, it needs to get above $8 to regain some of its strength. Amazon, that just came out for me, as far as that that support level, it's now gone. We're able to scalp some out when it got to 109.5. It then took out the bottom. So I'm not going to fight that stock anymore. If anything, there was just that chance, and I got distracted with PEV here. There was that chance to maybe catch that resistance at Tesla at 700 to reverse into a short. I didn't see too many that I liked, but that was probably the one. Now we're through that. 680 is your obvious level. If you go back a couple of days here on Tesla, 680 is where we broke out from the other day. Maybe you can find some support down there on Tesla about that 680 price. But now PEV is front of the mind after that halt. I still think $8, that head and shoulders idea for a potential fade here. Around VWAP as well if you get 780s.
Yeah, I don't mind any of that, but there goes Revlon breaking back again down through 7. So Revlon getting the volume going. Remember, this was up like 8-fold in 4 days. So we do have to be very, very cautious of that kind of a play. Snowflake came all the way back, man. We did get some piece out at 135. This for me is a hold, so I think that's what we're just going to wind up doing here, is holding Snowflake until we get to that 130. It sucks because I'll lose, and we'll give some back. We did average into Amazon down here. It came to that 108. This is why I talked about getting out there of Amazon, some of that at 109. So we did do that. We got out of 30%, and we put that 30% just right back on now, right? So that's now back on here. But you could see it's still pretty sick, man. Going down to the downside right here is Amazon. So we probably right by dumping this name. Not sure if we're right about averaging in. Let's just look at the 20-minute chart here. I'm trying to get some out if it does. Oh, yeah, my 20-minute has that bad wick there. But yesterday, so we go back a couple days here, there really isn't that much love at 108. It was just yesterday's bottom right there at 4 o'clock. I mean, we hit the bottom there also off the open, but it looks like it wants to take 108. So this is a bad experience here for Amazon as it does not want to go upside. The NASDAQ's just flat and Amazon's down 1%. So relatively weak here is AMZN. Definitely something we should have got out of.
Yeah, and very quickly here, I'm just going to come back to Li Auto. It looks like it is trying to hold up better than some of the others. I was waiting at 38.60, a little bit closer to the bottom, but I will nibble in here. I'm just looking for signs or at least pockets of relative strength here. And Li Auto being up that 6, they unveiled their the new SUV, I guess, was their catalyst. So they do have a bit of a positive catalyst. So we jumped into that. PEV, as I also get into something as well. So we talked about that $8, sort of head and shoulders type of idea. It gets through 8. I think it has a decent shot to get back to the high. But after a halt down, I'm usually thinking the other direction unless you can reestablish above VWAP and hold a bit above that price or maybe break out the top. I suppose that's kind of the same thing. It can't get through the top unless it gets through VWAP, obviously. So Li Auto in front of the pre-market lows, PV in front of $8. I know you're on Revlon over there, and do not lose sight of, I'm not losing sight of Tesla. It got down to 687, no bounce. Well, sorry, no move to 680, but a bounce in front of that price. I still think 680 is going to be that next line in the sand for Tesla.
Okay, I think it's starting to bounce back a little bit here for us. Microsoft is making that move back upside now, so that's going to be a good trade for us, hopefully, on Softy, back to the upside here. Microsoft, same kind of story, back up to through 2. Oh, we still have the 50 period on. Now we have the daily chart on. We need the minute chart on. Microsoft still making that nice move to the upside as well, right now back through 255. So far, so good on that reload down there at 254. Revlon check back in. Shoot. Now it's back to the upside there. So Revlon kind of got us right there on that play. We sort of thought that $7 was going to be that level, and it looks like it was, man. It broke 7 and then collapsed to 680, but retook 7. So definitely something there to look at for Revlon. Okay. Amazon, a nice little pop back to the upside. So we just took a piece out there. You saw me get, okay, I see you. See if we can get some out at 80. Did we just get, no, we did not get printed at 80 there. How come we didn't get 80s there? All right, that seems like that might have been a mistake. Okay, there it is. We just got it right there as it rips through 80. So Amazon, a nice move back up to the upside. We've made back a little bit of that cash that we did lose there. So far so good here on Amazon as that's battling back. And there goes Snowflake. Finally back to the upside, man. $2.30 in the money now on this bad boy. So we like that stock here for Snowflake. You know where my outs are, man. 136.50. Hopefully that can come up, man. Yes, we are huge today, man. Big time trading today. Yesterday we were perfect. The day before we were perfect. Today, right now, so far so good. We just need Amazon to go. Revlon, though, we can't be perfect unless I make some money back on REV, and that's not going well now at 7. But hey, I'm going to wait for Revlon to make one of those dramatic moves and then see if we can play it off that.
Yeah, we just got some shares out of Li Auto above VWAP there. It made a higher low again, so the Chinese names are relatively strong here. I'll get to Bob in a quick second. Li Auto double bottom. We took the higher low. Going to play it to the high of the day, but Alibaba, this looks like, and I know JD's strong as well, so it might not be the strongest. It could actually be JD. But Alibaba on the break of 110, looks like this is the name to potentially get going. We've seen when it leads the party how crazy the buying can be. I just want to pull up, the selling came in pretty heavily at 113 if we go back into Friday. So gets to this price level, it had a bit of a dip. I think 110 is your new support level. If we get back to that price, I'd be looking to buy, but you cannot ignore if it clears through this high from last Friday. 113.5, big time level. Once the program buying comes into BABA, it usually does not stop until the afternoon. Just wish that we weren't looking at, no, I shouldn't say that. We're looking at Li Auto for a reason here today, obviously.
Let's go, Amazon. Let's go. Let's go. Wow. We are just El Fuego today. Look at Snowflake right now. Snowflake 137. $4 in the money on Snowflake, $2 in the money on Microsoft, 80 cents in the money on Amazon. Hello, we're back in the building, baby. These markets are starting to go, and we like them, man. Big time movements now. $4 for Snowflake. Stay with Snowflake, man. We talked about taking out the day's high. There it is on Snowflake. Yes, sir. Today it's coming together, man. Bang there. Neil's back in the saddle, and we're back here as well. Killing it now. We got our partner. We're back. $4 in the money, Snowflake. $2 in the money, Microsoft. Let's go. Couldn't be happier if you can't tell. What's up, Brendan, at the big screen? Kill it with kindness.
A nice positive day. Let's have a look, guys, at North American markets here. 0.63 right now for the S&P. The Dow exactly the same. Small caps bouncing back after, you remember, they were a little bit on the relative weak side yesterday. NASDAQ, though, the one that was leading right out of the gate this morning. 0.72 there, 0.68 for the 100 and the composite for the NASDAQ. A few things that we were monitoring in the pre-market. Rite Aid off earnings did give you a nice push right out of the gate through that pre-market high up to 775. Comes all the way back and is now bouncing with, it would appear, everything else as well. Because look, here's Boeing, a huge move down this morning, 138 to 133, also starting to bounce here on higher volume for Boeing, guys. Back to you.
Well, Boeing was one of my favorites last week. It got to resistance today. It did not get to resistance today, but that should have been a rollover trade, obviously. But good support off this 133. I like 131 a lot better than 133. I guess that kind of goes without saying. But if you're not going to get that price, maybe you can base out at yesterday's lows. It is one of the weakest names in the market, however. PEV, this started coming off a little bit here. I've been hanging on to the short. Essentially, you're just rolling over at VWAP here. If it gets to the halt price, which was 740, that's where I should be taking some shares out. A lot of times, and I know it's an arbitrary number, but I don't want to say trust me when I tell you, but when you have these halt moves, a lot of times that halt price turns into liquidity or support levels or resistance levels in the other direction. So I should get on the bid in front of that price just in case it does try to hold up a little bit. We mentioned Alibaba.
Yep.
Getting close to that 113.50 price. Another name coming back into a big level. Tesla's still down 1.5, but right back to this 700 level. If it holds above 700, you could have a nice V-shaped bottom and find some support. But until it breaks, I'm not thinking about longs on Tesla unless it's 680 or it starts holding some upside levels. I just got that leg on PEV, so we did lose on the initial long. Should have taken it all out at 850, but I was shooting $2. But I'm willing to take the scalp trade for the short trade. And if it breaks through 7, I think it likely halts down again, in which case I'd probably get all out if we see a down halt again.
All out, yeah. Okay. Yeah, PV, dangerous name, man. We were looking at the same thing at Revlon. Revlon's still hovering around that $7 mark. So that's going to be obviously a concern for us on that level there. Snowflake almost was a concern for me, and then it wasn't. It made that move up to 137 and then faded back out again. But we're still staying strong with Snowflake. I like the name, obviously, here. So let's just see where we go from here on Snowflake. At this price, 137, there it goes, man. $4 in the money. Like, honestly, I don't even, like, I'm just so happy with the way this trading is happening today for us. We nailed Snowflake. We nailed Amazon. We absolutely nailed Microsoft as well. Everything is just, like, You know what? Let's take another piece. I mean, we're $1.30 now in the money on Microsoft. So on Amazon. So let's take a piece out again. Did we just get that? Yeah, we did. So another out there on Amazon. So yeah, let's just keep on going with this, man. So far, so good here. AMZN continues to print higher for us. There it is. Sorry, we just got it out right there at 60. So another out for us on Amazon. And yeah, Snowflake now $5 in the money. We just got that. Oh, that's why. Okay, 137.50. Holy crap. Awesome right there. Snowflake, awesome today, man. Big time winners happening all over the board today. I hope you're enjoying the show. Please, if you haven't yet, let's hit the like button. I don't even know how many people have hit that yet today. 2.1K. Come on, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's been a fantastic day. $5 winner, Snowflake. $2.50 on Softy. $1.50 on Amazon, as Amazon's trying to go up now. Good trade here, man. And I just hope you're enjoying the show, because I know we are enjoying bringing it to you.
Yeah, I just rang the register on PV again. It just got down to that $7 level. Takes them out in front of 7. Now we can just sort of hold on for dear life. I have to adjust my stop order because I don't want to reverse long if it does make another power move up. I'm not saying it's going to, but anytime you hold a pre-market consolidation area throughout this particular time of day, which would be that $7 range, a lot of times if this doesn't break, then you're probably retesting VWAP and highs later on in the session. So you always got to file that one in the back of your mind. It doesn't matter that the short is working now. It's about what can happen after. Alibaba continues to show its signs of strength. I'm in Li Auto, and that's still churning, and it looks like it has a chance to maybe break out, but it's starting to find some resistance, whereas BABA, I mean, up 7%. Up 7%, up 6% versus Li Auto, but that's not telling you the story. BABA is a much stronger name after breaking out. Li is more of a gap up that's giving you scalp wins. I don't think we're going to see that 110, but remember, 113.50 is a big level here for Alibaba. We get to that price, and I know it never looks pretty taking breakouts like that because it's gone so high, but I remember thinking that a couple of weeks ago on Alibaba, and then it basically did like a $20 range on the day. Like, forget about it. Like, if we get a 113.50 break, you got to be willing to take it. Till then, I want to sit bidding at the bottom, in front of this range here. You got 110.50. That was your consolidation on Friday. It was also previous resistance. It's a $2 drop. So either we're breaking out from a dollar higher from here, which is 103.5, or we're trying to get long in front of 110.50 on Alibaba. Not going to diddle in that middle.
I like that. All right. I mean, let's just go Canada here. Great trade there on Microsoft, man, all the way up to 257. We get that print. Are you kidding me? So yeah, so far so good here on a lot of these trades for us. Amazon still back to highs now. Snowflake, the same thing. So let's look at something else. I mean, I'm just going to sort of let these names cruise now. There's nothing else for me to do except for let that happen. So we're going to let these names just go for it here and see. You know what's a nice battle back today is actually Square. Square is, or Block, I should say. Neil does a better job with those names than I do, but here goes Square. Yesterday on MO, what is that stock? MO, by the way, Neil. Do you know what that stock is? Altria, good one.
It was the I saw the headline. It was something about.
No, the reason why I asked that is because I was trading yesterday and we actually destroyed it. It was a great stock. But I kept calling it Philip Morris because
everybody does that.
I was like, I know, and then I was getting in a little bit of crap there for on the chat.
That's a normal mistake to make, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I was fine with it. They're just giving a hard time. But I was like, there goes Philip Morris or whatever. And it was like, what's Philip Morris? So it was like one of those jokes there. But all right, there goes Snowflake. No mistake on that one. 138. What's up, Brendan?
Here's another one. Shopify, guys. We saw on the upgrade side of the board this morning, 2.8% just took out day highs, pre-market highs anyways, on volume for Shop.
Yeah, it was just there. Neil's asking about that. It was their jewel product. FDA looking into that and trying to probably pull that off the shelf is what they're looking at. So
which would obviously not be good.
Which would obviously not be good. And apparently it's targeting. I mean, they've had a lot of issues, man. Like they were targeting kids with their marketing and stuff like that. And that's never a good sign. But what is a good sign is Ape Nation. I don't know if the apes are trading Amazon or not, but this has been like a dream day for me, to be honest with you. All of these positions that we've had on the sticky note. Everything. I mean, let's just review. Like, you want to review the sticky note? Why not? How about Snowflake 130? Big time upside. Let's see 140. I mean, I can't do that any better. We're long at 132. Amazon 109. It's at 110. Not only that, we were also able to possible. I mean, look, I can't even understand what I'm writing on these sticky notes. Possible dip to 108. I mean, let's just look at Amazon quickly here. Possible dip to 108. What the bottom of the day is 107.93. Okay, possible dip to 108. That's working out okay. Microsoft, how about the support at 254 with a 257 highlighted? Okay, so maybe we didn't trade that properly, right? Look at this. Two back-to-back 254 jacks right there, and then there's the out at 257. So far so good, needless to say, on those three positions. The only one we're negative on is our friend Revlon, and yeah, that's been a tough trade. If you're waiting for those like big blowout numbers, it's been a tough one because it's taken out levels that I thought would hold. So as you can see here, Revlon just barcoding at this $7. So take it for what it's worth, but Revlon right now is that. Raise it up for Snowflake right now, man. Bang on that. $6 now in the money on Sir Snowflake as we go. So get your Canada Goose jackets because it's freaking cold in here. Snowflake pounding out that cash.
It's not that cold. It is actually.
It's cold because of Snowflake,
The air conditioning's also starting to come on. Shopify just got to that 350 level. Remember we were talking about that one. It got the upgrade, I believe it was. And then that 350 on the higher time frame was pretty key. I just tried to catch the short. We talked about the 350 breakout, obviously, but I like it as resistance as well. Resistance I'll play in either direction, reverse if it goes through. But it put in a wick high to 49.92, and then I started trying to offer this thing. If you stand in front of a level, you might get run over. I never like doing it. I prefer to try to catch it on the way back down, but you can see, like, there's your chance. Waited for this pretty much patiently, like you're sort of sitting it out, like allowed to get to the price, and now it might have pulled a plug on me here. Now down about $4 off of that high. So unfortunately, I might have just missed the curl on shop. I don't know if I like it a second time, so I'm going to cancel my orders there. Strong looking stock, the 350 break could be in play, but that little short that we're looking for looks like it's gotten away from us. Tesla is right back to 700. I want to say back to 700. I should say consolidating above 700. So what you want to see here is the buyers try to hold it up. It has these crazy wicks on the daily on the 3-minute chart, unfortunately, guys. But it's not really going to 08 in these cases. It's gone. I've seen up to like 03s, 04s, and then you're consolidating back at 700. So what you want to see is hold 700 and then break back out 04s, and that can take you back to these 720s and 725s. However, not likely to do that without the market's help, which is the ES failing at the current high of the day, at least a couple of times here in the NASDAQ, hasn't been able to get through those tops. And without that happening, you know, Tesla looked like it could get a little bit weak. Remember I said you got to watch out for that PEV, take some profit, because when you hold support levels like that, often the next thing that happens is a bit of a jailbreak to the upside. There you go. We took most of it out in front of 7, tried the reload, then it jailbreaks at 8. I'm not giving it to the high of the day at that point. Holding that level is a pretty strong sign, so I want to make sure I'm getting out of the way, and if it reclaims the high, or fails the high, I should say, then I'm able to just jump into a short at a better price instead of trying to fight the momentum on PEV.
What's up to Shakib? I'm probably going to post this if you don't mind, Shakib. Let me know, because very nice words, man. Sniper talk like that. Thank you so much. Very, very nice. You know, we try. I mean, we're sitting here. We're trying to entertain as well. Part of it is education, and that's why that means a lot to me, Shakib, there, because it's about talking through these plays, right? Giving you to you, why am I long? What am I looking at? And that's what I do. That's why I'm putting out the sticky note, right? Sure. I mean, if people don't like, you know, the volume of my voice, just whatever, hit unsubscribe, because honestly, we're going to keep going, man. Every single day I'm here, and we're making, this is real cash. There's going to be other YouTube channels that, oh, I look pretty, dancing on a pole, stuff like that. But the thing is, these are real trades coming through here, right? This isn't like, how do you trade? This is literally, watch me trade. Every single day, I'm out here, I'm exposing everything. Every trade I'm making, we are exposed right now. I mean, it's like,
Not
honestly,
sure that was better.
Honestly, I do this all on purpose, right? So that's part of the entertainment right there, right? If you're sitting here with two talking heads, like blah blah blah, nothing's happening, blah blah blah, you got to enjoy yourself, right? We do that here. We enjoy ourselves, and we're going to continue to do that. So there we go, man. Nice little move. Tesla 1000, says Brian James. Okay.
Who? What?
Yeah. Thank
Probably
you,
not,
Kathy.
but...
Thank you, everything, man. Kathy, we love everything that we're doing here. It definitely means means a lot to us on the show. So thank you for all the
I don't
love.
think we're seeing 1,000
and the support.
It's kind of weak.
We're not seeing 1,000 today or anytime near that. But thanks so much, guys. Thank you for all the comments just flying in there. You guys know what's good and everything. So I'm just gonna sit here, continue to trade, man. I'm actually up more today than I was yesterday. So take that for what it's worth, man. I mean, when you have these jacks like we've had today, Amazon, I mean, honestly, come on. I could have got some more out at 110. That would have been better, obviously, when you look back at some of these prices. But it's just about loving what you're doing, putting in the work, putting in the hard times here, and honestly, just like sitting down, believing in your trades and believing in yourself, and then finding a pattern that you like, man. I mean, it's, to me, there was no way in hell Snowflake was coming out today unless we took that 130. We talked about that. So look what I believe in. 136. It goes all the way down to 132, right? Bang it to the upside. So yeah, we do need this kind of a winner on, or else it doesn't make any sense. So there's Snowflake, a nice little move to the upside here, and we're pretty happy to have it on as we go. It's Lucas on the board, so we don't get that sweet Maggie call. But what's up, Brendan?
Just having a look at NVAX here, guys, trying to get back to day highs on this note from the EMA. Recommending one of their drugs for adolescents, it looks like, between 12 and 17. So big volume spike here for NVAX, trying to get back to day highs, as I said.
And just got into BABA for the first time. It did make a bit of a move down here. We talked about either 113.50 breaking out on the high in the higher time frame, or sort of looking at that 110.50 area as well. It got down to like 55s on the way back up. I was able to snap up some shares around 70. So as that comes into VWAP, we're in a bit of a downward trajectory in the market, but that's only because we've gotten to a resistance point. So I am going to jump in and out of this probably a few times if we manage to hold. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's a little bit easier to see now if I zoom out. So that 110.50 holds the first time through. If we get any consolidation at that price, I'm obviously going to like to go in and out several times. And then I just showed you, this is the channel it was. The last time we traded up here, it was 110.50 up to 113.5, and then you had resistance at 110.50. So when we dip down to that price, that's why I like buying in front of it. Tesla still hasn't made up its mind. So I don't want to, like, at this 700 level is kind of ridiculous. Like, if you get in either direction off of 700, you're just getting whipped around by $5 or so. So I want to see us hold a bit above and maybe break back out if I think about a long. And I'm not really sure where I even like the shorts. I'm going to stay away from the short side. It would probably have to be down below 695 and then maybe use that level. But Tesla, I think it's kind of a nothing burger around these prices. BABA's relatively stronger anyways, and so is JD.com. Like you could be doing the same thing with JD on BABA, like buying the dips. Only JD is still through its breakout through the high of the day, whereas you're getting a dip significantly lower. But JD's still above its 62.70 breakout price, which I guess puts it in the driver's seat in terms of momentum, but not percentage up. That percentage up is so incredibly deceiving. It doesn't tell you the story at all. JD has been stronger this morning than most of the other Chinese names, despite only being up 3%.
Yeah, I like JD. JD's been a good one here. We're just going to put a tweet out here just to share some of our trades with the rest of the world and get them to like say, hey, why am I not watching Trader TV Live, right? So hopefully we can convince some people of that. You know, that's what we're here for, right? We're here to give you guys some of these bangers. There's Amazon again, 110, and of course Snowflake up to 138.50. I say of course, but let's just screen cap this one so we could send this trade out as well to everybody. This again, some of these trades, good ones. You know what? Let me look at Lucid right now. Let's try to get some new names because again, if you guys aren't in these, then it's kind of useless to keep on talking about them. But Snowflake should have a chance to continue to go. So I'm at 140, waiting for 140s. So here it comes, man. I cannot believe that this is happening for me on Snowflake. It's just such a monster day over here. Okay, NASDAQ, Lucid. All right, so Lucid there. I liked this name today. We'll see if they can continue to make that move to the upside here. We were looking at it breaking, what was yesterday's high? I remember. Okay, so we're already through that, but look how it's pretty choppy. So I'm actually going to change a little bit here on Lucid. Not really a clean move one way or the other, but it did make that bottom at 18. This is really the missed opportunity. We did talk about that 18, and I mean, I can rewind the tape back to whatever time it was there, 8:45 or 9 when we were talking about Lucid. And it was just like, watch out for that 18. So that did come into play. We didn't really respect expect it there. We should have been sitting there. Normally I am. Obviously we're tied up with other things, so that was definitely a missed opportunity for me there on Lucid. But let's check out Ford Motor Company here. Maybe that's another name that we can have a quick look at just to see where we're going with Ford. Okay, so 1140, yeah, not great. You're flat. Oh, you're actually red on the day here for Ford Nation, so a nice little move to the downside right there. But 1134, yeah, too choppy today. Nothing here on Ford. It might just be Tesla. I mean, Tesla's been a big mover, obviously, as you guys said, and we've been looking at that. I think you've made one trade on that, up to 700. Oh, the high today was 725. Ooh, nice little high there for Tesla. Ooh, not really, actually. Where is 725? Oh, that must be in the pre-market. Yeah, so really the open high is sort of when we opened. That's just been going to the downside. So actually, Tesla not having a great day, to be honest with you.
No, it's been relatively weak since that open. That's why I'm kind of I'm not staying away from it, but I want to see it actually break even back above 705. Just show me some better signs of strength. Once again, I mean, here comes the problem with Shopify. Well, part of the problem with Shopify is it's got like this 50 to 60 cent spread on it. So you either just sit there constantly trying to pay down and, oh, there I finally get it. I guess if you just complain, yes, eventually you get a fill. But the first time through was the much better opportunity on the stock. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that shorting it now at 49 is the same thing as getting it before and getting an instant like $4 or $5. It's the second time it comes here. If it goes there a third time, it's probably breaking that 350 and then sort of off to the races for Shopify. But for now, I did finally get this trade. I never anticipate that I don't think the second time will usually be as good as the first. Like, I don't think we're getting down to 44, 45, but 1-to-1 gets you some 47s in here, which we can take, and then maybe down to like 45.5, just in case we get a bigger rollover. If it gets through 350, just to remind everybody what that looks like, this is yesterday's double top just below 350. You go all the way back to June 10th, and you had to close at that 350 price or just above it, and then an absolute wipeout. So it is a pretty big resistance level. It gets through that, we could seriously be off to the races. You mentioned Tesla there. It's still trying to hold above 700, but it's just barcoding back and forth. Like I said, I want to see this above 705 before I start thinking about the longs, which have not been able to win out. I mean, unless you just sat there blindly in front of 85s, there really hasn't been much of a long trade to be had on Tesla. So I want to see some actual strength before I jump into that. And Alibaba, we took some out. I'm not really looking for aggressive reloads. Here, I'd rather see it consolidate off of these levels. Did break out from that 110. We've already scalped 1-to-1. So if we consolidate again, I'll just continue to try to buy the dip. But JD, just looking stronger than Baba right now as we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning, lots to look at in small cap world. Nice to see, as we were saying with Lewis this morning, SIGA showed you that note, $13 million contract for orders for their vaccine. Sega up way more than this in the pre-market. It failed at 1350 just before the open and then got below 13. I had to chase it a bit, but I show you that because 13 over here was the high the last time it had this kind of a rally. So big level here, 13 for SIGA down to 1250, 1240. It's chopping around now, volume dying off, but we'll see. Still have a piece of SIGA. Revlon, I tried the long on the way back down there at the open to 760, 750, which was pre-market support. That gets cracked immediately. It tried to get back above, failed immediately. So I flipped that long to the short. That was a huge move down to 680. It was so obviously weak on this bounce back to 7. There was a seller that was just selling and selling and selling and selling in front of 7. So I jumped back in again. So it looks like we're going to take out the lows here for REV. Back to the downside, finally, PEV. This was not easy this morning. I got some out at the very high of day there, but nowhere near enough. Get caught in that halt to the downside. 750, 760 ends up being a bit of a reversal, but not going to be wrong. Short now on this, but not going to be wrong until the high is taken out for PEV, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendan. Of course, like I said, that 350 goes in either direction. Yeah. Almost got to get them lower in there to catch the cash.
Got to get them lower.
We got 350 break on Shopify there. Actually, a great fill. Sometimes you get. We talk about slippage when you take a breakout style trade. I got 12, 350, 12. I was just complaining about the slippage, or at least the spread being 30, 40, 50 cents at time, but I got a great fill. I did lose on the short because the second time through wasn't a charm, but we already got some out for $1.50. I think there's room to probably $3.60 on this trade, but it's going to require the market to help us out a little bit here. We need to get through some of these highs. You know, the ES still trying to get toward that high of the day. I think that might have to happen. The NASDAQ as well, little bit stronger, but needs to clear through some of these highs, and then that's when you can get that real push through. But it's a significant enough level that I think we can start to go here, hopefully for Shopify. Strong move. Like I said, 350 was the level we were looking at all morning long, whether it was playing off the longs or the shorts. In this case, we ended up getting both, but it's a long that is going to end up working. And there goes Tesla. When I get to 350 long on Shopify, I don't take the 705 break on Tesla, but that now looks like it's finally heading to the upside as well. So I'm going to start thinking about that long trade in Tesla in front of VWAP. The buyers have kind of won out here, so we can think about reloading that trade. Alibaba, which we have long, we did not get the reload in front of 110. It came close enough, but as long as it holds out below VWAP, there is still a chance to get an entry point at a pretty good price. If it breaks back out, remember, 113.50. I know that's $2.50 from here, but it's a good level on the daily. And if we go that far, sometimes it's hard to take breakouts that far away from the current price, but I'll still be looking at it anyways, because when Baba goes, it goes.
I don't have much to say other, we have a few things to say. But I mean, this is 220 in the money now, Amazon. Big trade. Microsoft, $3 in the money. Up to that 257. And we just took out $8 here, or $7 on Snowflake. As Snowflake back up to the high. So there it is, man. I mean, we just continue the destruction here. And again, just really happy with the way this market has traded today. The NASDAQ up that 1%. And not just that, man, we have the names. Like, we have all of these names on board. So, so far, so good here. Let's just keep the momentum going to the upside, I feel like, now. And we'll just keep on holding these, man. I mean, not much to complain about, obviously, as we look at our trading today. So the only one that we messed up on, and we didn't mess up on it, I'll do this, like I said, 9 times out of 10, go long there on Revlon through $7. It was a level that I looked at there. As I see the tequila man getting set up here beside us to go for the afternoon show. I guess it's the midday. I called it yesterday the Midday Madness show. So we'll see if that name catches on. But right now, Revlon, yeah, dipping down below. I'm not sure this name has the move in it today. We'll wait to see on that. But there it is, man. Back up to 140 here for Snowflake. So that's a name that we were pegging all day, man. We had that. It's a great long there. Someone asked for me, and I can't be the people's trader if I don't talk to the people. So right now, let's go over to Palantir. Yeah, this was a name that's on the sticky note. Unfortunately, we didn't participate in the downside move there. We were picking up the Amazons, the Microsofts, all those names, but it did make that bottom near $9. That's a little scary. Like, this name really hasn't been going. So for me to sit here and like kind of pump this name up, it's tough. It hasn't been going. I thought it was worth the shot there on a possible move to that 950. This is the level that I'm looking at. It's right there on the daily chart for Palantir. It's 950 and it's staring it right in the face. So that's a level for me to look at. 950 right there. If it takes it out, that's where I want to push long. So still a long way to go to get there, believe me or not, on Palantir. It doesn't really move like that. So it might just grind up to 950, which for me is scary because I want to see things with momentum. They got to have like momentum to it. So right now, Palantir on the daily looks fine, and it's good momentum. Like, this is nice momentum, breaking above 9. But right now, we're sort of hovering down here. And honestly, unless this NASDAQ starts to break again, which we're not doing, we're actually heading the other way, then yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be much love here for the NASDAQ if we don't take out these highs, these pre-market highs, especially of 11,700. So for me, Palantir, thanks for asking. I still like the name. I'm still in the name. I haven't sold any of my shares, but our average price must be 14 or 15 or something like that now. I'll double check it, but we first bought it right here. This is where it did direct list, so right about 950. So it's back to these levels here on Palantir. Similar. Snowflake's not even back to its listed price, I don't believe. I think it was like near 150 where that came out as an IPO for Snowflake, but Palantir's right here right now. So that's what I'm looking at, and we'll look at Palantir. We'll try to find some new names, but Meta 157, that could be something.
I got one for you. Well, it's not a new name because we did talk about block at least a couple of times, but now it's gotten up to the 65 level on the 15-minute. You can kind of see all kinds of resistance up here. I do think we have a chance to get a little closer to that 65, and just like with Shop, and this might have been like the second time I've made this mistake, where I let it get to the price and then start to pull back and try to get in. To the short side of the trade. Obviously, if you had the breakout long, congratulations. But I probably could have been in this already. If I just stood in front of the level, I'd be short at 64, like 75 or 64.80. But I am waiting a little bit closer to that high of the day. If it gets to 65, we just tap out. But you're $2 away from VWAP here, and the market isn't breaking the highs. So something is extending into a resistance area. I think it is worth that shot in front of it, at least the first time through. Just checking back in. Baba's close to getting a potential reload. A potential reload. We just bounced off 350 in Shop, so I think it has a chance to now break the 53s. If it goes there, I have to think about 55s for an out. If we get through that price pretty cleanly, I am looking at 360 because there's lots of room on the daily. But the other long, of course, Alibaba, still consolidating off this 110.50. So maybe I should be a little bit more aggressive in trying to catch some bids here in Baba, because it doesn't seem to want to go lower than this 110.65. So maybe I should be trying to get closer to that price instead of holding out from being a little bit too cheap here.
Don't ever do that again.
Brendan, what's up? Oh, that was too good.
What's
Sorry.
up, Brendan?
If you missed a pre-market, guys, Blue Hat was up significantly after market yesterday. What a move here out of the gate. This thing's about to halt, it looks like. 150%, but big reversal off $1 there for BHAT. If you missed it pre-market, they withdrew plans for a stock offering for Blue Hat, guys.
No, Lucas, don't do that again. So basically, like, Sean was complimenting Maggie for the calls in our earpiece there. We got to go to Brendan, obviously. And then Lucas just did a Maggie impression, which I'm sure he's never going to do again. So
he's not. Yeah, he's never doing it again.
He's never doing it.
You heard me say that. Hopefully, he's probably going to do it again.
I was trying to keep it together there.
Yeah.
Not again, Lucas. Sorry, buddy.
What's up, Internet Enforcers? Sean, don't let the whispers of some ding-dong whining about your excitement, which is what most of us love about your show. Thank you so much. Preach, amigo. Thank you, my friend, for that one. I'm not going to change. You guys, we've been doing this for almost 3 years now. You know, the trading I had my best year last year. And yeah, I'm going to get excited for you guys. I mean, it's about trading. It's about having some emotion. And honestly, like, I do this for my family. And when I'm able to have the day like I'm having today, the month like I'm having, it's very exciting. And, you know, I like to do that and just sort of celebrate some of these victories with you. And it's part of trading, right? I mean, a lot of people sit there and they trade alone, which is fine. I mean, it is a lonely game, to be honest with you. That's why we have, you know, Trading Floor behind us. They have their daily meetings, things like that. So it's to build that all up, right? And so I want you guys to begin to trust me and some of the plays that I have and some of the stuff that's on the sticky note. And I think you've given that back. So thank you so much for everything and for all the love and all the support that this show continues to get. And on that note, let's find some more. I mean,
speaking of,
look at Snowflake, by the way, $8 now, 141 for Snowflake.
You just mentioned the Trading Floor. Yeah, guess what? The Trading Floor is actually hiring again. So Greg is on vacation. He's the floor manager. Brandon has been doing a fantastic job filling in for him, and he is going to be hiring. I think we have his email. If you're in the GTA, if you want to trade on a prop floor desk, for Day Trade the World, and actually be able to sit behind us, be amongst our training group, you can apply right now. There is the email on the list, but you do have to be here. Like, you have to be in the GTA. But we do hiring periodically, and we're in one right now. So get those resumes in if you are interested. We've had a lot of good candidates that are watchers of the show here and have done pretty successfully. So we hope to find some more.
Holy crow, bang, right there goes Snowflake. Like, let's go, man. We talked about 140. I was like, oh, you know, pipe dream? No, 140 was not a pipe dream. 140 was in the cards when it was down here at 132, man. That's why we have $9 right now in the money on this name. Obviously, we're out of it, man. I mean, we only have like 20% left of our position. So it was a big move. When this came up to 140, we had to take it out. That was our target. But look at this Snowflake. Now, you know, taking it back up to the upside right now. And by popular demand, I think it was just me demanding it, but by popular demand, this was a segment
I think I asked for this the first time he did it.
Yeah. Well, yesterday I was like, we're doing it now. Brendan hooked this up. So thanks, Brendan, for this. And great ideas. Great minds think alike here. So let's go to a new segment for you on our show. It's one that we introduced on the midday show, but it's right here, right now. And I think it's pretty important. It definitely moves a lot of these names here on the day. It's called Social Sentiment, and it's up now with Brendan.
Hey guys, there's actually been a few people talking about it, so let's do it. This is a look at what is being talked about on social media platforms when it comes to the stock market. So, brief description here if you're seeing this for the first time. The size of the box and then the intensity of the color will give you an idea of how often the individual symbols being mentioned and in which direction, obviously. So a few things of note here. Mullen, we talked about yesterday a little bit to the upside, back down today on some negative sentiment. There's REV, huge move downside so far today for Revlon. Redbox on here still. It seems like every day Redbox is on here. Vinco Ventures, I sent that out on Twitter this morning. They finally announced the date for that Cryptide deal for Vinco Ventures. Very positive for them today. The SPY is green. Same story for Meta and SIGA. We talked about on the new order for them. There's an NIO. Interesting, nice day for NIO so far, but a little bit of negative sentiment coming through here for NIO. Some of the chip makers I noticed popping up to the downside today as far as sentiment is concerned as well, while the Qs are positive, guys. So a little bit of a look at how people are talking or what people are saying on social media for individual stocks. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, I want to say not a ton of surprises, but I see you guys talking about that Zila, so maybe I should be paying a little bit closer attention to it. It is still a penny stock, obviously, but look, it's important because you always want a catalyst when you want these bigger moves, and if you don't have a catalyst, sometimes you don't get them. The entire, I guess, U.S. listed Chinese ADRs had been strong. There wasn't a particular catalyst with the exception of Li Auto today. Alibaba just got through VWAP again. Going to continue to ring the register every time it bounces off that 110.50 at 111 and just make sure we're scalping that out, then trying to hold for those highs of the day. As long as it tries to come to that high of the day, I'm going to be right there. 113.50 does remain in play for a breakout. Tesla is starting to have some trouble. At that previous pre-market low. It gets to 710 and cannot seem to follow through. So anyone following Tesla, its relative weakness is still feeling like it's there. I think it needs to retest VWAP, maybe hold there, and then it can catch another bit of a bid. I do have one short on that, of course, will square at the high. Super strong. I haven't been able to get the first leg out just yet, and it is sort of flagging up to this 65 level. My stop is at that high of the day if it does break out. It looks like Shop might have, I don't know if it's running out of steam. This is also a time of day thing. It's 10:35 now. Starting to slow down, but the break at 350 is still climbing nicely. Set of higher lows, bouncing off that 350 level. So still looking pretty valid to the long side there. Nothing to do except manage to trade. But yeah, there goes Tesla showing some signs of weakness. The market bounces off the highs and Tesla doesn't even get to them. Unfortunately. So Tesla might be a bit of a dog today unless it holds its 700 here through lunch.
I mean, didn't Captain Elon there say that those gigafactories were like furnaces just burning fire?
He did.
So, yeah, until they get the parts, man.
Well, burning money.
Burning, yeah, exactly, burning fire. Creating fire, burning cash, and you don't like to hear that. But at the same time, and again, I was talking with my kid on the way in, and it's just like, if Tesla's having those problems, I kind of like, okay, what is the next shoe to drop on some of these other dudes here, like a Rivian? The thing about, and then we sort of thought about it, and the thing about it all was that, you have a Rivian and a Snowflake that aren't or not a Snowflake, that's what I'm looking at here, Lucid, Fisker, everything else that's out there, GGPI, Polestar, all that. These guys actually aren't looking for the same kind of parts as Tesla. The reason why is like Tesla's spitting out like hundreds of thousands of vehicles a year. These guys targeting like 20,000 vehicles. So maybe on the supply chain side of things, they're having a little bit more luck with all of that. Is there a problem with Tony's login over there? It doesn't know how to turn off dark mode? Okay. You just change, there is no dark mode. You just change the chart background to white. Anyways, we'll go over that. We'll get that all figured out right now. But that's my thing there. So I'm really interested in the next wave of earnings, which is coming up very soon, just because I want to hear what these guys have to say about the supply chain. It has been a nightmare, the supply chain. So let's wait to see what they got on that. But right now we have Brendan. What's up, my man?
All right, here's the confirmation, guys, for Altria. The FDA officially now halting sales of Juul e-cigarettes. So yesterday, the note was essentially they were preparing to halt sales. So here's the actual confirmation. The company saying they're continuing to work with authorities and officials and hope to resolve the issue. But it is official now, FDA halting sales of Juul e-cigarettes. Surprisingly, everyone was expecting, or with no surprise, everyone was expecting this from yesterday, guys. But there it is for MO.
Yeah, not a surprise there. Maybe not a surprise. GGPI, you just mentioned it. I remember we haven't even looked at the stock today. Yeah, and a lot of times when you have that rollover, or I guess the deal goes through and you get the symbol change, it sells off. So it's pretty much at the lows of the day. I think it might have one last ditch effort to find some support there at 10.50, but for now, it looks like that one's just giving up. Just a classic sell the news type of event here for Polestar. I'll get to shop in a quick second, but Square, Block, I should say, just took out that high, so we wait for it to get to 65. It tries to pull back down, and it never got any profit out because, quite frankly, I was looking for at least a push, maybe into 64.20 or something like that before getting a little bit out, and it goes right through the high of the day. So we're just going to take the stop out there, hang on to the longs that we have. BABA looking like it's pretty good. Shop is still churning nice and steadily up from that 350 break. Looks like it's about to take on the 355 level. Need to see the futures come with it, man. That'd be a heck of a lot nicer if the futures wanted to participate. I haven't traded Revlon once today.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it keeps trying to form a bit of a bid. I'm going to go to the 15-minute chart. Just because you had this $6 level, which was the high a couple of sessions ago, and then it pulled back and managed to close, or actually hold in the post-market, I should say, at that 6, and now it's trying to find support above that. So it might have a little bit of an area where it can consolidate off of and maybe make a secondary run. But it's been pretty weak, down 15%. Of course, that kind of a day was always coming, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's done. Sometimes it'll consolidate for an afternoon or consolidate for a day or two and go again. I'd be looking at that $6 level for that potential chance on Rev.
All right, so so I'm taking the 7 break long. I thought that's where you're going to go with there, but so shout out to Kevin there asking me what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the 7 break long again on this name and see if we can't make that back. We have one negative name today. We're going to try to change that right now with this play. So hopefully that'll come through now, and then we'll be able to get a little bit of luck running through here for us on Revlon. So hopefully that'll break 7, and we'll be able to take that. There was a name I want to talk about. I think someone put it in the chat. Now I can't remember what it is. It's nothing that I'm in. Oh, it's a new position. That's what the hell it was. Heck, it was. We'll hit this for a new siren alert right now, and then we'll hit the money bags because it's right beside it, and why not? All right, MO. I mean, I'm not going to sit here, let Brendan tell me that these are off the shelf now and I'm not going to go short. So right there, it is SSR from yesterday, right? So I don't know where this name goes. We'll just play the short. We saw it fall apart yesterday. We were 10 cents in the money there, but that's not the play that we're looking for. So I'm going to see about like down here, sort of where yesterday was. Right now, there goes Revlon. So Revlon does break above 7. So anyways, Philip Morris, almost said it again. Altria. Philip Morris is PM, by the way. So I saw you there, Pillow Talker, whatever it was there. So yeah, yesterday we were screwing that up, but today we're back, and hopefully we're not screwing it up. So right now, Revlon long and Altria. We are short on that one, waiting for a lower low here. We'll see if it takes that out. And if you look at yesterday's levels, not much really. The bottom was there. Some of these tops, that's why we're going to try to get out 41.80, stuff like that. So we'll see if that comes into play. But right now, it is all about me and Revlon. A whopping 8 cents in the money. Let's go, Revlon.
Oh, I just saw a little something and I don't want to say it concerns me on Shopify, but what I don't always like to see when you get a bit of a breakthrough, a key price, it got through this 355 and immediately, it went to 357, very, very quickly. The bid just sort of snapped back down to 55 again, and then it got up to 57. I saw the bid sort of trail. So I hopped on the offer just saying, if this is my target area, which it's in. It was at 50, 55 to 60 area, and it got halfway. And then I immediately see the bid, lack of follow through. The spread opens up. It's now 50 cents. I saw 80 cents. When that spread opens up against me, meaning the bid is stacking much, much lower after breaking that 55 price, I think that's a bit of a sign of momentum is running out. And on top of that, I said I needed the futures to help me out with a break. Neither the ES or the NASDAQ went through the high of the day, and we entered and got like $1.50 away from our target area. So we go to the 350s. The last out's going to be about 650 in the money because it was shy of that 57. Still a good break, but showing some signs of, I don't want to say relative weakness, but of slowing down here. And I just want to make sure I grab profit going into the lunch hour on Shopify. Ooh, already 10:40. Time for Sector Watch.
Let's go. Oh, shit. This one.
Just be aware, guys, the broadcast portion, I guess, of Mr. Powell's testimony has begun. So watch the overall market. 0.8 here for the S&P. Bit of a mixed board overall. You can see there is a decent amount of red on here in the financial group. First of all, the individual banks I saw right out of the gate this morning, pretty weak. Back to the downside for all the big banks included in that. Industrials as well, showing a lot of weakness this morning, including these are all the airlines. UAL, AAL, Delta, all 2+% to the downside. So along with Deere, they're having a bad day. 4% for DE in negative territory. Material stocks, 2 days in a row, back to the downside for Mosaics, 5% so far today in negative territory. Energy below that as well. Yeah, oil's kind of chopping around, not really doing much today, but all the energy stocks downside. Tech, however, helping to offset that, and then some. It's the software names that are actually doing quite nicely so far today. Adobe there, I just saw 2% to the upside. Salesforce as well, 2.2% back in positive territory. Health stocks leading, though, as far as strength is concerned. The entire group outside of DVA higher on the day. Consumer discretionary as well, showing a lot of strength. Some of the travel names in this group as well. So hotels, casinos, Expedia, websites, that type of thing, all down 2.5 to 3.5% there right across the board. Home builders bouncing back. Good to see some of the home builders here. DHI and Lennar up 4.5% after, it was a tough start to the week, but they have had a bit of a rebound past couple of days. Anyways, 0.8 for the S&P, guys. Back to you.
Right. About Revlon being negative, hopefully we're about to change that right now. We are long at 704. We did take a piece out right there, so we are going to have to watch out for that trade coming through now. But so far, so good here on REV. Nice little upside move. We just took some out there at 717. What was that price? 16 or 17? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, 16, 17. Right there, we just hit offer enter. So let's see where that goes right now. It's Revlon, and I'm looking at this name to continue its move back up. Let's see, that VWAP is 30, so let's see if it has that. Neil was talking about it basing out. I agreed. Obviously, that's why we went long there, so we'll see right now about Revlon coming through on that trade. So 711, 710 there. Did you wind up getting long on that? Or you have another interesting name there.
I didn't get the long, but Brendan mentioned a bad day for John Deere, down 5%, and it gets pretty spicy. Obviously a good company, and look, they're not going anywhere. But $300 held, and I'm talking almost to the penny, 307. So when we say support on some of these bigger names or big cap type names at round numbers, this is what we kind of mean. As a day trader, you have to have an alert set. Like if I'm not watching the stock, then I'm not going to get that trade. But we talk about these all the time. Sure, it's breaking a shelf, but 300, that's the only thing standing between it and like a bit of an abyss to the downside, as you can see. If this gets through 300, and you're thinking like 280s, like where do you even find support for it? Now, I think it's not a bad name to start thinking about dollar cost averaging. It's still a little bit expensive on a PE basis, so you might be a little bit early there, but at some point it becomes too good. If it gets to 300 again, you have to at least consider the break for a day trade as well. But yeah, that's firmly on the radar. You're breaking a major shelf on the daily. You're getting to an even dollar level, which I think you've missed the opportunity at that sort of easy money long, because it gave you $5 clean this morning, 300 and change up to 305. It gets through 300, like I said, you can look at the chart. There's pretty much nothing below it, and we have to watch levels like this as traders.
I mean, did you even look at Caterpillar recently? Like, I thought these names were holding out okay, but they're not, man. I'm not in this name, but definitely, just like John Deere, not in that name either. But some of these levels, like Neil mentioned there, that are coming through are spicy ones, man. Like down to 185. Look at Caterpillar, down 3% today, right? So, and again, on nothing, I think. It's just that there's just a switch happening. We know about that switch, right?
So Caterpillar's 180. That hasn't broken. Like Deere's through that support on the daily. Caterpillar hasn't gone through it yet. Like if it gets through that level on the daily chart, come on, like a little bit further back. Like this is almost a more significant bottom because it's like a triple bottom on the daily or a quadruple or something like that. But it gets through that and there's tons of room to the downside. It's still holding up for now, but this is what you have to look out for, these big monster levels when they come through. Just kind of missed Deere today, but not going to miss Caterpillar. I mean, like I like it and I own the stock, but it gets through 180. I'm not sure how that's not a shortable event, to be honest with you.
All right. Microsoft, I mean, the reason why some of these names are going down is because there is a little bit of a rotation, obviously, happening the last couple days into some of these NASDAQ names. I mean, Microsoft up 2%, Caterpillar down that same spot, right? So, some things make sense a little bit, and I just feel like looking at some of these beat down tech names, I mean, I love tech. You guys know that. I mean, I can't just sit here and talk like that. I mean, we've been buying Microsoft. There's that 254. Look where we just went to 258. So you check on a daily, there's going to be nothing there. I want to look at a 20-minute just to see. Yeah, so there's that break. That's why we wrote down 257 or whatever we wrote down there that first time because there's the break there on the daily. Now you're starting to go back up. What a gift down here at 240s, things like that on Microsoft. You're going to look back and be like, wow, some of these prices. I wonder if the market's still going to make one more low. It actually wouldn't surprise me if they did make another low here. We still do have 75 basis points coming in July and then another 50 in September, no meeting in August. But, we'll just wait to see where we go from there. I still like Microsoft. I want to hold these names as long as we can today for some more upside moves. On that note, I mean, Amazon. Like, hello, this is at $3 in the money right now on AMZN. So, buy that 108 dip, and it's not like it's rocket science. There were some good levels. The only thing is like if the market continued to go down, and this is the way I trade, and sometimes you're going to get smacked, right? I mean, we've been really lucky to have a great little run here in the last little while. But, if the market does reverse on me and continue to go downside there, then yeah, all of these trades here get washed, right? I mean, there's down, and then we're looking at 106 to get out. So that's why when you have big winners like this, you got to be able to hold on to a little bit because, when they're bad, like I'd have the full ride and getting killed there. You saw me get destroyed on BABA not too long ago. Not destroyed, but was my worst trade of the month, maybe of the year. We lost like $3 or $4 on BABA. It just kept going down. That was on that Ant news, right? When they were like, hey, man, we're going to IPO it, then we're not. That was dirty. That was dirty. So that was a dirty move. And we lost on that. But that's what's going to happen. So to sit here and not expect those kind of moves is quite frankly a little silly. These moves are going to continue to happen. So you gotta hold something when that big move does come. We did write down yesterday for Amazon about that 112 area. That's where we keep making that joke about where the players dwell. So let's see if we get up to 112 on Amazon. That would probably be where I'm looking to get out.
Yeah, and so sort of speaking of Amazon, Google or Alphabet, we know the split is coming, obviously, next month. But this one has been finding resistance at the high of the day. And I know we don't trade it very often, but when you talk about big tech and where the market and why the market isn't breaking out, we keep showing you names that are strong. Like we'll show you Shopify and some of these longs that are working. But if you're wondering why we're not taking out the high, it's because something like an Alphabet is just sort of finding resistance at the top, and that's why you're not necessarily punching through. It's because Tesla's still at 710 and it's not really punching through. So that's what I want to see the next shoe to drop is. I'm in Alibaba, as I already mentioned. I think JD is relatively strong. One name that we have not traded, I don't know if you did. I don't think so. NEO, that just fell right off the open. So you wanted to see 23, which is that level on the 15-minute chart. You wanted to see that hold up. It's trying to claw back. But if I'm looking for something that still has a chance for a break on a higher time frame that you haven't really had happen just yet, this is the last few days of consolidation. Everything looks fine to me. You have a 22 bottom. You still have that 23 and change top. You can consolidate there and still get that next leg. And it's got room to 25 on the daily chart. So it did the typical NEO thing, which is gap up, didn't really have a catalyst, and then sold off. But really, you're still in the midst of a breakout on the daily chart. And I think if we can get back above that 23 level, I'm going to like it in the afternoon. I just like to see the market breakout. And if you don't have a strong name right now, then you can be very patient and waiting for that market to break out and then pick something up at that point. But, I like JD if you can give me VWAP. I like BOBA in front of 110.50 if I can get some more of that again. And, of course, Neil can still get back to 23. I just want to see it happen. As we go to Brendan,
yeah, buddy.
there's some money talks.
Hey guys, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Check them out today. Sign up today. Use the QR code smallexchange.com. Guys, let's get into what is happening in the currency world. So we got manufacturing PMI data in the U.S. this morning. That was worse than expected. In the U.K., however, British manufacturing PMI data comes out better than expected. So a bit of a reversal underway right now for the British pound, back to the upside after an early dip lower this morning. So we are still red on the day, but much better than it was there, 122.5. Right now for the pound, the dollar higher on the day, 0.2 even with that number this morning, back to 104.3-ish for the dollar index there. The euro also lower, 0.4, same story with the Canadian dollar. 0.2 to the downside. It's been a crazy week for some of these, though. Very, very volatile. Bottom end of the board here, we are positive, as we said, out of the gate this morning for cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin actually trying to hold 20,500, got up to 21-ish overnight. 3.3 right now for Bitcoin, 1,100 once again for Ethereum. Guys, back over to you.
All right, nice to see the crypto markets moving back to the north side there. What a great buying opportunity that could have been. And again, like I keep saying, if we do think there's some more turbulence coming in the market, then, crypto is definitely on par for that. So we'll see if that can come through there. Okay, just quickly here, Philip, almost did it again, Altria. Oh, man, why don't they just make it like AL or something like that for a symbol, or ALT?
They're messing with you.
It's
like because they don't want to be they
PM
don't want you thinking about it.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Philip
why.
Morris is PM, though. I don't know what I'm doing by calling it that. So anyways. All right, 41.80. For some reason, I was just watching this thing, and it just tanked down to that level there. And by tank, I mean it just moved down there. So we're sitting there now to take this out. That news came out, and I don't ever like to trade news stories after the news. I'm in this because of them pulling them from the shelves, the news that Brendan gave to us, right? So it's never gone against us, but it also hasn't really been doing anything. So if that news is already sort of in the name, in the market, then I don't need to be sitting here in this trade hoping for it to move down. If it moves down, I'd rather be short than long, so that's all good, and we're here for that. But at the same time, I am willing to now, and I wasn't before. I was waiting for the 70s. It's not like this is a dramatic change, but now we'll just wait in the low 80s. So if this comes back down in, let's get more of a piece out here on MO and just hopefully hold the last half for a little bit of a winner there. And then just one more time here on Revlon, as we only have 5 minutes to go before Tony and Ian take over the controls here. But Revlon, again, a decent name here for me, but at the same time, not really moving around too much. So we've lost on Revlon. It's our only losing trade today. It's very, very minuscule compared to the rest. We lost about a third of our net on Revlon that we made on Amazon. It's not even close on Snowflake. We lost 10% of Revlon, what we made on Snowflake. Everything else cashing in as well. So far, so good here. Let's just keep this momentum going. And honestly, Revlon, is that 720 as high as it's going to go? 16 cents. I don't want to take that. I don't even have an offer, actually. Probably $6, something like that. But for right now, Revlon's on my mind. And we're going to have to watch out for that, especially around that VWAP of 730, Brendan.
All right, a few minutes ago, as you said, there are actually a few notable earnings names coming up tonight. We're in that in-between phase between earnings seasons. We'll get back into the thick of things the second week of July. But as I said, a few notable names for tonight and tomorrow morning.
Which one? BlackBerry?
BlackBerry. I thought FedEx.
I'm kidding,
No, but
man.
why not? BlackBerry could be hot, man. I don't mind that BlackBerry trade at all, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, but only because it has some short interest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that could be pretty hot. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, yeah, probably not. I think BlackBerry could be hot tomorrow. Smith & Wesson, unfortunately, with everything that's going on, the gun manufacturers probably still in play there. And then BlackBerry as well, like Neil mentioned, always worth looking at as you can get some of those runners in the short interest. Let's just do a short interest check on that now.
I'm going to say 9.3.
Yeah, it's never really that high. I'm going to go a little higher, and then I'm going to go like in the high teens, 17 or 18.
Really?
I haven't looked in forever.
Oh,
No,
really?
it's even shorter than that. We're both a little off there. 6. So maybe BlackBerry doesn't have.
You're boring when even the hedge funds don't want to short you anymore.
Yeah, look at the float though, 600 million shares. Okay, so for BlackBerry, maybe we'll
forget about that.
scratch that idea right now. But Mike, still could blow out. I mean, people are so negative on these names. Watch out for a nice upside move, but we don't have to watch out for any upside moves right now because honestly, man, this day just keeps on blowing up. I mean, look at Microsoft. Now we're $4 in the money on Microsoft, like off of that sticky note 254 level. So that just continues to work, man. I'm probably just going to hold this all day, like we said. But yeah, the big day continues. Super happy with everything here, man. We'll be back at 2 p.m. With some more hot fire. But so far, so good here today. MO, did we get that, Phil? No, we didn't. It went down again to 85. And now starting to go back up to the upside. Look at this market really starting to blow up here.
Oh, and keep in mind, so Shop did get to 360. I took it out, obviously. Could have held on a little bit more, but didn't want to do it. Carnival. If that gets back, $10 was such a monster level, 10 and 11 were such monster levels, that this gets back and establishes a bit above there. You've seen, what that's been able to do, and now it's just sort of consolidating off that wipeout bottom. Wipeout bottom, if I've ever seen one. If you hold on any positive catalyst coming through, then clearly this has a ton of room to run. It can fill the gap and be at like 11.50. So, I mean, longs in front of 10 are going to make sense. But, hey, you need to see a good print. You need to see it open above that price tomorrow. But that should be on our radar just because of it's just a sheer potential play, right? Like how far it can go after this consolidation. It's got to be on our radars. And I guess that plays both ways, right? If we don't get back above 10, you could see revisit some of those lows and get down to $8. But I kind of feel there's more opportunity to the upside if we get a good print.
I mean, look at Amazon right now. I mean, Amazon is $3 in the money right now for us. So Amazon continues to work as well. Big time movement here on all of these names. So, wow, what a day this has been, man. Microsoft, $4.50 in the money. Amazon. And then the thing about this, Altria, that just didn't give us the levels that we wanted there. So Altria continues to be a fade play there today. We'll see where that goes. One name that we haven't even looked at yet, and I don't know, I haven't heard you say it yet. I haven't heard anybody say it. But what about the semis? I mean, what are they doing today? Nothing. Like AMD, it's funny that we left these alone because AMD downside move, right, for AMD here. Down 0.4. Like, what's up with that here today? So AMD downside move. Look at NVIDIA as well. That's a downside move as well coming through here on NVIDIA. So big movement to the downside. I don't know, man. These semis just not working out. I guess all the money is flowing into the softies, the Amazons, the snowflakes of the world. Quickly check in on Palantir. I'm thinking Palantir might be a fade off of 950 just because of the way it's moving. We obviously like that 950 level right here on Palantir right there coming through. So watch out for that 950 on PLTR. I think it might be a fade.
Palantir, yeah, I mean, Snowflake, Palantir, obviously in that same space. We only had 15 seconds left. I look over, I do see him there. I was a little worried because I saw, of course, we have Ian in place. Pratt is not going to be here, but that just means you get LT Gray himself.
Hit the likes.
Tony is going to be there. So you did set you set a 2,000 like minimum, I think. But it's been blown away. 2.6. Now it's about that 3K. Let's get to Mr. 3000. It should be, and it's going to be a fun show. Lots moving. Market trying to break out through those highs. And we got Ian and Tony the Tiger. Go get them, boys.
Welcome to the midday show. We got your main man Tony here, and then of course myself here, geared up for an exciting day. How you doing, Tony?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful, Ian. How are you today, and how are your trades going?
I'm doing okay. You know, I started off a little bit rough, And I was like having flashbacks of yesterday. Yesterday, if you wasn't aware, I had like a bit of a more like poor trading day. But then, once I started, the difference between today and yesterday is I didn't get tilted. I didn't get angry. I didn't start trading on tilt. I stuck to my my guns and I stuck to my plan. And now I'm green on the day. I'm having a good what we call is like a GFB day, gain from bottom, if you will. So having a good day there. My best name is Amazon. I'll quickly kind of jump into those to that trade there. I kind of channeled my inner Luca almost on this trade, just because I was like, if the market's going to give these like nice whips back and forth, like it's got to be like a scalp, like it's got to be like more of like a scalper's market. So that's essentially what I was like kind of doing here on Amazon, basically for like the past like 45 minutes. So I kind of like started trading it around 10 o'clock there. I had more of like a long bias above this 109 level. And I did like take like a loss here, but then eventually, I got closer to the 109. So again, managing my R&R, risking less, maybe taking more size on this. So, and then kind of scalping it out and holding it for bigger moves, right? Then I kind of added above this 109.50. That area got kind of reclaimed. And then I was like kind of scalping out in front of 110. Then when that level got, I held a piece there and I scalped it out for like 110.50. So that was a good trade. And then once that 110 level got reclaimed, I was thinking like, okay, maybe we can go long off this. But what I kind of noticed was that it was like channel trading like really hard between like 110.50 to 110 like 20, 110.10, I want to say. So about like 30, 40 cent range. So I was like shorting off of that, going long off the bottom, shorting at the top, going long at the bottom. And eventually, it reclaimed, or it claimed the 110.50 area, and there was like a lot of buying above that. So I went long above that as well. Scalped it out to in front of 111 there, and then I actually went short in front of that too. So it's just been like scalping back and forth basically on Amazon, respecting these ranges, and that's what it's been kind of having. That's what you've been kind of having to do, like with this market. We're bouncing around this today, between like 3,800 and 3,770. So a bit of a tighter range on the market. I would say a little bit more bullish because the bounces are a little bit more, pronounced. But with a ranging market like this, with a bouncing market like this, you really have to respect those ranges and respect those levels.
Absolutely, and congratulations. What a fantastic trade on Amazon. Specifically tech stocks today rallying quite a bit. I'm actually quite surprised at how the market's been reacting to Jay Powell's testimony yesterday morning. I believe he's also speaking now, if I'm correct in that. But yesterday, I remember he was saying something to the effect of the economy can handle another 75 basis point rise over here in July, and the market was like, okay, well, I guess that's good signs. But market rallied a little bit yesterday. I think it closed around flat today. Tech stocks up the most out of all the indices, up 1.25%. I think at the moment I'm looking to short some of these indices. Perhaps you are as well, looking to perhaps look for a reversal trade on that Amazon over there. But I believe that at the moment tech stocks are doing quite well today, but we might see a little bit of a reversal. So that's my first trade today. I shorted the Qs at around 284 flat, a bit higher than what we're at the moment. I'm seeing the S&P as well up 0.75%, quite a bit. But at the moment, I do believe we are due in for a little bit of a reversal, but I could be wrong. My tech stock today is taking up. In my personal account, I'm holding a lot of these growth tech names, Upstart, Unity, me as well as many others. And a lot of these names have been up quite a bit. Upstart today up 5%. I'm seeing, Unity up 9% today. Absolutely great. DigitalOcean 7%, Bandwidth 12. So it's fantastic day for the tech stocks so far, but looks like we're doing for a little bit of reversal now. Tech stocks falling just a little bit. I think that's around 0.1% now, up just over 1%. S&P as well, a bit of a reversal, looking to fall back towards VWAP as well. Facebook today, interestingly, hit a 52-week low before covering a few dollars, but still up just less than 1%. It's actually funny. Meta, I suppose now they call it. I think it's becoming a little bit too undervalued at this point. I know there's been a lot of problems with Facebook. Obviously, rising rates looking like we're going to hit 3.5% by the end of this year. Obviously not a great environment for a lot of these growth techs, but I think Meta's starting to look more like a blue chip stock. Yeah, I know they're not very diversified. 98% of their revenues come from advertising expense, but don't forget this company posted $117 billion in revenues over in 2021, and about 45% of those went into their net profit. So I think Facebook at the moment, and a lot of other tech names such as Netflix trading at very low P ratios. Obviously, in this environment, seeing falling subscription numbers, falling advertising numbers, but overall, I think very decent long-term plays over here. So short-term bearish, long-term bullish for tech stocks.
I wanted to touch on PEV just because that's been going off. I know you guys are talking about it. I know you guys are trading it. They were talking about it a lot on the morning show. It had a lot of buying momentum in the morning. And I was actually trying to get long, of course. I took this initial $8 break. But my fills were terrible on it. And I think Neil mentioned too, the fills were really bad on this break for whatever reason. And then I got wicked out of my stop really quickly. So that was a quick loss. It happened within a second. And that was kind of unfortunate. I eventually jumped back long in front of this 8 level. And then that turned out to be a decent winner there. And I actually took high at daybreak. That was a mistake. Quick stop out there. So I am down on the name on PEV, but I'm liking more so this 7 level, just because Neil kind of mentioned it as well. These consolidation areas, they usually tend to respect these levels. So I am long PEV now, just defending the 7 level, and I'll add in front of the 7 as it kind of dips lower, and kind of trade the range if it jumps up to 750, 760 area. I'll look to kind of take profits there. But this is going to be smaller size now. I'm not trying to make back my whole day or something like that just off these positions here. But when a range kind of comes in play, especially on something like PEV, I'm going to try to look to get involved here. That's my position currently on PEV. And also, I wanted to bring up NIO. I've traded 4 names today, so I'll slowly go through them as the show kind of goes on. But NIO, I think I'm going to have to put this one back on my blacklist, guys. It gapped up above 23. And if you guys recall, 23 has been kind of this intraday level the past couple days. And I was okay, now we're gapping above 23. Is it going to be bullish above this level? Are we going to get some buying above this level? Is that continued momentum going to continue to the upside, right? And so I put a stink bid here down at 23.05, something like that. I left it there and I went to go do something else, and then it filled me, and I'm all of a sudden sitting 30 cents out of the money. I'm okay, this is bad trade. I quickly took that one out for a loss. It almost looks like I should have been more bearish above this and not believed in NIO. I was wrong to believe in NIO this morning. That continued strength above 23, but it is what it is. I managed my risk appropriately there, so it was a small loss, but just more so an annoying loss, if that. And it makes me want to put NIO back on my blacklist. So it is what it is. I bought NIO at 64. Don't feel too bad. Yeah, that sounds a lot worse than my position. Of course, you're probably holding it for an investment or something like that. So, I'm obviously day trading it. Short at 23, long down near 22. Yeah, I kind of like those ranges a lot more, right? And even look at this, guys. I kind of left NIO because I was screw this stock. I'm done with this name. I'm never trading again. But look at where it kind of rejected here. It tested this 23 level, and now it's kind of pulling back off that, right? So clearly this 23 level, it's been a level the past couple days. It's still clearly a level to respect as a resistance. So let's keep doing that. If it kind of comes up there, maybe I might get frisky with it. Maybe I might kind of take a cheeky short there with a small position. But let's keep in mind that 23 level, and that's NIO. Some people are saying Fed talking FYI. I think they're doing a 2-day testimony. But they're not saying anything that they haven't already said, or Jay Powell hasn't already said last week. So I don't know if it's going to really move the markets or anything like that. The things that I'm gauging for overall market sentiment is everyone's kind of fearing a recession now, right? So a lot of the things that they were talking about yesterday with Jay Powell, they were questioning him is the Fed going to be able to control this soft landing that they've been kind of talking about as they kind of raise rates and handle the high inflation. But we'll see. Time will tell. I feel recession is almost imminent at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It's with 75 basis points again over in July. I think they were talking about 50 in September. I think they're preparing very much so for an absolute recession. I know some people are saying, well, it's not guaranteed. There's still a chance we don't fall into recession. There's still a chance. I'm saying this is what was supposed to happen back in 2020. The Fed turned on its printer. They started mass buying bonds. They bought junk bonds. At that time, people were saying, don't fight the Fed. So we delayed it for 2 years. I think the Fed did the right thing because now we're pretty much coming out of the pandemic, and very much so. So restaurants are now opening up. They've been open for quite some time, at least here in Toronto. I know they've pretty much never been closed back in Florida, but I think everyone has been opening up as well for the past couple of months here. And so I think the Fed did the right thing. They turned on the printer. The money supply was high for 2020, 2021. And now we're coming back. We're trying to contract the monetary supply. Inflation's getting a little bit out of hand, but I think the inflation is very much due. And this is not something like 2008 or anything like the Great Recession. I don't think the economy's going to collapse like that. But I think after the spectacular growth we've been seeing in 2020 and 2021, we're going to come in a little bit. 2 consecutive quarters GDP decline. I think it's very much necessary, and that doesn't even mean like it's looking bad overall. It's just that it's like after a stock goes up 200%, you need it to pull back a little bit before it goes up again. That's just how things work. No point having something go up only in a straight line. So I think the economy now is due for a little bit of a break. We'll see how the Fed can really handle it. I think J Powell is starting to get on top of his game now. I think he should have enacted some hawkish policy later or back in 2021, but I think better late than never, coming in with 75 basis points back in the last meeting, 75 again over in July. So we'll see how the economy takes it. I think a lot of these growth tech stocks have more or less bottomed. You see here, I closed my NASDAQ trade off of the initial short there, and looks like the Qs are moving back up, again up 1 1/3%. Up a percent and a third. S&P as well, bouncing off VWAP, never really tested it as well. So I think the economy here overall, we might be finding a bottom. I remember people were saying don't fight the Fed back when the stocks are going up. At the moment, it's, for people are asking me whether or not it's a good time to buy into long positions at the moment. Don't fight the Fed going up. You don't want to fight the Fed going down. J Powell's pretty much saying now we're going to fight inflation at all costs. We're going to bring it back down to 2%. And so what that means is we're going to be increasing the rates as needed, 3.5% end of this year, 4% at the end of next year. At least that's what bond traders are pricing it at. We'll see if we actually need to get there. But overall, I think we see a bit of we see in the tech stocks, obviously, as well as the S&Ps. Moving down quite a bit, S&P down over 20%. Qs I saw was down 35 from the peak, but now we're coming back in. I think we're settling a little bit, and for the long term, I think now might be a good time to start buying some of these cash flow positive companies, possibly dabbling in some of these cash flow negative companies as well, as we see inflation perhaps peak at around 8%, 9%. Hopefully it doesn't get there, but see what happens. But overall, I think hopefully the Qs can bottom at around this point. We've fallen a long ways to get here. But hopefully this could be near the bottom. And once inflation, I think, peaks, it might be time to start buying stocks again. It might be time to start buying Bitcoin again.
I added to my, great notes there, Tony. They're saying, Tony, take a breather. We need more Tony. Such a great day today. No, we're always happy to have Tony here and get his insights. I always say, man, it seems like you're like an economics major or something like that. You graduated with business honors or something, because everything you say is it just seems so insightful. But that's why we love him here on the show. I added to this PEV position in front of 7. I thought I wasn't gonna get wicked out there, and I probably still am. If it breaks below 7 here, I am kind of watching it. It is a small position. I'm kind of just feeling this one out, so I'm not that interested in it. If it does break down, it is what it is. We'll move on and try to trade something else. But it seems like there's some interest or action around the 7 level. So I'm going to keep watching it on my side screen. And in that sense, I want to talk about Revlon as well. Just because Revlon, if you guys recall from yesterday, if you guys saw the show yesterday, that was where I kind of took my big L on Revlon early on, getting involved in that halt, and then, kind of trading a little bit on tilt afterwards. So today it was funny because the day started and then Spencer's like, yeah, you gonna mess with Revlon again? You gonna dance with Revlon again? I'm like, you know what? Probably not. And look at the day today. It is having a down day, down 15% today. No buying momentum at all. No bullishness at all. It's just kind of getting sold off. There was this little $8 breakout. That was a pre-market level, if you will, but that kind of failed, and then as soon as that failed, it was just all the way to the downside, trading below VWAP and, trading below the 50 period now, kind of in line with that. So, obviously I'm not saying that the total bull run is done with Revlon, but the move maybe is a little bit overexhausted for now, and, maybe a little bit overextended to the downside. So we're kind of down, or we're kind of due for a down day, if you will, on Revlon. Of course, down 16%, that's a pretty big down day. Holding Rev bought more at 666 patience. yeah, PAY Shins. That's the way to spell patience. It looks like I just got wicked out of that PEV trade, so that's whatever. I'll just move on from that. It didn't really seem like a good trade anyways. I see Rev at 5. Yeah, potentially. That's where it started. Like this 5 level is clearly a level of interest here on the daily, just kind of looking at it. Just because it like kind of consolidated around that area. Of course, we're getting the big breakout. But you know what? It's all about, where is this, if it does get bought out, where is this going to kind of end up? Like, is it going to end up what's the price going to be, right? So, it's obviously going to gravitate towards that price. But for now, all those are rumors. So, we'll just keep kind of holding on to that. And there was a super chat here from Mohammed. So thank you so much for the super chat there. VRM analysis, please. Yeah, for sure. Let's bring up VRM.
Ooh, I think that's room.
Yeah. Okay. You know if it's NASDAQ or yeah, it probably is NASDAQ.
Time a stock's like less than $5, pretty much sure it's NASDAQ. But this was $70 at one point, I remember.
Did you want to talk about it?
Oh, no. It's I think I'm not much of a day trader. I think all I could talk about is, wow, this stock fell a lot, But I think after the trading goes, I think it's better you take it.
It's having a huge day today, up 43% on the day. So I'm assuming you're probably long, Mohammed. So congratulations for this one. Just kind of looking at the daily, I always kind of want to like bring this up and take a peek just so we can kind of take a look at some levels. And Tony's kind of right here. It seems like it was way higher. I'm not going to keep scrolling back because it looks like the chart just keeps going up and up and up. But looking at more recent levels here, we obviously have come off a long way from highs there, but more so this 3 level is probably a huge area of interest just because it kind of broke down below there, consolidated below, tried to get above again, and then couldn't really do it, and then just kind of fell apart below there. So obviously having a huge day today. I'm not too sure if there was any sort of like catalyst today. I'm assuming there was for the big boost up today. It wasn't on our radar here at the firm, unfortunately, apparently, but it looks like it halted. Actually, did it halt? Let me bring this to 1 minute so we can actually see. No, it didn't. It didn't halt. So that's kind of weird. But yeah, obviously having a huge day today. So if you are kind of in this long down here at like the $1 level, 130 level, keep holding. That's a great trade. Congratulations.
So I see Rum running. Also see Shift Technologies today, another one. I think they're a used car seller, SFT. This was a SPAC play, remember, back in late 2020. And for something like this, this one's also ripping today as well. I saw this was like $1.30 at one point. Now it's up 39% as well today. So I think following a SFT play. I'm not quite sure what the news is on Rum or Shift. I've seen Carvana not making too big of a play today. I think around 2 or 3% last time I took a look at it. But yeah, a lot of these used car sellers, I think up quite a bit today. Shift at the moment, I think we peaked around $1.30, $1.35. Now at the bottom here, trying to see if we can hold $1, perhaps go back to VWAP. But yeah, it's interesting how a lot of these used car sellers have fallen from grace. Carvana as well being the I think the main one to look at. $270 back during the summer of last year, now trading at around 25, so down 93% as a company that used to be $70 billion. I see a super chat here. Thank you, Flipad Shippa. Tony can check out XBI. It's booming. Yes, absolutely. XBI. I wouldn't be surprised. NASDAQ's now up $1 and, oh no, it's not on NASDAQ, it's on AM. I apologize for that. But yeah, wow, 73, almost 74. It's crazy. This was at 62, 63, I think not that long ago, up 3% today. Biotech now at high of day, moving even higher, I think for about a test 74. I think biotech more or less bottomed, hopefully. I guess it follows NASDAQ no matter what. We take a look at the dailies on a name like this. Nice ETF play here. We're moving back up to previous levels of resistance around the 74, 75 level back in early June before Powell opened them out and raised the interest rates to 75 basis points over here. But yeah, this looks like I think we're way above VWAP at this point, at least on a daily. Just broke right through it with today's candle. Looking like we might go even higher today once we break 74 or 75 seems to be a level of resistance. So we see if we can break above that. But at the moment, I think it's not quite used to these charts here, unfortunately, but wow, it is going up, and away. I think biotech has just been way oversold. Like XBI has been down like 60% from February of 2021. A lot of these biotech names are trading below their book value, below their cash value as well. They're just holding this, like they're just hoarding cash at this point, no liabilities. But market obviously discounting their pipelines as having a negative value, saying that it's a waste of money to continue your therapies. Better if these companies honestly just lay off everybody and issue a final dividend. Because pretty much at that point, I feel like the share price of a lot of these names in the preclinical sector would very much double. I think somebody else was asking me as well about Zila Technologies, and it's funny. Yesterday I received a big package in my mailbox, and it's a annual shareholder package for Zila Tech. I only hold around 1,000 or so shares, which at the current price, I think it's like a solid $200 worth, not even. I remember this company was up big yesterday, 40 or so percent, pulling back just a little bit now. Yeah, this was at what, close to 25, like 22, 23 yesterday, now pulling back around 13%. But yeah, Zila Technologies, I think just plagued with debt. It's hard to see a company that has technologies in its name that's also been looking very, very bearish like this. Obviously for 2022 it's expected, but even before then, 2021, 2020, you don't see too much action with this. I remember Zila was once at 30. But yeah, as a sort of a day trading play, I don't know if I'd be too interested in this one. Looks like we're pulling back. Not a multi-day runner here, obviously. Nice wick top yesterday, but looks like we pulled right back from that level here. And yesterday the news was they secured a $133 million contract. But again, this company is just too many employees on payroll, too much debt, no clear path to profitability. And so in a market like this, you see the companies like this eventually having to do a reverse split. Zila Tech, 16 cents. And now looks like we're pulling back quite a bit. I'm not too interested in going long on this name, unfortunately. But yeah, BHAT as well. I saw mentioned in the chat a lot of Blue Hats Technologies. This is a VR company based in China, from what I understand. Well, if this is the 5-minute chart, I believe. Tested at $2.10 earlier. Now pulling back just a little bit. This company released news they're pulling their shelf offering. So dilution. I know people here saying that the noise is a little bit out of hand. We're shooting another video at the moment as well. It's a monthly thing that we do. So unfortunately, you guys might hear just a little bit noise on the other side. Should last for about an hour. But hopefully you guys can still hear us over the noise. But yeah, I'm seeing in the chat, BHAT nice profits today. People talking about Fastly as well. That's a name I want to look at. I think that's one I have in my personal portfolio. Fastly. See what it's at now. Oh yeah, Fastly, New York stock. 12.5. Looks like we're trying to test 13 along with NASDAQ here. Pulling back again, but up again 1.5%. Big day for NASDAQ. Looks like we're not pulling back much today, still close to the daily high. But yeah, Fastly here. Wow, if you're long on this name today, congratulations, 8.5%. But yeah, how your trade's been going recently?
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of reading the chat here. Yeah, they are filming another video on the side, guys, the main guys there. And then obviously, there is a trading floor behind us. I know they're not too loud, but maybe, I don't know, maybe they can turn up our mics or whatever to kind of help out a bit. But yeah, they are filming another video on the other side, guys, so just kind of keep that in mind and hopefully just bear with us for, yeah, imagine a quiet trading floor. Yeah, no thanks. That's what's really great about the trading floor is that it's loud. People are yelling levels out there. People are yelling out trading ideas. Just a lot like you guys are kind of doing in the chat here, but obviously in person, right? So, I would never change anything like that. It makes it part of the experience and makes it, pretty exciting, especially when there's a lot of things kind of popping off. A couple people mentioned Tesla. So let's take a quick look at that. It wasn't really on my radar today as the market is kind of pulling back. That's kind of interesting. It wasn't really on my radar today. Having more of an inside day, just kind of like fluctuating around this $700 level. When it's going to be like kind of just going back and forth between the $700 level, I'm probably not going to be like too interested in it. Like you could have taken like a $700 breakdown. But man, like we've been talking about how breakouts have been like kind of bad, especially to the downside and to the upside, of course. But like, it would be a tough trade to take, and especially it's not a new level, guys. Like it's a recycle level, like back and forth. So you can't really like put size on it. And if you can't really put size on it, is the trade even worth taking? Then probably not, right? So I just like kind of left this one alone, and it's just having more of like an inside day. I wanted to bring up AMD because I saw someone said, "Oh, AMD, if the market pulls back here, AMD is going to flush." Man, were you right? I was kind of trading AMD. It is one of my losers today. I was more short biased below 83. So you see here, I took a stink bid above 83 here. That didn't work out. Very similar to my NIO trade, so I'm probably going to stop doing that off the open now. But you know, as soon as it kind of broke down below 83, I was kind of shorting below, and I was actually like kind of successful here, you know, scalping it out again. This was a loss here because I added to it and then, you know, took a loss here. Then I kind of went long above 80, or not really above 83, but like trying to take, like, I saw like kind of breaking out, and it did. And then like I scalped it above and then just like flushed right back down. I was like, man, why am I trying to like trade this stock that's like not really doing anything? There's no really momentum to either direction, and that's when I kind of like steered back towards Amazon there and kind of traded that. And I was more successful with that. But this 83 level, it's been like an intraday resistance, if you will, intraday level of interest or key area of interest for the past few days. So that's why I was kind of like trading around this 83 level. And here it kind of rejected. So whoever called that out, I don't remember what your name was, but yeah, that. If this is like, I think it's considerably weaker on the day than like the likes of like Amazon or something like that. So if it is going to kind of flush, the market is going to kind of flush off this like 3,800 level, this key resistance area. You know, I could see AMD pulling back even further, but you know, maybe it kind of respects this 82 level. I took that breakdown earlier and scalped it out. That was like pretty much nothing. So, you know, I'm more so interested in this 83. If it kind of gets back up there, I was thinking about the short as soon as you said that, and then it was like kind of too late. So I just kind of left it. But yeah, that's my thoughts on AMD. Snow, yeah, let's take a quick look at Snow. That was kind of in the news today as well. Whoops, that's the wrong market there. New York. So as this kind of loads up, here we go. It's up 11% on the day, obviously, having a big day. You know, kind of breaching this 140 level. This 140 level was this consolidation area, you know, for the past, like, pretty much for the whole month of June. It was, like, below, and now we're kind of getting up above it, right? So if there's going to be, like, more buying above it, you know, that's going to be a key area of interest. And, you know, probably going to be more bullish, you know, off of today's catalyst, right? But, you know, it's kind of moving without the market today. We talk about, like, you know, things moving in sympathy with the market. You know, Snow is obviously not that because it obviously has a catalyst, unlike some of these other tech stocks that I've been trying to trade. You know, that maybe that's the problem. Like, maybe I'm not trading things with a big enough catalyst, and that's why I kind of took the losses on AMD there. But you know, it is what it is. You learn from your mistakes, hopefully, and you don't repeat them. So I wanted to say, oh yes, so here, BOBA. Someone said BOBA, please. So I'll quickly look at that before I toss it back over to Tony. You know, BOBA getting a little bit of a bump today. I don't know if it was kind of trading in sympathy with some of the other like Chinese stocks. Like obviously, you know, the Chinese EVs were getting a bump this morning, but you know, we already talked about NIO and how that kind of like faded the move or whatever. It seems like BOBA has been a little bit stronger. You know, maybe this 110 levels. Excuse me, maybe this 110 level is interesting. That was like a pre-market level here, and then kind of reclaimed and now kind of consolidating above as I'm kind of like losing my voice. The big return of the kind of, man, I'm just going to keep saying it if you're just going to keep calling it out. It's going to just like, I'm going to read it and then I'm going to want to say it. But yeah, it seems like this 110 level. Tony, you're going to have to take over, man. Maybe I need a drink here. Yeah, Tony, just take over quick. I'm losing my voice.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sorry. It's the one stock I was looking at right now. It's talked about a lot in the chat. GSUN, I think it's a Golden Sun Education shares listed yesterday. Up 280% yesterday, up another 70% today. Now trading at 27.5 huge spreads. No problem. Yeah, GSUN, wow. It's funny. It reminds me of the GSX era, GSX Tech EDU from last year. We had, what else? A lot of Chinese tech names, high flyers for the past several years until I think late last year. Chinese Communist Party said you can't monetize education, and a lot of these stocks fell from $100 to like about like $2. So I'm surprised you have Golden Sun. I don't know much about this company. I'm assuming they're in the same tech sector of providing after-school education because that's what Asian parents like. Believe me, I attend to too many of those things. But anyhow, it's up 71% today, huge spreads. But I'm a little nervous about this stock. It seems like another low-float runner that's going to get sold off really, really fast. Because you know, you see shares here. pulling up the Market Watch article, listed I think yesterday, $4 IPO, immediately rose 280%. This is an outdated article. This was 280% yesterday. It in fact opened at around 13, now at 27. I'm just concerned. Have you guys remember? You guys have GSON right now. Have you guys remember Austin Technology Group? This is one talked about on this show a lot. And back when it was $20, and this is what the chart looks like. I mean, you don't even see it here, but it was $47.79 like the second day after it just went public, and you know, immediately afterwards sold off. Do you guys remember the other Austin, the Austin Gold Corp? Again, high of $29, IPO $4, immediately after just sold off, down 85, 90% in the day randomly. No reason as to why, just selling, no buyers, possibly some sort of a lockup or the end of the pump. And now we're back at $2, and this is not really moving. Again, guys, remember TKLF. This was one of Pran's stocks he was trading. I think he made some good money off of TKLF. Yoshitsu, I believe, is a Japanese retailer. High of $43, now at $1.19. So, you know, and this just dropped like 88% in a single day. I forget, or not a day, but back in January when this thing listed, $4. Again, I'm seeing a commonality here. $4 IPO immediately, you know, pops $200 before trading even occurs. And then afterwards, on some random day, maybe 3 days after, maybe 5 days after, maybe 10 days after, I don't know exactly when, but it just suddenly drops 90% on heavy volume, and then volume's dead, and then it just never goes back again, ever again. So be careful if you're trading Golden Sun Education. I know very little about the company. I know that a lot of these Chinese education companies are not to be trusted because of government regulations. So if you're trading this for momentum, I encourage you. But at the moment, this looks like a decent short, and just be careful if you're holding it overnight, because this thing could get ugly really, really fast. I saw another name, Phoenix EVs, I believe this was the trade you're talking about earlier. I think got stopped out, unfortunately. Happens to the best of us. Massive runner here, up 21% today. It's funny, this was a company that wanted to raise $150 million in their IPO, and they raised 16. And they wanted an IPO at 750. Immediately after it opened, 650, fell all the way to 290 at a 52-week low. Recently popping up and away in the past couple of days from $3. Now it's $7. I was trying to find a catalyst as to exactly what happened over here. Couldn't find much besides the fact that ATIF, I believe, bought it. And this was an interesting Chinese stock, ATIF Holdings, Inc. I believe from what they do, I looked at their website. It's actually hard to really determine what it is that they do. I believe they operate from China. They're some sort of a consulting company. They also have some sort of a news site. I believe it's like, I don't know, probably not the equivalent of a Bloomberg News, but Asian Times Financial. They have their own newsletter over here. What the news was is that this company took a stake in their IPO, and this company is also rallying hard today as a sympathy play with the news, now falling back a little bit with PEV. As for efficient market hypothesis, I have no idea how this plays into the thing. I don't know how ATIF Holdings taking a stake in Phoenix makes both of them go up, but I believe that is the catalyst. And Phoenix EVs, ATIF, I think pulling back just a little bit now. I don't know if I'd be going long on this name. I think Ian had the right idea to get out of it. I think we saw the wick top of the day, try to break above. We kind of did, got slammed right back down. So I'm not quite sure if it'll go back up there. GSON outfitting a little bit. I think if this candle completely engulfs the other one, we might be going downwards from here, so be careful if you're going long. I think just one other thing somebody was telling me about, or asking me about, telling me, Tony, the monetary supply, the M2 supply, has not been going up this year. And so, you know, what is it about the monetary, too much money in the economy you're talking about? Well, it's like, yeah, it's like on the annual chart, I think what it is, we started raising the rates starting this year, trying to control it a little bit. People starting to control their spending a little bit as indicated by the Target's earnings guidance, spending a little bit less on discretionaries. But over time, the biggest issue is not what's happening over here. This is what needs to happen. We need to see a little bit a flat line, maybe a little bit of a decline, because we're trying to correct what happened over here. This is the government buying a crap ton of junk bonds, corporate bonds, buying everything, trying to lower yields and stimulate the economy a little bit. And since then, we've pretty much been going up at a higher curve than what we were previously, again, to fight coronavirus and trying to prevent high unemployment. But now this is what's creating a problem here. Because of this, we are now having the 8.6% inflation. And so I think we need to see a little bit more of a flat line. And says Jay Powell is a little bit late to the party on, in my opinion, but he's getting there now, trying to see 3.5% at the end of this year, hopefully bring the total monetary supply, the economy down a little bit so the economy can actually catch up, give some time for the economy to adjust with the actual economy. But yeah, hopefully we'll see this line start to flatline or go down even a little, reduce the monetary supply, and we'll see a little bit of inflation getting curbed as a result of that. Hopefully we'll see that later this year.
Yeah, hopefully inflation does get curbed. I know like the Fed wants to bring it as close to 2% as possible. Man, it seems like it's so far away from that, but you know what? We just kind of have to take it as it comes, and trade the market. Take it as trade the market as we see it. I want to address a couple things here. Someone said it's been very tough trading with a shutdown of $30. Any suggestions? You guys know that we like trade with a shutdown here. It's a good way to obviously limit your risk, but it's a good way for the company also to limit their risk. They're not just going to give me $1 million and I'm going to lose $1 million in one trade. That'd be insane. So everyone here trades with a shutdown. My thing with my suggestion to you is, like, obviously when I was a trainee before I graduated, I was trading with a $50 shutdown, right? So my thing was, like, as I kind of learned and grew a bit as a trader, I would just focus on taking good trades, taking only the great trades within your playbook, right? Like if you have a play or a trade that's like, it's like your A+ trade or your A+ setup, the one that you like to trade the most and that wins the most, take that one when you see it and go in hard on that one, right? Because that one, that can be a bigger winner and you could win your whole day on that or whatever, right? Cut out all the nonsense going back and forth, trading with smaller size or something like that, just like feeler positions, all that stuff. Don't do that with a small shutdown. The small losses are gonna start adding up, and then next thing you know, you're shut down, right? So that's my suggestion to you, is just focus on taking good trades. Someone said take a look at Lucid, please. So I want to take a look at that. Lucid getting a bump here, up 7% on the day. It was up like 8.5% at one point. I was trying to find like a catalyst or something like that, to justify this huge move here. And we already looked at Tesla. Tesla hasn't made a great big move. So I'm not too sure why Lucid is kind of getting a bump up. So if one of you guys can maybe can find that, then call it out in the chat here. But this 20 level, I think Neil mentioned it earlier. This 20 level is going to be interesting. I don't know if it gets there today, but maybe if it like gaps up slightly tomorrow, I'm gonna look to take a $20 break on this. But having a huge bump today, but yeah, this $20 level is definitely a level of interest. Someone asked here, we're just kind of touching back on that conversation I was having earlier. When you were training, were you live trading or with a paper account? So here at the firm, you start on a paper account. Depending on like how Greg is like kind of doing his training schedule and whatnot, I was on the paper account for 2 weeks, and then they just kind of like throw you into the fire, and then they give you a little bit of buying power, and then you start with a live account, and then slowly you can like start building up that buying power. So I was like building up my buying power within like 2 weeks, and so on and so on, right? So now obviously I have like much more buying power than then, but you start on paper, and then you quickly get thrown into the big leagues, and thrown into the fire, if you will, with a live account. But the live account, obviously you have that tight shutdown at the beginning, and then as you improve, obviously when you graduate now, you get a much bigger shutdown. It gives you a little bit more flexibility, and that's what even like the guys back here were telling me, like the other guys who graduated before me, like Luca, Pratt, obviously Spencer, and Brankles. They were saying like once you graduate, you get a bigger shutdown, then you could start like playing around with strategies or playing around with your playbook, trying to expand your playbook. But when you're on such a tight shutdown, just stick to like the 1 or 2 trades that work, and just keep spamming those ones. Just keep spamming those ones when you see it. It's okay, if you don't have the most executions in a day, it doesn't matter, man. Like when we look at Sean's chart, he has like a lot of executions. He likes to like trade in and out, execute, scalp all the time, right? I'm more of like I like to hold for bigger moves, more so. You know, today was a little bit different. I was like trying to adapt to the market. I was like scalping more. So today I have 79 executions. But you know, usually if I have anywhere from like 50 to 70 executions, that's like an average day for me, right? So, you know, you always got to like kind of play within your playbook and, you know, trade your own book. I'll answer this last question before I hand it back over to Tony. What's your best setup? Me personally, I like taking even dollar breakouts just because it's like an easy way to, you know, structure a trade. You take like let's say that $20 level on Lucid, for example, right? You take that $20 breakout, you take it long, you put your stop right at like $19.99, right? So you're only risking 1 penny. You can basically take like as much size as you want and, you know, risk 1 penny plus slippage, like three pennies maybe, and that's going to be your loss, right? So, you know, you take, let's say you take 1,000 shares on that position, you lose 3 cents, so that's $30, right? So if that was like your A+ setup, and I forget your name, whoever asked the question, so forgive me, but if you're on a $30 shutdown and that's your A+ setup and that's like the one trade today that like you want to take, you want to go in on it, you know, risk your day on it, risk your shutdown on it because it's going to be worth it. If Lucid runs 50 cents, you know, 1,000 times 50 cents, you guys do the math, right? So that's my advice, and we'll kind of just leave it at that. Playmaker, thank you so much for the super chat there. I know you're obviously a member, and you know, we always thank you for your support. But yeah, again, guys, they are filming a video in the background. Brendan, Neil, and Sean are, so kind of just bear with us for a little bit while they do that.
Absolutely. The Playmaker 88, thanks so much for the 420. Appreciate that. It's amazing. Yeah, thanks again for Super Chat. Always great to have such the very best community over here watching us. People talk about XLE in the chat. Energy here falling quite a bit. XLE down 4% today, close to 70. People are talking about a gas holiday. I think Biden was talking about having a gas tax holiday or something over there in the States. Very much needed, I'd say. Hopefully with that, you have people spending a little bit more on more consumer discretionaries. I see XLE here down 3.7 or so percent. Geez, I think I lost my tab over here. It's my trading view chart over here. Here's my watch list. You have consumer discretionaries up 1.5%, along with oil now down close to 4, at least on the energy ETF. The actual oil itself seems to be up on the day. Yesterday, I believe we're testing over here around 102. So interesting to see what's been happening with oil. I think it's crazy here seeing how much oil has actually gone up. I'm not sure what 93 octane's going at wherever you guys are. Back when I had my car before I crashed into a guardrail, you know, I remember filling up my TL's tank, and it cost a good $30 each time around. And I thought that was pretty expensive. That's when oil futures were at 70, 80. I think I was paying around it was like around 3 or 3.5 at the pump for octane 93. But hopefully they lower gas prices a little bit. Again, it's more of a geopolitical issue here. I'm seeing here mentioned in the chat. Thank you, Lone Softros. Tony, it's all BS. The holiday is going to keep prices high since it's increasing demand. Yes, I think that's a great point as well. People seeing these lower gas prices going to be buying more, and that's going to be pushing up futures as well. So there's no real way to control something like gas at the moment, at least not if you're not talking about geopolitically. So I think until the easiest way to get to lower prices, I think, is just have Europe start importing Russian oil again, but none of them are willing to do that, and you know, supporting Ukraine. But as a result of that, it's like everyone has to, you know, just deal with the effects of that. That is higher oil prices. So all I can say about that is I'm glad I'm living in Toronto because they're not raising my bus fares, but I see oil going higher and higher and higher. I'm feeling for my buddy Ian over here, so I'm going to drive occasionally. I'm not quite sure if you're taking the high octane gas.
You know what I actually did see, guys. This is gonna be kind of funny but interesting. Apparently, Costco is dropping the Polish hot dog.
Dropping? No.
They're dropping it. It's $1.50, right? We talked about Costco food, how it's so cheap and how it's like awesome, whatever. I love Costco food. Man, you can feed you know, myself and my girlfriend can eat like a full like buffet pretty much for like $20. It's insane.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, apparently they're dropping the Polish hot dog. Jeez. Sad times. R.I.P.
Wow. That's you know, inflation's real when Costco's dropping the hot dog. I can't believe it. My day is ruined, and my disappointment is immeasurable. I'm not sure if I quoted the meme right, but dang, that's absolutely crazy. What am I going to eat now? I don't even have a membership. Just go there and eat.
Now everything is out of my budget. That's it. That was the only last thing in my budget anymore. You know, with inflation and whatnot, and now it's gone. Now it's gone. So like, what am I going to eat now? I'm going to have to go on the water diet for like 2 years until inflation goes back down to like 2%.
That's terrible. I'm back eating my Kraft dinner now, but I'm not even Kraft dinner. The no-name, like Dollarama, whatever. I'm not sure if the dollar store. Yeah, Dollar Tree offers some pretty good pasta. $1.50 feeds it's like around 1,300 calories. I'm gonna go back to living on that thing if they're getting rid of the hot dog. Wow, inflation is real, guys, and the common people I think are feeling a lot now, especially at the pump. I think that's the biggest issue. So hopefully, if gas prices go down a little bit, I've been seeing they've been sort of plateauing a little, going down just a little bit. Maybe people have a little bit more discretionary funds to start spending. But we're seeing a little bit of that slowdown in the macroeconomic sense. But if you were saying maybe that's why Costco is moving higher, what's Costco at right now? I want to see. I'm actually curious. I think it's New York listed, if I'm correct in that. They're not New York listed? No way, they're not NASDAQ, are they? Costco is NASDAQ listed. You learn something new every day. Yeah, 425, 3% today. You know, maybe that's the hot dog effect. Finally, they're raising prices. You guys remember Dollarama, I think, or not Dollarama. I'm used to saying Dollarama. That's where Dollar Tree in Canada. But Dollar Tree, I remember, they're up 16% that one day. They're saying, yeah, inflation's real. We're going to start raising our prices. Expect $1.25, expect $1.50. And Wall Street saw it, and it's like, finally, about time. Rallied 16%, so maybe that's what we're seeing here with Costco. But geez, wow, losing the $1.50 hot dog, it's crazy times we're living in. That's all I can really say.
To bring it back to the market here, I wanted to talk about a couple things that you guys mentioned. Someone said Meta. Oh man, are you saying NIO got me again? It did, man, it did. NIO got me again. That's like straight back to the blacklist there, but. Yeah, well, maybe we'll talk about NIO again later. Yeah, Meta. So someone said testing that 160 area. 160 was this level on the daily that I was like interested in like taking short before. That broke down, and then now it's obviously shown weakness below it, and kind of testing that level again. It's going to be super interesting. I think that 160 area is a very key level and a very key level of interest. So we'll see. Meta is up on the day 1.6%. Not much, but like. Catching a bid down here like 155 area, right? I think I was like looking at 156 just because I was like pre-market lows, but there was like a couple other things that I like setting up a bit better. So I just kind of left Meta, and Meta, we've been talking about how the liquidity in Meta has been like kind of bad for whatever reason. So that's kind of weird. But yeah, this 160 level. Clear area of interest for sure. Sam's Club all day. Isn't Sam's Club the same as Costco? Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Is Sam's Club the same as Costco?
I think Sam's Club is Walmart owned, actually. If I'm
not mistaken. My bad. Yeah. So Sam's Club. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have Sam's Club here, so in Canada. So. I wouldn't really know about that one. Someone asked if I could go over the AMD trade again. So I was like looking at this 83 level, and yeah, actually maybe I'll bring it up here, and I'll show you guys why I kind of like formulated this trade idea. So just give me a second. I'm just gonna bring it up here on the 30-minute chart. Yeah, so take a look at this, guys. So I was like looking, I like to use the 30-minute chart to like kind of, build trade ideas and whatnot. So if you look at this is 83 here. Look at this level. So, breaks down there, holds his resistance here on this day. That was like June 17th, so that was like what, Friday? And then it held as support the past 2 days. So that's why I was like kind of interested in this 83 level. If it kind of broke down, I'm playing the over-under game, bearish below, bullish above, right? So, now it looks like we are kind of breaking below. This 83 level, and showing more weakness below it. You could have taken it short here off this 83. I wish I kind of did, but I kind of just left AMD afterwards. After I kind of took the losses on it earlier this morning, and found success with Amazon instead. But yeah, that's why I was kind of like interested in this 83 level. So use whatever charts work for you, of course. Like whatever time frame works for you. But that's the main thing is like when in doubt, zoom out. Build trade ideas off of like higher time frames. Start from the daily. Is there a potential setup on the daily? Like what's it doing? Is it consolidating? Is it breaking out to the upside? Is it breaking out to the downside? Right? Then you can kind of like build a bias that way. Move down. Like I said, I like to move down to like the 30-minute chart. Look at like the intraday levels like that. Then you can like, trade obviously with the 1-minute chart, but we've already talked about how like we don't personally trade off charts here on the show. We like to, obviously use, not on the show, but like on at the firm here, we like to like obviously use the level 2 and the time of sales and whatnot. But yeah, that's how you kind of like build the trade ideas. Interesting, AMD is very weak today compared to others. Yeah, exactly. So, maybe I was right with the short bias. But yeah, you're definitely right. AMD is definitely weaker than the others. And then someone also mentioned the Amazon trade again, so we'll kind of take a look at that. This is where I had like most of my executions, and someone said, whoa, that's a lot of executions, 79 executions, and someone said, oh, I only take like maybe like 2 or 3 trades a day, and then, you know, kind of leave it at that. It's different, right? Like if you're holding for like a swing trade, then yeah, you know, obviously you're gonna, ideally in an ideal world, buy down here and sell up here, right? So that's like only 2 executions. But for me, I was like scalping in and out, you know, and Lucas charts are like way crazier than this. Like he'll have arrows like covering the entire chart, so you won't even be able to see it. But yeah, it's a different type of style for sure. But man, I'm kind of interested more so if it comes back to this 109, maybe 110, since that was like the level here, and you know, it never really broke down below that. Maybe this 110, it bounced off 110.50 again. But what I did say to myself after yesterday's like debacle is I don't want to get caught like trading in the middle, man. Like I don't want to get caught trading in the middle of the range. Like if we're looking at the actual range, like Sean nailed it this morning, it's like 108 is the bottom, right? If we're looking at the actual range, 108 to 112. 112 was like that top end of the range yesterday. I don't want to get too like frisky, like trading in and out, like in the middle, because I'm just gonna get like chopped up, right? Unless like the level like really makes itself apparent, like, you know, on the level 2 or something like that, then, you know, it can potentially put on a trade. But yeah, I don't want to get chopped up anymore. Yesterday, I traded out of my element. I didn't trade well, so you know, I'm trying to turn a new leaf. I'm green on the day today, having a good GFB day, gain from bottom day, and we'll kind of leave it at that.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm seeing here in the chat, people are asking about book recommendations. I know somebody asked about a technical book recommendation. Unfortunately, I don't know if I've read any books that describe that. A lot of resources online, however, I know a lot of, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to shout out other YouTubers, but I see a lot of great technical analysis online.
One book I would recommend that I really enjoyed was Trade the Trader by, and I'm sure one of you guys is going to know it. Let me bring it up here. Trade the Trader. Find Your Edge. Yeah, this is the one here by Quint Tatro. What this kind of focuses on, it does kind of talk about some of the yeah, trading the zone. That's another good one I've heard. This one kind of talks about like you know, it does do a little bit of technicals, but it's more so like trading against other people in the market, right? Because, you know, we're seeing all these executions in the market, seeing all these orders. These are real people. These are real orders, you know, and real people making decisions, right? So, you know, if you look at a chart, a stock chart, all it is everyone's emotions kind of laid out in like a visual format, right? And that's what this Trade the Trader book really kind of focuses on. And once you kind of like understand that, you know, it starts to kind of click for you. At least it did for me. And you know, it made me a better trader. So that's one book that I really liked. I know you guys are calling out some more, Trading in the Zone. I know that one too. That one's pretty popular as well. Any books were you laughing at?
Jim, I'm seeing someone say Jim Cramer, getting back to even. That's great. But yeah, there's a couple I read, I think, back in the day. I have a favorite book as well. I'll get to that in a bit. I know a Random Walk Down Wall Street by Burton McHale. I think that's a really good one. I think he was the guy that pioneered the random walk, I think, hypothesis. But I read his book. It's very nice. In fact, he actually also mentions the Japanese bank as a very fascinating entity over there, as well as the demographics of Japan, which I thought kind of lined up with some of what I'm talking about. But yeah, Random Walk Down Wall Street, very great information for not only personal finance, but as well as investing and valuations as well. It goes through a lot of historic bubbles. Very fascinating to read for that book. Common Stocks and Uncommon Profits as well by Philip Fisher. This was a book I read a long time ago. I think this also describes fundamental valuation of a lot of public companies. Again, a little bit dated for some of these things. And I'm seeing.
Apparently, some of you guys said that the hot dog story was not true. Apparently, it isn't true. So.
We
just got handed this little note
here.
It's our
news feed coming in.
The news feed. You know, we don't have Brendan here. Apparently, the hot dog story isn't true. Hopefully, it stays that way. Yeah, thank God. Now I can afford food again. Rich Dad Poor Dad. I've read that book as well. That's a good book. Yeah, not so much about like trading, but more so just about like, you know, investing and what to kind of do with your money in the long run. fake news fact checkers.
I keep us in line a little bit there. Not intentional, obviously, but it
I don't know.
happens
Someone
sometimes.
sent me an article yesterday saying that maybe
Maybe in Canada. How about, that's
I don't know. I don't
possibility.
know. We're gonna have to do a deep dive into that one, but yeah. Apparently we're missing. You talked about this one earlier? Do you want to bring this up? The BHAT.
Oh yes,
play?
absolutely. Wow, BHAT is what now at high of day again or close to it, 270. Geez, that's crazy. I think if it breaks high of day, I think this is the time to bite the bullet and just go long at this point, because this is up 250%. We could several 100% runner here today. I think it's very likely. Wow, absolutely crazy. Before I get back into that though, just one last book recommendation. I would say The Complete Guide to Option Selling by a certain Mr. James Courtier. If you guys remember this guy, he made news about 2.5 years ago. You might know him as the guy who tried to short natural gas on leverage in November 2018. And to just give you guys some idea of how that trade ended up turning out, if I can pull up the charts at the moment, I think natural gas, known as the Widowmaker, destroyed a lot of people. I think Amaranth Capital, those are, I think, .uk. Geez, how did I get here? Trading.com. No, tradingview.com. I apologize. But yes, natural gas, I think at the moment was trading something like 9 per cubic feet or something like that. NG1. It pulled back a little bit after news of some sort of plant explosion, I think over in Texas. But yeah, this is a very fascinating commodity. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. But back in 2019, there was 2018, I should say. There was a crazy move there. Natural gas pretty much popped from 2.7 to all the way close to double, around 5 at that time. So it's absolutely crazy what happened there. And I remember the implied vol spike was so high, you could have been holding puts at like a much lower strike that ended up going high as well. I remember it happened over in the GME scenario where you could have been holding puts of anything, or of any strike, I should say, anytime from expiration they're on. But I think the puts for something like the $4 or the $5 strike was more expensive when GME was at $500 than when it was at like $50. So pretty interesting there in the options where it happened here in natural gas as well. But James Courtier, interesting individual, running about $150 million hedge fund back over in the great state of Florida. But what happened back here was something to do with natural gas squeeze. He was short, and he kept adding to his short position. Unfortunately, he was an individual that got margin called, and you might know him for his apology on YouTube, which got leaked, I think, by one of his investors. So he lost $150 million. Asked his investors to pay more to cover the margin call, because at that point, his account was like negative 50 million. I think he was trading directly from the client account, so they were on the hook there, no legal protections, unfortunately. But The Complete Guide to Option Selling, a fascinating book. His strategy is pretty much just sell way out the money calls on some of the commodity futures. Why? You get lower, you need less collateralization, a lot more leverage, and if you do a good job, you can collect something like 6% a year, picking up pennies or nickels in front of a steamroller, as they like to call it. So Complete Guide to Option Selling. It makes a lot more sense after you realize what happened to him and his fund. I think it's an interesting read. It gets pretty decent reviews as well. I have a copy myself, and I think it's a very valuable book. But anyhow, taking back a look at BHAT over here, wow, 270, 261, pulling back a little bit. See if we can test a high of day 280 once again. Someone saying about Tesla. See how that stock's doing at the moment. TSLA. This was pulling back just a little bit. Tesla is up flat on the day, trying to test VWAP at the moment, not going one way or the other. I think this was at close to 715 earlier in the day. And but yeah, I think this might pull back a little bit along with NASDAQ. I think my charts have just glitched for a moment, so if you don't mind, I'll pass it back to Ian to see if
yeah, for sure. I just want to bring up one thing here. Before we continue, guys, let's do the quick YouTube spiel. Let's get the likes going. We're at 2.8K likes. That's a lot. That's a lot that I've seen like recently on the show, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with your boy Tony here. But let's get the likes up for Tony. Tony's not always here, so whenever he is here, we're really lucky to kind of have him and get his insights. So smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, and check out the channel. We have lots to offer on the channel. If you kind of click into it, you can go through the videos, search what you want to figure out and what you kind of want to learn. Scroll all the way to the side here. If you want to learn, let's say, about VWAP, educational videos and whatnot, here they are, right? So you just kind of search and kind of figure out what you kind of want to learn and watch about. We also have a store too with some cool merch there. But yeah, always thank you guys for the continued support. But let's keep it going, and let's celebrate the time that we have here with Tony. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ian. Tony, MO, nice short. Not sure what you mean by that.
I think, right? I think there was a jewel pods, the Fed saying that they can't sell those or market those anymore at all in the States. So I think Altria, falling quite a little bit over here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, did you want to go over that quickly? I'm actually just trying to get some shorts from Brandon, so.
All right, sorry to pass it back to you unexpectedly over there. My chart's still kind of glitched out, unfortunately. You might have to deal with me just using my rightmost chart over here. MO Altria, I believe. Let's see over here what happened to. Oh, geez, I lose connection to the data feed entirely. Okay, I guess I can't use any of those charts anymore. Let's use TradingView. I kind of like TradingView a little bit more. It's a bit more familiar to me. MO Altria, nice tobacco nicotine company over here. I don't get my smokes here domestically anymore. I think here in Canada we have a very high cigarette tax. About 18 Canadian a pack, so I'm not sure if you smoke at all, but
I do not.
I think a lot of smokers have been trying to say they're trying to cut down or calling quits just because of how tight the monetary supply might just get. I see consumer discretionary spending going down a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of people losing their jobs as well over in the tech sector. I know, well, it's simple here. It's like a Canadian unicorn. I'm not sure if they're a unicorn actually, but a nice fintech startup recently laid off around 30% of their employees. But yeah, Altria here, I think people factoring in the news that jewel pods might just be halted from being sold in the States. People are saying nice short. Chat is the weekly chart. If you pull up the daily chart, we're actually kind of flat on the day here. But wow, this has been one mover to the downside. At $41, this company is trading at $75 billion. They pay an 8% dividend. I didn't know that from Altria. I guess cigarettes is not exactly an industry that needs a lot of investment coming in, but wow, fascinating. But yeah, it's people are saying here, I'm seeing here in the chat, if you quit by 35, reduce your risk of cancer by 75%. So if you guys are reading that in the chat, yeah, I think at the moment I'm young, got a fresh pair of lungs, easy for me to just continue smoking however much I like, saying, it's no issue for me now. But something that I hear people really, really regret later on in life. And so yeah, I guess just the general message here, and try to quit smoking if you can, especially when you're younger, when you're less likely to get addicted and to develop a very strong dependence on nicotine. So yeah, don't smoke. That's our message over here.
People keep talking about AMD as I'm trying to get those shorts from Brandon there. Yeah, AMD is kind of falling off really hard. I'm watching this $80 level to the downside. That's the support. It briefly broke the other day on Friday there, Free Fall Fridays. But it got reclaimed and obviously tested 85 again. But I'm more so waiting around this $80 level. Is it gonna bounce from there? Is it gonna break through? We'll see. Time will tell. The market looks like it's kind of breaking through this this support level here. So 3770. Excuse me. More so 3760 from yesterday. If you recall, when Arun was on the show, this 3760 area was like the bounce area almost, right? So no surprise that we are kind of finding trouble there, but there is weakness in the market right now. The 3800 level held. So until we kind of really break out there, I'm not going to be super bullish on anything. Going to keep having to trade the range. Yeah, for now, AMD super weak. As I kind of got those shorts now, so I'm going to punch into the position that I wanted to here. Just a small position to start off of on BHAT. Risking that high a day. I don't want to get run over with this one. Obviously, this is a low float runner, but we're up 260% in the day. I was quickly kind of looking at the daily, and I'm going to short in front of this 3 level. So let's see where this goes. I am short this now. So yeah, let's see where this goes, and maybe we can make some money off of this as there is size up on the bid here. So people are trying to get long here, but that kind of got run over. So I'm gonna put my stops at high a day just to see. Don't want to get run over like I said, but let's see where this goes, and I'll be patient with this one. So that order is in now. What else do you guys want to talk about here in the chat? Keep calling them out. Keep calling out tickers, and let's take a look. at what we can potentially trade, right? Man, you got him talking about cigarettes and stuff here in the chat.
Yeah,
I do want to call out here, we do have a new member, Jenna Chen. Thank you so much for joining the channel. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Yeah, you know, check out the channel. There's lots of videos that you can kind of learn from. You know, kind of before I was on the show, before I was on the firm, I was exactly like you guys. I was on the other side of the screen, right? So I used to watch these guys religiously every day. And you know, just watch the channel and learn from the channel. So you know, you guys can definitely do the same. I have faith in you guys. So you know, thank you again for joining. Yeah, call us old members out too. No, man, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone.
Yes.
Not only obviously Jenna, but welcome Jenna. But yeah, to everyone, you know, we always thank you for your continued support.
Yes, thank you so much. People are saying Tony's bad influence, smokes, going to credit card debt. Yeah, buying biotech stocks, that's the worst part of it. You know, it's funny, in school, they spend so much time telling you to watch out for stuff. You know, they tell you what's right, they tell you what's wrong. They make you learn things like mathematics and calculus that I never really found very useful. I was not a great student in school either. But yeah, I think the part where they talk about no biotech stocks, that's one thing they missed. I think they, you know, they come people, you know, in school, I'm not sure what they do in high school anymore, but you have people coming in telling you, you know, not to do drugs, not to do this, not to do that, you know, some positive influences, and they're very helpful. But I think they need to really have people start to come in and tell you not to buy anything that ends in therapeutics or biotechnology or bio or anything like that. It's just, you know, it's like a public safety warning, really. That's how I feel about it. It would have saved me a couple tens of thousands of dollars. So that would be really good. But biotech's not been doing very well recently. They have their years. They, you know, when I think the thing with the FDA, I feel it's more politically motivated than economically motivated, although I think in more recent times that might change. But yeah, after they approved the Biogen Alzheimer's drug, people were really not happy about that. So I think what goes on in the Fed, it's kind of hard to just have an industry built around the decisions of like a select group of members. But anyhow, people were saying about me, I know I started a discussion here on smoking. People were asking whether or not I smoke. I think I kind of referenced that I do a little bit. For me, I'm just trying to cosplay the Doomer Wojak guy, if you guys know him. He always has like a cigarette hanging out his mouth. I think it makes me look cool in front of girls, I guess. That's my motivation to do it. I think smoking, though, from what I've been told, it sort of amplifies, you know, the vibe you already give. It's like if you're a cool-looking dude, you have a cigarette hanging out your mouth, it makes you look like a Chad. Meanwhile, if you're like, you know, you don't come off as very charismatic and you have a cig coming out your mouth, they'd be like, oh, look at that guy, he smokes. Ugh. So, you know.
I don't know where you're going with this, man.
No, I don't know where I'm going with this
either.
either.
We're kind of going on a little bit
anyway,
of a
the point I'm trying to
here.
make here, I don't smoke much. I'm trying to quit, and if you guys are trying to quit, I give you the best of luck. Smoking, lots of negative health effects. I've been there to witness some. Luckily, I'm still young, but try not get started. First of all, and if you're already smoking a pack a day, something like that, try to quit. There's always time to quit, and you feel the effects from what I hear instantly. Not instantly, but after a month, half a year, 1 year, you'll feel like never the same, a lot better. So yeah, try not to start smoking. That's what I want to say in all this. I don't know where I'm heading with this. And back to you. What am I saying?
Let me ask you a question, Tony. You said it, and some people said it in the chat. Man, it's people like, I'm smoking now. No. That's not what you. No. What's a Chad? What's a Chad?
A Chad.
Yeah,
it's like a Spencer. We had him on a Chad, you know, a Chad guy.
It's like a Spencer. What do you mean, like a Spencer?
Spencer on, you know, bring him up here, and everyone will know instantly what a Chad is. You know, you remember what a Chad happens.
Yeah, man, Spencer. You better watch what you're saying right now.
No, like a Chad, like a dude that helps you at the gym or something where you're trying to lose, you know, the dad bod. You know, I say it in a very positive way. Spencer's a Chad, C-H-A-D, a great, handsome-looking dude. Like I'm a straight dude, but I can tell when I see a very fine, attractive individual, and Spencer's one of those guys. So, you know.
Tony is a Chad. Tony is a Chad. Yeah, maybe. As I'm kind of like reading the tape and watching this BHET trade kind of work out here, I'm just kind of watching that on my side screen. I'm looking at man, look at this 110 level on Amazon. This bounced like so nicely here. I don't think this wick is real here. I don't think it got that low. But man, it looks like this 110 level kind of held up. You know, I was kind of trading around that area earlier, and I was like kind of going along above it, right? So I was talking about how more so the 109 level was more interesting. But yeah, this 110 level seems like it is kind of holding up. I don't want to put on like too many positions here midday. So, you know, I'm probably going to stay away from this one, but it's right at VWAP too. And we kind of talked about the market, like, you know, falling off and whatnot. It has fallen off quite a bit, but that's why you want to find like things like stronger names, like potentially Amazon. Amazon was like much stronger throughout the morning, right? You know, to go for like a bounce play, something like that, right? But yeah, Amazon looks like this 110 level is holding out quite nicely. Man, they're still going on about Giga Chad Tony. That I like that, but it doesn't have quite the same ring as like Tony Pepperoni, Tony Montana, Toronto Tony. Yeah, keep them coming, guys. Let's keep creating more nicknames for Tony. He needs more nicknames.
Some nicknames for you, Ian.
Man, my name's so short though. My name's so short. Like we can't really create a nickname for me.
I'm gonna think of one. That's
Someone
for sure.
said like Ivory Ian. Like
Ivory.
really, guys, that's the
Okay.
best you guys can come up with. What does that even mean? I don't know, man. Tony Felony.
Tony Felony.
Tony Felony. El Tigre, I like that. Tesla coming down. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. We talked about that earlier.
Fat Tony, I like that one. It's accurate.
Around that 700 level. It is kind of like breaking down right now in that $700 level. You can't really take that breakout, guys. Like, look at what it did. It's just kind of fluctuating around, not really giving a move off that, right? So you can't take that breakout, but it is kind of, you know, testing towards that level. If the market is going to continue fading, we're probably going to see Tesla keep fading with it and, you know, push towards the lower days here, right? So, you know, we've been talking about this 700 level being a key level of interest, of course, you know, nice round number, you know, key level of interest for Tesla. Weakness below, you can always play like the over-under game, right? So weakness below, you go short, strength above, you go long, right? So that's like the take on Tesla, but it is kind of coming down. I actually have big hands, guys, like small hands, Ian. Like here, let's take a quick look at the camera.
Hands, Ian.
Man, like I can palm a basketball. I used to play basketball before. We're not looking at the screen here, but someone said small hands, Ian. So I just kind of wanted to say that I don't have small hands, guys. I have bigger hands. Don't get it twisted. Sony Tony, I kind of like that. 680, that's what Neil said on Tesla. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. The 680 level on Tesla, more so in the area of interest. 650, of course, but we're still a ways from that. But yeah, let's just see where this kind of goes. I'm not probably going to trade it today. Small hands, Ian, it is.
I don't believe you, fam. We got to get the camera. I think cameras now. You got to show your hands.
Ian,
larger hands than me. I assure you of that.
Yeah, there you go. These, yeah,
huge hands. Let me tell you.
Don't call me small hands. Yeah, don't call me that.
We just have the best chat.
Tony Hawkings. Yeah, you guys keep them coming. Prepare for Free Fall Friday. Yeah, you know, if the market kind of breaks down, and we'll just do like a broad market analysis here. This is the 5-minute chart. I'm more so like interested in this 3740 level. If that breaks down, you know, below that 3,700 is the level I'm looking at. You know, are we setting up for Free Fall Friday? We rejected 3,800 today, potentially, guys. So you know what? Free Fall Friday is still up in the air, but it's looking more so like we're kind of going to get that tomorrow as the market goes red on the day.
I saw one more in the chat here. Tony Therapeutics. I think that's one I might end up using. Tony Therapeutics. Very accurate. Trading a lot of these biotech names. I think I saw one other name. It's the FSTX was one that was moving a lot. I thought it was a biotech, some sort of mover, but this actually got bought out. I think price 712 today. I think it was a Chinese subsidiary based in the UK decides to add their pipeline to their offerings, and so it's, I guess biotech's not dead. When you still see M&As, when you still see was it Celgene got bought out by who bought out Celgene? I forget.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, what's going on?
I'm looking at my. I'm trying to get out here. It won't let me. I'm trying to get out of my BHAT trade here. There you go. I took some profits there. Was patient with that one. Look at that. I'll bring it up on the main screen there. We showed it to you live. I got short, added to the position, and it just kind of fell off that cliff. It was kind of hanging around that 270 area, and you know it was kind of just like chilling around there, not really doing anything. I was like, I'm gonna add to this position. We get more short, and then you know it finally falls off, and I'm taking some of the profits. Right. I'm still in a quarter of my position there. I'm not gonna get too frisky with this. Like I want to, you know, obviously this can blast off and run right through my through my price and tear my face off. But you know what? When profits are offered, I'm gonna take them. So you know, we saw that live there. That was a solid trade. and we took the win on that one for now. But I'm still holding on a piece. So let's see where this one can go. I readjusted my stop, so I'm not going to let this one turn into a loser or anything like that as it kind of keeps falling. So you know what? I'm going to start bidding a little bit lower here. Maybe start to get a little bit more out. I'm going to bid there, see if it hits me. It looks like it might. There's size there on the offer there. I'm bidding 45, and it just kind of hit me there. So you know what? We're taking profits on this one. We're enjoying this one. My P&L is going up on the day. I'm having a better day than yesterday, which is what it's all about. I was really disappointed in myself yesterday. You can't blame anyone else except for yourself. You're the one pressing the buttons on the keyboard there. I was determined to have a better day today. Came in super focused and with a better plan. And you're seeing it here live, guys. Me stacking up some winners and going a bit more green on the day. But yeah, I just got a little excited there, guys. So excuse me. But yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, no,
Tony, what do you got
stuff
going on?
Oh, nothing too much. Not compared to what you have over there on your BHAT trade. I'm sure my charts are bugged out over here. I have to use TradingView, unfortunately. BHAT now 251, pulling back just a little bit. Hope you caught that nice trade over there. It's fine. I think somebody asked here in a super chat, first stock you ever bought, do you still have it? I think he posted chat as in he's also asking to chat as well. But for me personally, the JNUG, I'm not even sure if it's still traded, or at least it's not 3x leverage. I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. JNUG. This was a 3x ETF back when I bought it, long gold. I believe it's been a while since I traded this thing. As you can see, not doing too well, unfortunately. I bought this all the way back in 2016, before this huge run out rally over there. Yeah, I believe I bought it at 17, sold it at 18. It's not too bad for a single day trade. I think that was the first day trade I ever made. But it's funny. I look back at some names I was trading. I know this might be heretical since we're a day trading show over here, but I'm starting to think maybe, just maybe, buying and holding isn't that bad a strategy, because I know one stock I've been holding. In fact, this was one I've really dear to me, really. NLST Netlist, I believe some sort of a semiconductor technology type company based in Hong Kong. I had shares of this company. I had like 25,000 shares back when it was like in the pennies, well, not the pennies, but it was like 15, 20 cents when I bought it. Of course, it went all the way down to like 9 cents or 10 cents or something crazy like that. But I'm not actually sure what the catalyst is going up all the way to $10. I think now it's like $1 billion market cap, or it was like $2 billion, $2.5 back at $10. I had what did I say? I had something like 25,000 shares of this thing, and at the time it was like just a couple $1,000. And I was like, I think I sold it at a loss, in fact. But just in the long term, it's funny. You look at some of these names. It's like it'd be nice to just hold it. It's just. Trading's nice if you're a good trader. I know Ian here is one of our greatest traders. He graduated in the span of less than 3 months, which honestly a record.
3.5 months. 3.5 months. I think Luca did it in 2.5 months.
2.5. Wow.
But it was quick. It was quick. Like I think I was like one of the fastest on the firms. Like not to. On the floor, like not to toot my own horn or anything like that, but man, I want to talk back to this BHAT trade. If we can just sorry to interrupt, Tony, kind of go back to this just because I put my stop to break even. I just had like 10% of my position left. I wasn't gonna let this lose, so I put my stop at break even. That stopped out, and then we actually made a new high. We made a new high at 287, right? So it is catching a bid here off that selling there. So that's why I was like, guys, I was like talking about this earlier. When the profits are offered to me, I'm not gonna get too greedy, man. I was 20 cents in the money. I'm taking that win every single time on a $2 stock or a $3 stock, right? That was a big win. Right now, I was adding to position short. That's exactly what I planned for. You got to take the profits, and you got to manage your risk accordingly. So that's exactly what I did. I'm gonna I paid for the shorts now. I've already made up for that and some. So I'm just gonna kind of wait here, be patient with it. If there's another shorting opportunity, I will short it. But it looks like it's kind of making a push for 3. So do we take a 3 breakout potentially? So we'll see. We'll see. I want to call it a super chat here. The Trading Clan, thank you so much. Just thanks for a great show. Much better than watching my I won't say that, but your crypto charts there. Yeah, man, I think everyone's crypto charts are looking kind of bad right now. Yeah. But at least we're all in the same boat, right? At least we're all in the same boat. We're all going through the same things here. We're going through the same motions. We're in it together, guys. Let's watch our crypto charts, our crypto portfolios burn to the ground together. But man, I'm feeling like these are probably the money fills, right? These are probably the money fills down here, like down, below 20K, like on
yeah,
Bitcoin.
if you got that, I
Man,
think,
imagine like when Bitcoin was 70K before. Imagine if I told you it's like, oh, you can actually get Bitcoin for less than 20K. Like, are you not loading the boat down there?
Yeah.
Are you not loading the boat? Of course, now we're running into issues with, margins and whatnot.
Yeah, I thought
but
3AC was about to, I think Three Arrows Capital got liquidated, and I think it was a Voyager,
Yeah.
Canadian listed. I think yesterday was down 60%. Voyager Digital, I believe the company was. Yeah, it's like, sorry, not to take it away from you. But yeah, this
go
is the Voyager coin here, I think. This is the Voyager shares, actually. Yesterday announcing they had significant exposure to Three Arrows Capital. I think lending them about 12,500 Bitcoin, as well as 350 million in USD coin. And they had exposure to that company. And obviously, 3AC not doing so well. I think they're really trying to make their margin calls, but not being able to. They got, I think they already got margin called a few times there on some of their positions. But yeah, yesterday, Voyager Digital saying they have substantial exposure. Shares fell quite substantially. OTC listed now at 46 cents. So it's absolutely crazy. But yeah, back to crypto, it's actually crazy. Like you're saying, we're all in the same boat. Unfortunately, it just so happens the boat has a huge hole in it, and now we're trying to, it's sinking quite a bit. Bitcoin, I think, found a bottom close to 2017, 2018 highs, back down a little bit now, almost close to 20,000 flat. But yeah, as Ian was saying, isn't it crazy how this thing was at 69,000? Nice, by the way, back in November of 2021, and now we're at 20,000 now. So that's absolutely crazy. I think we broke below the peak of where we were back in 2017, 2018. So it's as though we just going back 4 years in time. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, cryptos. I'm trying to get a whole Bitcoin. I'm not quite sure if you're holding any Bitcoin yourself, Ian.
I am holding Bitcoin. I have Ethereum, Bitcoin. Cardano, that's looking really bad. Solana, that's also looking really bad. But what isn't? I have a handful of crypto too, so I'm in the same boat as you guys. In my long-term investments, like stock-wise, I do have Google as well. As the chat's going off about BHAT. I'm watching it too, man. Like it made a high at 316. It broke out $3, and then I don't know if you could have taken that breakout because I was watching it like religiously there, and I was ready to kind of jump in, but there was no size. There was no size on the offer, so it's like that's not the setup for me. I'm not going to take that breakout, and it was like kind of going back and forth. As you see there, people stacking up, trying to get out of their longs, right? Super interesting, guys. We're seeing this live. Of course, $3 a stock, $3 a share, sorry. That's not like a lot, like notional wise, but it's still a lot of shares. So clearly there's some big money trying to move around here, and trying to get out. We're seeing size on the bid as well. So, people trying to get long. There you go, 212 lots, 160 lots, all getting taken, all getting eaten right to the downside there. But we're watching this live. If you're kind of holding long, or maybe if you bought this dip here where I kind of covered my short position, you're sitting pretty in the money. And I was like thinking about like how would I have like taken this trade a bit better. So maybe I stop out that position for break even, good short, move on, take the win and go from there. Maybe taking a 280 break long, maybe you could have flipped long there because if you flip long there, 280 breakout, you're wrong in the short. That's exactly where I was risking off of. I was risking off of the 280 mark, right? So as soon as that broke out, the short is not it. And you could have just been like riding high into that $3 breakout, maybe scalping out in front of it, or no, sorry, once it breaks out above it there, and now just kind of holding on for a bigger move. This is a huge move, guys. It went from 250. My covers was 245 was my best cover, right? 245 was my best cover, and now we're at 315, right? So, I'm not very good at simple math, but what is that, like 70 cents? That's a 70-cent move, guys, and like, 10 minutes? So, huge move for BHAT. A lot of buying momentum coming back into it. I'm probably not gonna try shorting it now. It's clearly going parabolic. I took the short there. I'm not gonna get too frisky with it. I'm not gonna get too greedy. We'll kind of wait for another opportunity on this one if it comes. But this is just exciting to kind of watch and see it kind of go off.
Absolutely, going back up here, along with the Qs a little bit as well. But wow, high of day today. Again, I said I was going to go in, but unfortunately my feed over here is bugged, so I don't know if I'll be day trading much anymore. 320 at the moment. Wow, this is absolutely crazy. Don't have the volume chart over here on my channel, but I imagine this is like trading at 100, 200 times, probably maybe like 500 times what it usually trades. 323. This is moving higher. 337 at the moment. Most I ever saw a stock go up was was it SPI Energy, I believe, launching their EV division, if I can remember that. That was up 1,000 or so % in a day back in, this is, we're here, September of 2020, when they announced news that they would become an EV company. This thing was just going circuit breaker after circuit breaker from $1 all the way to 45, so that's around 4,500%. Could you imagine that, having, your nice savings of $10,000 sitting in your bank account, and whoop, it's at 450,000 now. Isn't that crazy? So day trading can make you rich, but again, if you bought it here, it's like, well, there it all goes. You could be a Terra or a Luna investor as well. So that's day trading for you. A lot of risk, a lot of reward. It's what it is at times. But over time, I think people were also talking about Bitcoin going back up. Now's the time to buy some of the smaller coins as well. I've seen in the chat. I absolutely agree. Now's the time to be loading up. Again, the issue with buying the smaller coins is, you don't know what the liquidity issue is with a lot of these exchanges. So you can have them on your code wallet, or you can have them on the exchange if you're holding with the Coinbase or a Gemini or a Crypto.com or something like that. You should be safe as far as I'm concerned. But again, you see what happened to Celsius Network, halting withdrawals over there. Throws Capital now facing margin calls. We were saying that they can probably tank Bitcoin. And you had on the Solana, a risk of a whale getting margin called. Solana, I believe their network voted to seize the individual's asset or something like that crazy I've been hearing about. So yeah, I think there's a bit of issue here in crypto. I think we might have a year or two of the winter, some nice time to load up, but people are saying Bitcoin 10 years from now could be at 350. I absolutely agree. I had a dream the other night, Bitcoin was at $500,000 and I was something like 30 or 40, and I was like, damn, I should have bought a Bitcoin when I was younger, huh? Back
you
when
had
I was
a
at 20.
dream that Bitcoin was at $500,000?
That's all I dream about. I see candlesticks in my head. That's all my dreams are about. But yeah, $500,000 Bitcoin could happen one day. Who knows? But yeah, some people are talking about.
That's hilarious.
It surely is. Man, I wish I could dream about some more interesting sometimes. But hey, trading's plenty of fun. I have no regrets. Cardano, 46 cents, 46 and a half. XRP, 32. Solana, I'm surprised Solana's doing so well. It's at 37 right now. Maybe the network likes the fact that they seized the whale's wallet or something. I'm not sure if they did. But yeah, Tron, 6 cents. Crazy how these prices were just a lot higher a year ago. Polygon, I remember this was $2. Avalanche, $100 or close to it. Now it's 17. And one thing that I think really what interested me was YFI, Yearn Finance. And I'm not sure if I can find that chart over here on TradingView. But this was, Yearn Finance USD. I guess this is the smaller version. I'm not sure if I can really find the YFI. But this was at 100,000. I'm going to try to find the thing again. 100,000 back, I think, last year, back during the initial Bitcoin rally back in May of 2021. 93,000, I believe, was the peak, and this is absolutely crazy. I remember, I'm not quite sure what it does. I don't really follow the crypto space much. But all I can see is, I remember when this was at 8,000 and seeing at 93,000, I was like, oh, geez, that's just a huge regret not getting into that. Now back below 5,000. I think the developer, Andre, left some time ago, also developer of Phantom. And so people are saying, no more devs working on this project. It has no utility. Again, I have no idea what the utility of Yearn Finance is. All I can say is, well, 95% down, and this was at one point a lot more expensive than a Bitcoin. So crazy times.
Man, I'm trying to trade BHAT here. I thought I saw something at 315, and thank you, Tony, for kind of taking over there. There was like size on the bid at 315, and it was kind of getting taken, kind of not like it was like more so like an iceberg kind of level, and then I put my stop like right below, so I got executed into the trade 314 short. But then nothing really happened, so I had like a really, really tight stop on it. I wasn't gonna give it too much time because this is like super, super whippy now. There's clearly something going off here in terms of like the volatility and volume and whatnot. So I wasn't gonna. This was basically like a time stop. So I was in the trade for literally. I'm trying to find it here. I was in the trade for like less than a minute. No, I was in the trade for a minute, exactly a minute. So, I wasn't gonna get too frisky with this, too cheeky with it. I saw it not really going anywhere. As soon as I saw like in the money, like a few cents, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna take it. I don't wanna risk my profits I made on it earlier, right? So, that's it. I'm probably done shorting this for now, as long as it's kind of up here, above this 3 level. But clearly some momentum as it's kind of, more buying comes up above my price, right? So good out there. You see the size there on 20 as well. I was kind of risking off that. That hasn't broken out yet. That hasn't gotten taken yet. So maybe that's the level as I'm talking about it gets taken, right? So, clearly, more buying here, I would say, for BHAT, but we are up 325% on the day. Definitely something of interest. As I'm trying to kind of get my feet with some small caps here, because if it is going to kind of be like a small cap summer, I don't want to be kind of left in the dark. I want to be participating, and I want to be growing as a trader and expanding my playbook. So that's why I'm trying to take these trades and kind of grow as a trader. Ian, look for the 200 MA. Yeah, I don't really use the 200 MA. I do use it more so like on a larger. Like on a ES kind of chart, 200 MA, mainly on my intraday charts. I do look at like a 50 moving average or a 50-day moving average. I don't necessarily take trades off them though. Like I'm taking trades off the level 2 and building trade ideas off of that. But thanks for the tip. Obviously use whatever works for you. If you like using the 200 MA, then keep using it. I'm gonna probably keep using the 50 MA.
Mm-hmm. That's right. There's many ways to trade, and I think there's no one right way of trading, but there is a right trading that works for you individually. So whatever you prefer, really, that's as long as it works for you, that's all that matters. I mean, for me, I don't really look at. For me, I just look at the name. If the name sounds cool, that might see some volume. Let's buy that. Didn't work very well for Zila, unfortunately. I'm a shareholder there, back at 43 cents. Again, I think I was telling the chat. They sent me a huge booklet the other day. I wish I brought it into work so I can show you guys in person. But it's like a 200, 300 page just manual saying it's like shareholder report. I'm like, dang. I should sell this on eBay or something to make up for the losses I incurred on buying the stock. But there's in this market, just gotta make money somehow. But it's it's one thing one of the strategies I had going back here was that I'm a huge paper-handed individual, right? It's just hard to see the profits coming in. You see all that money, it's like, wow, and you're worried it's going to go against you. And so it's like you see that money, you sell it, and it's like, well,
your problem is you're trading your P&L. You're in the trade. You're looking at your blotter, if you will, your portfolio, and you're seeing your P&L creep up, and that's what you're trading. You can't do that. You got to trade the trade for what it is.
Oh, that's absolutely right. You need that conviction in your trade, not just the price, like you mentioned, but you actually believe. You need to know where it's going to go. And for me, I just didn't have that confidence, perhaps, in the investments when I should have. But for me, the strategy for me, at least what I've been doing, was that I'd sell puts or covered calls, and these things have an expiry. And I'd like to prefer the very illiquid ones, where you have a huge spread on the bid-ask. Just because in some of my accounts, I was using Webull, I think back when I was in States, they have a very good screener. They wouldn't let me have naked calls in some of my accounts. And so what I'd do, I'd buy a stock that I like. I'd say this stock's going to go up in about a month. So I'd sell the call that's due to expire in a month and have that as a covered position. I know I'm not going to take a huge loss trying to get out of the liquid position, but that let me dime in hand some of my shares a little bit more easily. And so, that was my strategy, at least in dealing with that. But I think, I don't mean to send you off, but it seems as though we have Lucas here for the second half of the
it seems like my time here on the Midday Show has come to an end. But again, thank you guys so much for having me. Obviously always excited to be here and share some trades with you and talk the markets. Luca's going to come on for the second half of the Midday Show here. But I think right now we're going to send it over to Brendan for the big screen.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, look at it.
Today, if we're having an audio issue, guys, just go back. Okay, apparently now you can hear me. I'll start over. I was mentioning, guys, that Jerome Powell's second day in front of Congress, making some interesting comments on the overall economy and how they're going to continue to fight this inflation. So that brought the Dow at least back to negative territory, the NASDAQ and the S&P off the highs as well. Yeah, negative move here for crude oil as well, 1.8 to the downside. The energy group actually leading as far as individual sectors go to the downside today. So negative once again for those. Bitcoin and Ethereum both in positive territory on the day, but off the highs. One name that continues to impress today, it's amazing, 9% still for Snowflake to the upside today. If you missed it in the pre-market, we were talking about JP Morgan going to overweight on Snowflake. Let's go back over to Tony and Luca.
Oh, thank you for the update over there. Lucas just getting set up over here. Very good to have Ian on the midday show. Fantastic host. I know, unfortunately, Valeria has left in the past month, but let me just say, Lucas and Ian doing a very good job filling in for Big Shoes. Fantastic. I've been watching the show myself. Always enjoy it. It's absolutely crazy how you guys are doing such a, well, not crazy, I should say. I expect you guys, I always seem to be great hosts, but it's amazing how you guys filled in and always enjoy the show. And I see a lot of support here in the chat as well. Just want to thank you, everybody, again, for all the support. You guys are amazing.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's doing great, having a great day. And, you know, this market today is absolutely insane. And I see Sean just posting, talking about Revlon right now, moving to the upside. Kind of wild. Like, you know, I was talking about this yesterday, and I was thinking to myself, like, okay, you know, this is going to have a move down towards 7. Like, this could easily get crushed. And, you know, open today, I was looking for a pump through 10 to, like, really consider the short. And unfortunately couldn't get that. And go figure, like now, you know, down, like obviously triggered SSR, like we can only get really above 8. But I want to like zoom out on this one because this one's actually interesting. And like we see this kind of set itself up time in, time out. It's like you do a lot of volume over here, did like crazy amounts, like probably, I think it was 200 million yesterday. And I was hoping for like this to continue towards 10, push 10, and then quickly reverse and then flush down. Like that would have been like A+ trade for me. But we opened near the bottom of the range, so I said, okay, no trade. And go figure, like they SSR it, and this is me speculating, of course, this is me speculating. I would not be surprised if it goes for a high of day push. Like, you know, tomorrow is this thing gonna break 10? Like they wanted SSR because nobody can initiate their short positions, and if algos are stuck here and they need to get out, then like SSR is their best friend, right? But you know, this is just obviously me just speculating. Like, I mean, you know, I've seen this so many times where it breaks the low, you know, shorts get really interested, and then it has this like really strong move. So I wouldn't be surprised there. But this is a no trade for me. I'm staying away unless we get to the $10 level somehow, at which point then I'll make a decision.
I see some people here in the chat talking about VIX, but yeah, to go on Revlon, I absolutely agree. This could break $10 tomorrow, but for me at the moment, if I were to trade this, I think we've seen a lower low here, trying to bottom around the 650 low of day today. I can, fortunately, again, my P-Pro crashed, so you have to settle with me here in TradingView. But see a nice double bottom here on the intraday. I think now we're taking off just a little bit towards the moon. But again, we're seeing higher and higher lows the entire buildup over here in the past couple of days. Finally broke out a little bit too much to the upside. I think we had to pull back a little bit there. But yeah, it's fascinating to see what might happen tomorrow. With Revlon here still a name, I think potential buyout rumors from Reliance Group over in India, led by Mr. Mukesh Ambani. I probably screwed up that name, but the man behind Jio, behind why I think most of India now has an internet connection and is now on YouTube. So yeah, it's very fascinating. They're obviously well-capitalized man, worth $100 billion. So buying out Revlon doesn't seem like too big a deal for him. But yeah, very fascinating to see what happens with Revlon.
Yeah, I see people asking, what does SSR mean? So SSR essentially is short sale restricted. Somebody said short sale reversal. I never heard that one before, but I like that. But no, yeah, it's short sale restricted. So essentially we have the level 2 here, and assuming this is Revlon, I'll even pull it up for you guys. For anybody using our platform, on the bottom right here, you have SSR and it says no. It says N for no, right? If a day 1 SSR, what it'll show is, and let me just get this here, it'll show SSR. If it's a day 1 SSR, it'll show a Y, and then this tomorrow will show a C, meaning continuous. So essentially, you know, SSR, you cannot hit the bid to initiate a short position. You have to get picked up on the offer, and it goes SSR once it goes down 10%. So if this goes negative 10% from the previous close, boom, SSR. So hopefully that answers your question. And people asking, yeah, why are banks getting crushed? That's a great question. I haven't really looked at any of the banks lately. Let me just pull up Bank of America here.
Oh wow!
Yeah, wow, down 4%.
Jeez.
Yeah, I want to say that like this is, I mean, obviously Powell's talking. You know, he spoke yesterday. He's speaking again today, and I don't know if he's saying things along. They're basically talking about all the debt that they have, right? And they're saying to themselves, like, or they're explaining to the public, you know, we're offloading our balance sheet. We're going to do it in a responsible way. We're not going to destroy the market. Everything's going to be fine. You know, we're going to raise interest rates because there's an interesting situation where, and I see somebody saying Libra transaction, Powell here in question. Yeah, so basically Powell's speaking, and that's why there's probably pressure on the banks if I had to guess. In terms of macro backdrop, for anybody curious, you know, you have this situation where they're raising interest rates, but they can't raise too aggressively because they have a lot of bonds on their balance sheet. And so they have to there's like a healthy kind of median where they're selling these things, but at the same time raising rates, but not too aggressively. And it's a very, I don't know if slippery slope is the right word for this, but essentially they need to be very careful in how they're going to do it. Or other numbers, like for example, inflation, all these other things will become a problem, right? So I guess just overall, people kind of digesting the news, they're maybe not, he's probably saying all the right things, obviously. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. And the market is I don't necessarily believe you. It was like when he hiked and said everything's going to be fine, and the market kind of ran up and then boom, gapped down 2-3% next day. So that would be my guess. And I see Kevin asking, how does rising rates and bonds correlate? So essentially, think of it this way, to keep things simple, as bond prices go, so everything is based on yields, and yields is based on the interest rate of the bond. So if interest rates are going up, bond prices are going down. The reason being because new bonds being issued will be issued at higher interest rates. And so old bonds with lower interest rates become less attractive. And so what people do is they sell those bonds and they buy the new bonds. So it's just basically money flows and then yields balance themselves out. And so in this case scenario where you have the Fed that they're now tightening, but they have a lot of bonds on their balance sheet, they have to sell bonds, right? And they're raising interest rates. If they raise interest rates too aggressively, then nobody's going to want those bonds that they're selling, so you'll have a collapse of the whole system. So obviously getting way ahead of myself by saying that, the system is, far from that. But, they have to be very responsible, and that's why you hear him say the word, we're going to be responsible in how we approach this. This is why if you tune into the press conference that he has after Fed Day, which is at 2:30 on Wednesday after they release interest rate decisions, people are asking questions, how quickly how aggressive are you going to be? What is the kind of roadmap, and what are your plans for this? They're asking these questions because they want to know what am I going to do with my bond portfolio? More so with bond portfolio as opposed to stocks, but obviously it does have an influence on stocks. And yeah, guys, Bank of America getting crushed, and I'm sad that I didn't see this. And I'm going to check this out actually later for some continuation. Obviously down so much now, I'm not really thinking of buying this for a bounce, nor do I want to short this name. But I'm pretty sure, if this is making fresh lows, this could be something to look at. So let me pull up the daily. And I don't know, Tony, if you're looking at anything at the moment as well.
Yeah, Bank of America, very fascinating. I see Citigroup as well, down 3.2%. JP Morgan, a little bit better, only down 3%. Wells Fargo, 3.5%. Canadian banks, Royal Bank of Canada, down 2%, but TD is following in its footsteps, 3.5%. So yeah, I think mortgages are actually something that people are looking at, I think, a lot lower volume. Great explanation, by the way, regarding the bond and the yield inverse relationship over there. I think the way I see about it is very much like you have a blue chip stock that's paying something like a 5% dividend. As the stock depreciates, the yields goes up because the yield is expressed as a percentage of the actual value of the stock itself. So with the stock being the denominator or stock price is the denominator, the higher the shares go, the higher the denominator is, the lower the yields are, and vice versa. Same relationship with the bonds. The higher price the bond is, it's the lower the yields are, and that's why you see the Bank of Japan, for instance, trying to lower the yields by buying the bonds. Something like when I was first looking at it, I was like, how does buying the bond lower the yield? But I think it's something that's, I think finding something that you really have to do in practice. If you own a bond, for instance, then you really start getting the gears going. I think the thing with school about these days with finance and business classes, they really should have people invest in the markets. I think it really encourages people to look at things on a more applied level. But anyhow, yeah, banks are not doing so well. I'd say mortgages are very much to blame at the moment. I have too many tabs open. But yeah, you can see a lot of mortgage lender, Better.com, the company I was about to do the SPAC deal. I think they're holding it off a little bit, at least not in this market. They don't want to be doing a deal. These guys laid off people via Zoom. You guys may remember, I think this was a year or so ago, actually, but looks like things have not been doing any better for the mortgage industry as well. With the rising rates, now the 10-year fixed, or 30-year fixed, I should say, above 5.5, if I remember correctly, could be higher. But yeah, here in Canada, variable interest rates causing a very high concern for many homeowners. In fact, I think there's one study that said that as rates continue to rise, 1/4 of homeowners might be underwater because you had a lot of FOMO, not just in Bitcoin, not just in stocks, but also in the housing market. And of course, you have a lot of families here. They don't want to gamble, but you see prices going up, and up, and you're starting to think to yourself, well, what happens if I never see this price here ever again. What happens? The bubble just keeps on growing. I can never buy a house. So I'm going to do what I can at the moment, especially when rates are low. I'm going to buy a house at a variable rate, nonetheless, here in Canada, because we don't do the 30-year. We only do the 5 and 25, and I think we have a 10 and a 20 option. But I'm not in the market for the mortgage, so I'm not quite sure about that. But the result of that is a lot of people, they bought a house, and now they have buyer's remorse. And now a lot of people can't pay off the rising mortgage rates with the interest rates rising. And so we also have JP Morgan laying off a lot of its employees, more so involved with mortgage. I believe JP Morgan said a lot of their M&As are also going down. I see a lot of these banks now, as people are talking about, now falling close to 40, 50% from their very highest point. Citigroup was at 80 before. Bank of America was at 50, now it's at 31, so that's down a solid 40%. Wells Fargo as well. This was $60, and now it's all the way, I think it was at 60, I might be wrong. The daily chart, this thing was, around 59, 60, and now it's back to 37. So a lot of these companies now, a lot of these banks are not doing so well. Again, in the rising rate environment, banks are hurt very much so. But that's not to say the other industries aren't hurt either. We got a lot of issues coming on with the industrial sector as well. Energy now, people are saying the 70 level was one to look at. Well, you guys were right, because now XLE just cracked below 70. Now it's 69.94, but this had a low of 69.73. Again, energy today stands out as a major outlier. Oil futures still red, but pretty much flat on the day. The rest of the sector is not doing so bad. I believe the Qs are still green at the moment, if I can recall. About to turn to red territory. I guess I should have held that short, because we pretty much, about an hour ago, we were taking a look at it. It was at up 1.5%. Now it's about to go red. And so, it's me and my paper hands. Unfortunately, can't hold much of a trade, but it's very curious to see where this might go. But lots of tech names here. Strong names, however, for today. It's funny, people talk about tulips in the chat. A lot of these growth companies, I don't know if I'd call something like a GitLab or like a C3AI or some of my holdings here tulips necessarily, but a lot of these names actually have been diverging away from more traditional tech names, with the real cash flow and PE ratio. So it's fascinating to see. I wonder if this is a sign of an actual market bottom. Perhaps we might be going higher. Upstart here now, that's my baby. I own 100 shares of this individual here in my personal account. Nice company here, $3 billion valuation. I don't think it's overvalued at all. Not considering this thing was at $400. Unity as well, I own that share. People were asking, I think earlier in the chat, what are you doing about some of your growth names like Unity that you often mention? And I think at the moment it's just add more to it in this economy. Again, cash flow negative, not doing so well. But if you have the name like Unity, I think you can start raising debt without much issue. Kind of like MicroStrategy, raising more corporate debt to buy more Bitcoin. People aren't really questioning them because they existed for a long time as a software company. I think Unity is quite the same. Anyhow, but enough for that spiel. I'll pass back to Lucas here. How are your trades going?
Pretty good. I'm actually looking at Apple, and I got a reload on the short there. That was pretty solid. We're getting an iceberg offer at 136.31 right now, and I want to believe this is going to test 136 even. So I think I'm actually going to add to this here in front of this iceberg. Let's see if I can get the fill to re-add there. This is something that you got to be very tricky with how you take this position, because it could quickly whip against you. So I'm going to add that back. I actually covered until I saw the iceberg. And going into some kind of strategy trading, and guys, don't mind this dark pool wick over here. So I take the short here, and I'm now covering because it's low range. So I'm covering a little bit of the position, and then boom, iceberg comes up. So I say, okay, let me add this back. I did not know the iceberg was there when I was covering. And at this point now, if it breaks the iceberg, which it looks like it could, I'll just take some more. I'll take some more profits. For me, this is like a add scalp and see if this can make it have another leg down. Market's pushing the low, and Apple holding trend to the downside. And guys, remember how we mapped that 37 resistance area from the other day? And before I go into a spiel here, let me just take some more off here, because this is flushing, and I have a bad habit of not covering my winners because I go into these deep explanations about things. So let me get my orders out here and cover some as I'm talking here. But so yeah, basically we had that 137 level on Apple. I took a lot of fills. I was actually doing very well on this. It's very hard to kind of see what I was doing here. But as we broke above, it was very choppy. As we broke above 137, I was out of position, and then we kind of popped. Now I got very interested in this because I said to myself, if I can get a nice short over here with decent size, then if it comes back down, I can really hammer the short through VWAP. So basically what happened over here, I thought we could have seen it over here before that kind of push up. And so I was trying really hard to not get smoked because I didn't really know what the market was going to do, but I was trying to build a relatively big position for my first entry for the smash short for a potential $1 move. And I was trying to make my month on this trade. So, it didn't really go well, but obviously kept risk in check. I traded quite a bit of size, quite a bit of shares, and overall on the name, I'm down on the name, but I'll probably finish flat on the name if I had to guess. If this move continues, I'm going to hold on to this short that I have now here. And, you know, now we're back below that 137. So this was a clean, like I took the short here and I was just recycling to kind of get a break even. Then we broke 137 and I hammered the short and I covered. Then I was like adding back to it, you know, jumped on the show with you guys. And now like I'm back in the short and, you know, whatever. If we pop back to 137, like I think it'll be a great opportunity to short again. If we can like play like a sort of like a over under here. But at this point, I'm holding my position. I think if we'll do a 136 test, that'll probably be my guess. And then make a decision from there. Because guys, keep in mind, like if you're looking at the day on Apple, here's the low, right? The low is just below 136. So as I'm shorting into the 136 level for the potential test, I'm cognizant of the fact that like this is the low. So like how much lower are we gonna go once we already moved from the high, right? So maybe we get the test, maybe we don't have a decent average on this, and I will cover if we break trend right now, if the market decides to bounce. But it looks like, you know, it looks like good opportunity to just continue to add to the short if it's holding trend. And there's a lot of selling right now on the tape. For anybody watching the tape of Apple, there is a lot of selling. And if you filter the size on the tape, so like this is Apple here, right? This is, you're seeing everything. And sometimes you can just filter 99 over and you'll just see like a lot of red, like a lot of aggressive selling. And like then like there's really no size on the bid, so it kind of stalls. There's not a lot of green, and then size comes on the bid and it instantly gets hit. And so when I'm seeing this type of aggressive selling, especially like as we're testing trend, it kind of makes me like the short. And you know, I'm already in the short, so I'm gonna hold on to this position here. But yeah, off that 137 level, like interesting level to play off. I think, you know, it wasn't super in play today, like very cleanly. Obviously, you could see it was kind of going well above 137. But I think like now that we're potentially going for a retest, if we get that, like a lot of people are looking at the same level there. So, you know, and it's right at VWAP too. So if there are some aggressive sellers on Apple, and there was pretty big size that came on the offer over here, there was like 3,000 lots just below VWAP. So whoever threw that out there didn't believe that we were gonna get higher for them to take that fill. So they threw it below VWAP. So, you know, if we can get back up here, I'll really like take like a nice position short. But for now, I'm gonna try to scalp this out here, and you know, I like to get flat to reevaluate. You know, like now that we did break trend, unless we kind of come back down, then obviously I'm going to hold this. But if we're going to dance around here for a little bit, then I might just like scalp this out, reevaluate. So we'll keep our eye there. And I see like people are talking about AMD as well. AMD approaching the $80 level. Sorry, that's Amazon. AMD approaching $80 level again. And this already tested $80 before. We're probably going to get an $80 test. I mean, like the rate, like a move from 85 to 80, like 5 points on AMD is probably the ATR on it. And you know, maybe we get that 80 test. But like if we do test 80, like I want to say that's a better bounce play, like in my opinion. But yeah, guys, keep in mind what I said the other day. Like AMD is definitely like, for me, I'm eyeing that 75 to 72 area. It looks really good on the chart for a long-term add in my personal portfolio. For a bounce play, like I'm not thinking I'm gonna buy AMD and hold this for like 5 years. Like I'm definitely, like if I'm doing that, I'm buying mutual funds, ETFs. But you know, for a bounce play, if we get to that 75, like we could easily test 75 and like a few days later be back up at 80, right? So it's like, I think it's solid risk to return. But in terms of a day trade right now, like definitely eyeing this for an $80 bounce. I think we might dance around here for a little bit. I don't really want to take a position, maybe a small position for a move back through 81. That could be a potential. You know, I'm not sure if Powell, I think Powell's probably, if I had to guess, he's probably done speaking today. You know, and, you know, if he caused this kind of sell-off with whatever he said, now that he's done, okay, like, you know, everybody's basically covering and maybe we get like a little bit of a bounce there. So, actually, yeah, you know what? I'm going to try like a small long here in AMD for a bounce play. Maybe we get like a nice 30-cent pop. So we'll see where this one goes. We shall see where this one goes. I think, you know, like obviously like this isn't really like, you have the falling knife, then you have some potential sideways action. Like the low is like 80.64, right? So if we get below like 80.50, like 80.50, then I'm wrong. And like it could happen right now. I'm wrong, I'll cover, it is what it is. But you know, if we bounce back to 81, I might add to this for another leg up 30 cents. So like first initial add, which is like a dangerous add, you know, because like it's obviously coming down. Like I could take the L very quickly on this one, but it seems like there's some bids here. So, you know, obviously there's overall selling pressure. I'm still in my Apple short. I have a decent position on that one. So, you know, if we go down, like Apple might work, but if we go up, AMD might whip back. I'll get out of that Apple, reevaluate at 137, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. AMD now, I think dollar from the 52-week low is now at 80.71. I think you said you're trying to catch the low of day over there, and I think that might be a good idea. Q's now trying to remain positive. Not too much going on, unfortunately, here. Just staying at this price level that we were. This was red at one point over the day before the market opened, surged higher, and now I don't know what Fed, J Powell's really saying at the moment, but trying to keep the Q's green over here. I know this was mentioned early in the trade. I apologize it took me so long to get back to it. People are saying Century Aluminum now having a little bit of some issues over here. Nice steel producer down 54% on the year on issues with energy costs. In fact, it's so expensive for them to actually have energy now, they're deciding to idle their operations at one of their plants over in Kentucky. And this will begin, I think, shortly, and not a good sign with these high energy prices now sprawling towards a bit of contagion towards a lot of other commodity markets as well. Century Aluminum today down 17%, down to $7. This, I remember, was at 20-something not that long ago, back 2020, 2021. Yeah, $30. Wow, that's crazy. Aluminum, American Aluminum as well, Alcoa Corporation here, $97, I believe was the high, and now we're back down to 45. Aluminum producers in a bit of an issue at the moment, especially with falling aluminum prices. I believe spot is now at 2,400. But yeah, so a lot of these commodity prices not doing so well. The inverse can be said, however, for BHAT, as we're now back at 313, high day 330. See if we break that again now, up 316% on the day, all just because of like a pulled shelf offering, which I find to be kind of funny. I don't know what that really implies. To me, it's either they couldn't find any buyers or that they decided that they could get the money from elsewhere. In any case, shareholders are not being diluted, and that's a really good sign. This was up like 100-something%, I believe, and I think it just became like a huge shareholder.
Big flush.
A flush on which one is it that flushed?
Everything. I'm just looking at my like when everything starts spazzing out there, it kind of gets interesting. So we got a flush down and then a quick move back up. So you know what? I'm actually going to cover this this Apple position and reevaluate. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to hold on to this. It's funny. AMD is actually working. Now we're heading back towards 81, but Apple's very slow to move up. But you know, if we, you know what? Actually, I'm going to cover this Apple position. I'll reevaluate. Cover this Apple just because like this, you know, when you get a quick flush down and an instant reversal, it's almost as if they were waiting for that move to happen. Now I'm kind of scared because this could quickly be back at like 3680 area VWAP in no time. So I mean, I'll reevaluate. If it stays around here, I'll just get back in, but I don't want to hold that against me. And yeah, AMD had the same kind of thing. Flush down, and what's the low on this? 80.51. So we didn't break the 50 level. We flushed down, we bounced back up. So I'm kind of, and guys, look at the ES here, right? ES, similar pattern. It kind of made a low, made a new low, popped, made a new low, and popped. And look where these candles are closing, right? So like this sort of, when I see a setup like this, like yes, they're selling, right? They're selling, but the fact that it's like reclaiming this level on a short-term basis, this gets me scared of my short positions because at any moment we could pop. And what I've noticed, I've been repeating the same thing, but what I've noticed is in this bear market that we're in, the pops are so violent. Like today on Apple, it was trading like a penny stock. It was actually insane. I took a long position, and I was 70 cents in the money, like on Apple in 1 second. I was like, oh my god! And then I tried to take profits, and I only made like 30 cents. And then I was out of the money. I took like a short or another position, and I was like out of the money by like 50 cents in 1 second. I was like, this is trading like a small cap. Like, what's going on here? So it's kind of insane. So you guys have to be very careful of that. Like, everybody wants to say like, oh, you know, the short is good, but be very careful. Like, you know, the pops can get away from you, right? And that's basically the reason as to why I quickly covered the Apple position. And I saw somebody in the chat say before, audit the Fed. That makes me laugh. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to really comment too much about that, but obviously they're a private organization. They can do whatever they want. You know, they're doing their best to kind of guide the economy to make sure things are good and the good times continue. But yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice, right? To have that kind of interesting, you know, more information there. And I see Neil saying BHAT going for high of day, BHAT. So this has done, 140 million, pushing high of day. Wonder what the float is on this one. I'm going to quickly check this here, actually. So nice website. We got Float Checker, and I'll do this live for you guys as well if you want to look at my screen. BHAT. This is, 4 mil. We got a 4 mil float here. Okay. So this actually gets interesting, and I bet this company's worth less than 200 million if I had to guess.
No, micro
maybe
cap.
300 million. Yeah, decent move over here. I really like these plays when they get to like, well, 5's really far away. But actually the bids are kind of kind of interesting over here unless they get hit. I'm gonna try a long on this. Like this is probably gonna be raw. Oh, wait a second. If you know what these plays, I'm in, I'm out. And like I'll probably be wrong on this trade here, but I think it's worth a stab. It kind of looks half decent, so we'll see where this goes. And this will be like a tight stop. Like if we flush down, I'm out of this trade. But I'm gonna go for some continuation. We did not break the 350 level yet. And if we break that, I'm gonna have my orders out to get out if we get a nice pop there. But if we break back below like the recent high, which was like 330, then I'm out of this trade. Because, you know, again, guys, small cap like makes a new high, does a lot of volume, and then the volume slows and it just kind of instantly reverses and is back into the range. So I'm trying this long and I'm going for a quick scalp here. If we can break the 350 level, then I think it's worth it to throw a stop at like around break even as opposed to throw it in right now. But yeah, see, we're potentially getting this slam down here, so it kind of makes the trade less attractive. Very tight risk for me on this one, so I'm going to leave my initial stop in. And yeah, we'll see where this one goes. I mean, if we do get that push through 350, then we could possibly get to like 370 area. So like it's like a nice, like in my eyes, this works out to like maybe like a 4-to-1, 5-to-1. And we have some size on the bid here, but if this gets taken right now, I'm probably going to get out of this trade and it's probably going to be a loser. And it is what it is, right? But guys, look at this. This is what I'm going to highlight for you. See these top wicks. The short is probably going to be good. Like you have this one that wicked up to 350, right? This is high of day. And let me just bring the volume on this for you guys as well. Create volume, there we go, apply. Okay, just to make it more clean. So you got the volume spike, right? New high of day. Now you got the wick up to 350, you got the wick up to 345. Now is this the high of this wick, 342? And then we're gonna break back below and just like go back down. So I'm trying a cheeky long here based on the fact that like, you know, maybe this thing continues and wants to break out even higher and potentially get a nice scalp. But again, if you know, it's nice risk. The risk makes sense to me, so I'm gonna take this trade. I'm in the trade, so we'll keep it going.
I think we are about to move to our session. I want to clock with Brendan here, giving us some new updates.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you a little breakdown of what is moving today and the volume board for today. Also, when it comes to U.S. indexes, how we're doing overall. This graph up here gives you a pretty good indication of how it's basically well even between stocks that are lower on the day, stocks that are higher, and stocks that are basically break even. So about 5,000 to the upside, 4,800 and change to the downside. On this side, you see new lows and new highs, 1,085 versus 66. So the market overall moving back to the downside, causing that to happen. Here we go, BHAT, top of the list today, 135 million shares. What a bounce off $1 for BHAT today. Huge move. Zila back on here. We've talked about it a couple of times this week. 111 million shares. A little penny stock, but doing all kinds of volume. There's TQs. There's Vroom on here. I saw that pop up this morning and kind of shrugged it off because it wasn't really a huge move, but 70 million for Vroom on the volume leaders. Down here, BHAT, FSTX, and Rain on the performance side of things, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks so much for the update. I see people here in the chat talking about, Prad's in the chat here. Hey, shout out to you, Prad. Hope the wedding's going good. We want to say here, congratulations, Prad, on the marriage. Unfortunately, not Prad's wedding himself. I think it's his sister's wedding, but that day will come soon for Prad, I'm sure. So it's still time for some of you out there in the chat to see if you can chat up Prad over here a bit, but no, Prad, hopefully you're doing well today. Hopefully the wedding's joining. He said the weather there, not the finest, but hopefully that makes reversal. Just like the markets here, as we're doing, Q's about to go red to the downside over here. We're up 1.5% just earlier, now all the way back to just being up 0.1%. A lot of other names, I think, flipping now as well, but not BHAT, 339 at the moment, just mentioned by Brendan over there. A high of day, 349, just 10 cents off from the day's highs. Again, just a pulled shelf offering, and yet we bounced quite a bit over here. Volatile name, again, and we were talking about a huge rug pull on the indices a second ago. But some of these indices names, but one that really caught my attention, I think we were mentioning earlier, was G-Sun. It's Golden Sun Education Group. Yesterday IPO'd at around $4, up 130% immediately. Never traded below 13, and now today we're at 20. We were as high as 29.64. A bit of a rug pull earlier, as mentioned in the chat. We fell 30%, or I think a bit less than 30%, but around 30% in the span of just minutes. My prediction for a name like this, low floater, $4 IPO, no one's ever heard of it before. probably going to see a huge rug pull, like an actual 90% rug pull in a couple of days. I can see this stock trading back at $1, $2, or maybe $3 if we're lucky. Again, not to be a bear, but be careful about a name like this, because again, it reminds me of TKLF, Austin Gold, and the Austin Technology Group, now trading at around $1, $2, and $3 respectively, or something to that effect. So yeah, a lot of these low floater names, just got to be careful about holding them overnight, because the rug pull could come at any moment. I saw people talking, or I think someone in chat, sorry I forget your name, talking about an interesting coin here, AGLD, talking about this as a tulip. Venture Gold, never heard of this item before, but it's always good to see names mentioned over in the chat. $6 coin, I guess, now at 40 cents. A lot of these people are talking about a lot of these smaller cap names. Now's the time to buy. Again, we're not quite trading cryptocurrencies over here, unfortunately, but it's not quite the most efficient thing with our platform. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree with some of you guys in the chat. Now might be the time to load up, or at least now, perhaps between now and the next year, 2 years. Possibly 3, as we have crypto winter here, but it's crazy to see how much these names have fallen, and it could be time to load up soon. Yeah, and people talk about snow as well, melting, as I hear in the chat. Snow melting. This is at up 8% on the day. I think that's what you guys are talking about. Snowflake, nice software company here. Warren Buffett backed, but I think this is one of the names he's lost on, unfortunately. Yeah, not too crazy in volume today. 11 million, up 8%. Fading just a little bit. High of day 142, now 137.5. Looking for a little bit of reversal here, along with the Qs. Not too surprising. I think now might be a decent short, actually. We hit the pretty much double top here, high of day. Again, we opened, tanked a little bit. U-turned back up all the way over here, but now we're breaking below these lows. So I think as long as the Qs continue to trade lower here based off of what Powell was saying, we might see Snowflake as well just falling a little bit. And thank you, Bick, for the super chat earlier, asking about FedEx earnings. I think you mentioned one other stock, CMX, but I wasn't quite able to find that one. But yeah, FedEx earnings, I believe they're out today, later today. On a technical basis, I don't really follow logistics much, but I imagine something like fuel prices being higher, energy prices, something that might hurt their guidance coming up later into the year. They have a huge fleet, not quite electric just yet, just delivery and electric services. Obviously, the higher oil futures might be something that they are concerned about. On a technical basis as well, I think, obviously my lines are a little sloppy here. Not quite a double top, but close to it. We're trying to test it. Red for a day, down 1%, almost 2%, I should say. Low of the 52 weeks was at 192, so back over here at the start of May. Personally, I think I would not be holding this into the earnings. Again, technicals here doesn't look the most attractive. I think we got rejected off the highs here around 238, and now we are just trying to move lower. If we make a new low of day, I think that's for sure a bearish sign that earnings might not be good, or at least their guidance might be in trouble. Again, Century Aluminum today sliding around 17% now as they cited high energy costs as a reason they're pausing production on their plants. I'd imagine FedEx as well hurting from the higher energy prices. And so these logistics names just have to be careful, because energy is one thing that really sprawls across all sectors. Maybe not technology per se. Mentioning delivery related, logistics related, I think higher energy prices are something to be felt. So careful if you're going long on FedEx today. I don't know if this is going to be an options play. I'm not quite sure what the implied volatility is on a FedEx move over here, but if I were to play options, I might do something like a vertical spread where I'm longing or I short something like a strike that's. Or sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. I'll short a lower strike call and I'll buy a higher strike call as a bit of insurance. So if this thing doesn't move up, let's say I sell a 225 call and I buy a 230 call, that should be profit for me with the $5 per share downside. That would be how I would play options. Yeah, back to Luca.
Yeah, guys, I just want to share how I traded this BHAT. So I took the cheeky long, like I said, looking for the push. It was very slow, and I was worried of this candle coming. So I literally got out, and now go figure, we're back up. The name obviously up 350%. Like, is it going to go towards 4 today? Like, there's a good chance that it could, right? But for me, I don't know how low this is going. Like, I take the long, and I'm like, look, are we going to go back into the range and then kind of barcode for a good period of time? Like, I don't want to be long over here if we're going back over here. So I'm in, I'm out. Took the small. It was basically a break even. I think I lost maybe like 2 cents on that. So it was like nothing I can complain about. But, back up, right? Are we going for another high of day push? Something that we tend to see in the small cap world is, these wicks are very telling that the flush is coming, but it holds trend. People like stops are triggered, then it just kind of does nothing, and now we go back up, right? So maybe one to buy the dip on. But again, guys, up so much at this point, it's not something that I want to chase. And I don't really want to short this right now, to be honest. So I'm going to stay away from this one. and I kind of messed up not getting back into this Apple short. But like, yeah, and I can't remember who said this in the chat because it reminded me, like, this market can make up a decision, can make its mind up. Like, look, I covered the short here because I thought maybe we'll get a pop and a better average. Then we flushed even lower, did not add, which was unfortunate. I was looking at other things, and then now we're just like right back to that level anyways. So, you know, the market looked like it was going to kind of, it's making new lows, but it looks like it's really going to flush, and then it just kind of comes back up. So yeah, this is the market we're in. It's obviously a day trader's market. Like, if you're in the money, I would say just take your profits, because you're probably going to get another chance to get that position back anyways. And so it's just like, I would just say, like, I would argue just, you know, recycle a lot, because you're going to get a lot of fills. You know, like you could take the short here, cover here, take another short, cover, right? Like whatever your plan is. And somebody else was asking, you know, Prad's sister's wedding. So I'm not actually sure whose wedding it is, but Prad is not getting married.
Yeah, it's not Prad.
It's not Prad's wedding. Yeah, so it's not Prad's wedding. But I think I have no idea. But when he comes back, you guys can ask him. And yeah, he's in the chat here saying that he's dying of heat. It's super hot. Yesterday, the day before, super hot. We obviously have a heat warning. And you know, like, what do? I go get myself a nice espresso, because that's what I do in a heat warning. I sit down in the shade. I enjoy a nice espresso. Double spro, yeah. But you know, looking back at this market here, I was actually eyeing AMD for the 80 bounce. As I mentioned, it just didn't get close enough to where I wanted to take the bounce. I thought, like, with the selling pressure that we were getting, and I took the long, and I was wrong on that, and I was reevaluating. I'm like, okay, let me have a bounce play here. But we didn't get as low as I wanted to see. But you know, I think there's a good chance that, like, we can get back there for a potential, like, you know, if this market's not really going to sell off until like the end of the day, then like potentially a really good area to take a long for a potential move back to like 81, 82 area. I'm not really sure if we'll get to VWAP and above, like in this market, especially with this aggressive selling. But you know, like, as the selling kind of wraps itself up, then it goes sideways. Like, great opportunity to get long here on AMD. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes on this one. And I see people also asking about NEO before. NEO, interesting scenario here. And I'm not proud of the way that I traded this, but I actually took the short and I stopped myself out for some reason, and then it just kind of flushed down from there. This was a terrible fill. And this is something to be said about, like, do one thing good as opposed to like 4 things bad, right? So, you know, I was doing a bunch of things, and this was kind of on the side, and I didn't really like process this information correctly. But guys, if we zoom out on this one, like, and I think this level might come up multiple times in the next maybe. So obviously today, yesterday, maybe tomorrow as well. You know, you have that 23 to 23.20 area. Like, we could not get above 23.10 on this day, which was to start the week. And then, you know, we got above it, but we instantly flushed back down. And then today we actually were above the level in the pre-market, and then we had a 23 bounce, and then it just kind of, and this was the bounce in the pre-market, so like less volume obviously. And then right when we opened, like, everything flushed, and NEO just went from 23 down to like basically 22. So that was a clean dollar. Like, you could have had like a short just below 23, and you were just instantly in the money. And so on the retest play, I should have given it more room. I think I just took a little bit too much size, and it was on the back burner. I wasn't really paying attention there. But it's clearly in this range, top being 23, bottom being 22, with the 22 being the previous high, and then the gap up and test of the 22 area, and now we're staying above, right? So we bounced off 22, but we're basically ranging. So, you know, this is something on my radar. Like, if we decide to sell off, and if we sell off hard, maybe not today, but I'll maybe be looking for like that 22 breakdown back into the 21 area. So nice gap to fill over here, and it seems super weak at the 23 area. So, I mean, I doubt we'll get it. If we are going to go lower, we're probably not going back to that 23 area. But if we get a chance to short that 23 area, or even short that 22 breakdown area, I actually like that on NEO, because there's that gap to fill. And then, you know, your out is basically like above 23, and just on a discretionary basis. Like, you could, I mean, don't put a stop at 23.01 the way that I did, or else you have this kind of scenario. But, you know, 23, like, you put a stop like high of day, depending how much risk you're taking. But even, like, I like to say on a discretionary basis, like, look, if it's breaking above 23 with a lot of volume, then, you know, like, it's probably going higher, and you'll see it in the tape. But if it kind of gets there and sort of dances around, there's not that much buying, then just be patient, because this is obviously showing you that it's going to like range trade between 22 and 23 area. So that's actually a good look for the future. And I see people also talking about Tesla back to 680. So 680 was an interesting level that I had mapped from before, and I want to pull this up really quickly. So we had the extra strong day. Tesla was up like 13% on this day, and it was just like a magnet, right? And then we had the kind of follow through, make a new high, and quickly dump yesterday. And now we're kind of like within the range, sort of like an inside day on Tesla. But I think if we can really, it's looking like it wants to bounce here off just below the 690 area. And I think, look, if you expect the market to go back up here, this is actually a decent long area. Play off that low a day, 690 temporary support for a potential move back to 700. Like decent risk to return in terms of like that's probably like a 3-to-1, maybe a 5-to-1 if you structure it accordingly. But yeah, if this gets below 680, and I'm not really expecting this. I mean, this would be a fairly large move for Tesla only doing 23 mil volume today. But if we get below 680. Then fireworks, right? So it's like we're like tomorrow being Friday could be free fall Friday. So I would definitely be looking at Tesla to reverse. Like Tesla's a name that can easily reverse the move. Like it makes the strong move to the upside, and then it has 2 days of sideways action, and then opens like around 700 tomorrow, and just boom flushes down to 660, right? Like we've seen that happen on Tesla before. It could easily happen again. And something I'm looking at, and I'm trying to type in Bitcoin here. Something I'm looking at is, if Bitcoin is selling off, going below 20,000 and just picking up steam to the downside, if it's just a lot of selling pressure, then I think Tesla, obviously Tesla owns some Bitcoin, not that much, but just overall, EV sector has been hot, and now it's kind of like, are we looking for first red day? So this is why, NIO's up, and I kind of like the short on NIO. Like Tesla, I like it a little bit less, but if we do get down there, potential short back into maybe a 30-point win, and just have a tight stop on that one. But yeah, looking like that 695 area is like the dance around area right now. It's like, you kind of broke below and then quickly ripped back above, and now we're back in this area. And if it kind of dances around, I want to believe that the bots are basically looking to stop everybody out in real time and then make a decision based on where the overall market's going. But if the market is gonna, now looking like it broke trend, if we're gonna push back up to this 3770 area, which could be a potential resistance area, this could easily bring Tesla back up to the 700, 702. Not so sure that, it's going to break VWAP and go back to the highs, but definitely a good area for a potential long. Maybe I'll consider this if we get back to 690 and just reevaluate. But the last thing I want to do right now is chase over here and widen my risk on the trade and kind of get destroyed if I'm wrong on that trade. So I'll keep that on the back burner. Thanks for the call out on that one. And CCL boom for tomorrow. CCL boom. Where's CCL?
Ooh.
Carnival.
I wonder. I think they're having earnings today.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, down 3% today, but we'll see what happens in the after hours. Yeah, wow. This is close to $8, which was the bottom of the pandemic. That's crazy. This was $31.32, I think, last year. But yeah, CCL. Wow, what a name. Anyhow, I think a few names been picking up in the chat here. I think PEV and ATIF. Closely related and been talked about. PEV now, I think, dropping quite a bit. High of day 850, now just up 11%, 12% over here. This IPO'd very recently, very small cap name over here, raised $16 million, I believe, in their IPO downsized offering from 150, I believe they wanted to do last year. Obviously not this year with these market conditions, but we're going to fade quite a bit. Again, I don't think the catalyst is quite there. If you want to trade us on a technical basis, I think go ahead and do so. But I don't know if I think the news was, again, that ATIF, a Chinese consulting firm that has not been doing very well at all in the past couple of years, has took a stake in the company during the IPO, and I suppose that's big news. It's up over 100%. But then again, we are fading now. So this was a runner for a bit, but I think today we're trying to pull back a little bit. And if this opens lower tomorrow than the close of the day today, I think this might be done for, unfortunately. But yeah, what is holding quite well, however, are the markets. Qs now trying to stay green. I don't think I've ever seen Qs red, at least not recent. In the past couple of minutes, it might have went red for a little bit here, but overall, I think the market's here trying to find a little bit of a bottom, trying to come back a little bit, see if we can start moving again to the upside on the Qs. And again, this is the index that I look at. Interestingly, I think when I think of QQQ, I think of something like Microsoft and Amazon, and those are the largest components. But there's a lot of blue chip unrelated names in the QQQ, such as Old Dominion Freight as well as PepsiCo. So not very tech related there in the Qs, but they make up a much smaller percent as well. Some names as well mentioned. AMC, I saw someone saying that they are joining the Russell 1000. Hanzo B, thank you for that. I think somebody else when I said as was, or maybe that was you earlier. But yeah, AMC today down 7% now, $11.73. On a technical basis, I do like it. Nice pullback all the way from $13 back on June 22nd. Not July yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, this has just been in a very, very tight range, not that tight, around 50%. But it's been moving back and forth and back and forth. And I think that spelled out good news last year for GME to join the Russell 1000. Now AMC is following suit this year. But again, usually on rumors of that usually gaps up quite a bit. Maybe we'll see something happen tomorrow morning. Not sure. I believe you said it's going to be joining Russell 1000 tomorrow. So this is going to be a name to look at, possibly a catalyst play over there then. But yes, Qs are doing quite well over here. And I remember the chat was asking you a question, Luca. I think they are asking, what do you mean when you say cheeky? I think you used that phrase 2 or 3 times with your trades. And one of the guys said it was an underwear brand from where they were. So
yeah.
Cheeky, what do you mean by that?
Well, so it's like, you know, maybe I'm using the word incorrectly, but for me, it's just like, look, I'm going to, like, for example, these are like cheeky shorts to me because it's like I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't play around that much. I should not be taking this much size. I think I'm going to be wrong, but if I'm right, then it gives me a nice average to kind of add on to it. So it's just like, I don't know, maybe I'm using the name incorrectly.
No, I think you're right,
or the word
actually.
incorrectly, sorry.
No, not at all. I'm seeing here from dictionary.com. It's an imprudent or irrelevant, typically in an endearing or an amusing way. So I guess it's amusing trades you're taking there. I'd say it's very much
basically amusing myself to see if I'm going to be right on this trade here. Like not really like like this one right here. Obviously Apple 137 short. That was like a nice trade. That was a real trade, super focused, bigger size. And these were just kind of like playing around. Like maybe I get a nice average that I can then double down on. But yeah, guys, started another Apple position. This is the 5-minute chart, so 5-minute candles here. And we're kind of wicking above trend as the kind of market really isn't moving up as much as I thought it could have, like very quickly with velocity. So I think like there's a good potential that we go back down and then test that 136 and potential breakdown. So start position on the short there. And there was also some other questions here in the chat that I wanted to address. Yeah, so Larry Wanta, the Rivian guy, did a YouTube video, somehow needed a windshield, $1,600 to replace, EV overrated, wait until the repair costs start. And this is actually something that, you know, when I first realized that, you know, to replace, for example, take Tesla. To replace a battery on a Tesla is so expensive. So like, yes, you save on gas is what it is. But like by the time you're gonna replace a battery, like let's say you gotta replace a battery in like year 7 of the car, year 6. I don't know how long they last. But if it's gonna cost you like $35,000 to replace that battery, like that's a new car, right? So you buy this Tesla, you spend like whatever it is, 50, 60,000 to buy the car, and then you go replace the battery, 35,000 6 years later. How many people have $35,000 laying around to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a new battery for my Tesla. Maybe if you're like upper middle class or you're rich, like that's feasible. But like for somebody who's like middle class and then you buy the Tesla, you're like, yeah, I'm saving on gas, and then out of nowhere, boom, 40 grand, like you gotta pull out of the bank account. Like that's insane. So it's like, yeah, like wait until repair costs come in. It's like, is it feasible for the average person? So I think I'm not sure if people are considering this before they buy a Tesla, and that's just buy a new Tesla. Yeah, just buy a new Tesla, exactly. But yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. Like the replacement of the battery, and I see Tesla battery costs $8K to replace. So maybe I'm using. See, I remember a higher number. It's not cheap, but yeah, 8K, maybe that's more realistic. Like obviously if the car's 60 and the battery's 30, but again, guys, if the battery's even like 20 or 30, like if it's 8, okay, but even then, you got like, but think of all the money you saved on gas. I see these comments coming through, and obviously you're joking around, Crispy Trader, but that's the thing, right? Where does the money that you saved on gas go? You just spend it. Like people just spend it. Clearly people don't know how to save money or budget accordingly, or we wouldn't be in this huge mess that we're in. So like, people are saving money, they're putting it towards other things, and then like, boom, you got to spend $8,000. Like people don't have it, and what do? I don't know, maybe they sell the Tesla. So yeah, it's I found that kind of interesting.
Very fascinating.
And I see people, somebody asking, please look at Costco. So I'll pull up Costco here. Just give me a brief moment to pull it up on my chart here.
Yeah, people are saying what you're saying kind of equates to buying a new printer when you need more ink when it's just that expensive. And I think that's a very fascinating analogy. Yeah, it's like for me personally, I think I'm only going to stick to my Hondas and Acuras. I like those vehicles. What about you? Do you drive by any chance?
So somebody in the chat actually said before, they're like, Luka looks like he doesn't have to take the bus anywhere.
Oh yeah, are you right?
I found that funny because I'm like, it's so much easier to take the bus or the subway, especially like coming into the city. It's like, I'm not like, the last thing I want to do is like drive here, be sitting in traffic. I actually commuted into the city at when I was working somewhere else, and I was commuting in, taking the subway, and somebody was driving in, and I was like, oh, like we live close by, and I was like, oh, like I'll take that ride 10 out of 10 times, and it was amazing, like air conditioning, listening to music in the car, but he would always complain and sitting in traffic, and I was like, yeah, like I would not want to drive. So yeah, you know, as much as, you know, you got to weigh the pros and cons, and I think for me, it's just much easier to jump on, you know, train or bus and just kind of, no stress, like you're not driving, you don't have to focus, especially for me, like saving my brain power for trading as opposed to like driving and like, you know, like driving in traffic, making a lot of decisions. So yeah, but, and there was something, okay, yeah, so let's take a look at Costco here. And yeah, Costco up 2% today. I want to actually zoom out on this one. So like, you know, in a recession, are people really going to be spending less? I think somebody posted something on social media the other day and it kind of made me laugh. It said, you know, I usually go to Costco and I'm waiting in line and it takes like 30 minutes. And yeah, some Costcos are extra busy. But then he said, but now I went to Costco and it only took me 10 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So we are definitely in a recession. And that kind of, I mean, I don't know how much that's going to translate. I guess we'll see what happens. But in terms of looking at the daily on this, I'm going to assume it's probably ranging. And like between that like 500, 450 area, at this point, you know, from a day trading perspective, looks like it broke out. And I'm not sure if Costco pays a dividend actually, but you know, thing with these trades is, so when I'm looking at like an AT&T or a Costco or like a FedEx, like these names that probably, you know, pay a dividend and, you know, like strong companies, strong value names, when they kind of range and then break out, from a swing trading perspective, I love to play the continuation. And so like basically Costco, like you had that kind of strong move up, sort of sideways action, and then made a new high, right? If we can come back, and I'm not sure we will, especially if this name's going to be extra strong, but if this name can come back for a sort of like a bounce around 468 to 465, maybe that's a good area for a potential continuation up, because, you know, it's sort of like sideways. And again, guys, this is the 1 hour, but like it looks like this was sort of the bottom of the range. Then we kind of broke back above it, a little sideways action, break back above again. So are we going to go sideways again, giving you a potential long around this like 468, 466 area for the next leg up towards like 480, 486? So, you know, I like the value names. And speaking of value names, let me just quickly pull up AT&T. Traded this yesterday at the $20 level, and yeah, look at this. It made a new high, recent high. So I obviously had the 20 breakout. I didn't trade it today, but look at this, right? Had a very strong move up to 2050 area, opened just below that level, and then made another high, 2070. So obviously, you know, market kind of sideways and down today, so like gonna put some pressure on these names as well, but still holding above 20. And so going back to that kind of ideology of like, look, it breaks the $20 level. At some point, it's gonna come back and test the $20 level, whether this was the test, I mean, very close to 20, right? But it's gonna come back, it's gonna test that level, then it's gonna bounce from there. So you have multiple setups. You have the initial move into the level. You can have and I don't like taking the short on names when they're strong. So you have like the move into the level. So you can be long for the move into the level with less size, assuming that you're wrong on this trade, like the pre-breakout, you're long, you cover. Then you have the breakout trade, which I did fairly well over here. Missed the reload, so didn't get any fills up here. And then you have the test, the bounce play. So we're seeing this on AT&T. We could potentially see it on Costco. And pulling up NEO again, just to kind of reiterate, you know, same situation. You have the long into the breakout level. You have, okay, it gapped above. So, you know, you didn't really have the breakout. You had to kind of chase maybe a breakout 22 over here. Then you have the bounce play at 22. Then you have the either breakdown or continuation up, right? So like this kind of ideology, like you can apply this to any name that you're looking at. It doesn't have to be NEO. It doesn't have to be AT&T. Just make sure that you're definitely evaluating the potential catalyst and like your expectations are in check, right? So it's like, for example, like if NEO breaks 22 today, like I don't expect it to go to 21 because that would be a huge move. And like the market would really have to sell off. Obviously anything's possible, but that would not be my expectations. If anything, my expectations would be a potential break of 22, come down to 2280 area, and then a vicious bounce back above 22 area. Like I'm really liking the short if we like set up for tomorrow. But at this point today, I'm probably a no trade, hands off Neil for me for today. Already messed up once, so I'm not really gonna look to mess up again. Yeah, hopefully that covers your Costco question. And I see Kai saying, look at pets, P-E-T-Z. So let's have a look here, P-E-T-Z.
A nice Chinese pet food company, I believe. Wow.
Is that what this is?
Think so.
All these, okay, there's a wild move from 2 to 350. I never know, I mean, off the top of my head, when I pull up these names, I go short. This is a short. But like, I'm not gonna just short blindly right now.
Not at the high of the day, no.
Yeah, not at the high of the day. Like obviously a strong move, but just off the top of my head thinking, I'm just like, pets, Chinese company, short. And like for no other reason, because you know like how the education companies were going wild before?
Yes.
Like you had like the Chinese education companies going wild. And I'm just like, I don't know anything about this company, but it just kind of feels like the short is gonna be good. And I mean, look, if you pull it, the reason I say that is because you pull up the daily, these things like they pop and then they fade. So I'm not really, like if this is like obviously a day one move, I'm not really looking to like get long this name, but like for me, I like to say the higher the better. Like let this thing go so high so that I can have a really nice short on it and then come back to like a kind of mean reversion strategy on like a 2-week basis. And then I see people saying AMD and BABA, please. I'm assuming you want me to take a look. Yeah, let me refresh myself on where AMD is. So this is the 10-minute here on AMD. We're kind of dancing around. Feels like we could easily get back down to 80. We could easily, like there's a lot of selling pressure, like on, for example, Apple, Amazon, AMD, like we're down, right? Down 3.6%. So I'm thinking this is gonna get back to 80. So this is definitely on my radar for a potential like 80 bounce play, even though like this was probably the first bounce, this was the bounce, but 80, you know, decent psychological level. I'll let it interact with 80, then I'll make a decision. And then you also mentioned Baba. I actually haven't had a look at Alibaba today. And yeah, back towards the 110 area. Interesting, actually. And this thing was actually at 113 today. See, you know, it's unfortunate that like we can't swing. Like we're day traders. We trade intraday. But like, you know, that Baba 100 level is solid. Like you play the over/under game, and you just kind of get long above 100. Get out at the top of the range that it's creating. Like this thing, like remember when I was going for the bounce play over here? I'm not sure if anybody remembers that. I was going for like a bounce play, hopefully move back to VWAP. But like I would have loved to hold this position like for the move up. Because like, look at this, right? We didn't even close below 100. The next day we were higher. The next day was a chop day. And then this is your chance to get out of that trade. But it looks like, you know, like 110 to 112 is like sort of like resistance. Like if we get back above like 114 into 115, then maybe we see like that extended move. But like the market would really have to like push higher for this thing to, I mean, the market's decently flat. This is up 3.6%. And I want to believe that the reason this is holding is because of that $100 level. It's like we already sold so much below 100, big selling, and now it's kind of like doing really nothing. Like obviously the range on Alibaba is a little bit bigger, but holding above that 100 level. So I think this is an awesome opportunity. Like in terms of risk to reward, like if you can get long like 101, 102 area, it's like 1-2 point risk for like a 10, 15 point, like that's like a 10 to 1. That's awesome. In terms of a day trading perspective, let's have a look here. This is not something, I mean, it's kind of range bound towards the bottom of the range, and it's not really something that like I'm looking at right now. You know, it's up, so it's obviously relatively stronger, but I want to favor the shorts right now. The only kind of long I'm thinking of right now is maybe a potential AMD bounce play at 80. And yeah, asking what happened to AMD today. I just think overall, I mean, I'm not sure if there's any specific news, but just overall market pressure to the downside, like just very weak, right? Like tech names are down. Like if we're looking, like just pulling up my watch list over here, let me just see what's down the most. It's kind of weird because we had yesterday where Amazon was relatively stronger than Apple, and then today in the morning it felt like Amazon was relatively weaker than Apple. So it's kind of like a weird kind of scenario. But at this point, yeah, Amazon's still kind of up 1.2%, hovering around that VWAP area. And that level of the 109.20 area, not even tested. So maybe this thing wants to kind of hold. If we do get a move back up, I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon leads the way and kind of pushes towards 111 there. And I'm still holding my Apple short, actually. And obviously, guys, you know, time being like 1, 2 o'clock, like, you know, this is expected, right? Just kind of sideways action. But the longer that we can't get above, like 136.80, 137, like if selling pressure comes in, if we're going to make another leg down in the market, and guys, remember, big selling, big buying comes in at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, not midday, right? So midday, it's going to dance around, do a bunch of things unless it's at a specific level. But if we're now going to get another leg down in this market, like this is probably where I get short and build the short. And this actually like really nice. Like, but again, guys, very, very light volume, like kind of like popping, dropping, and that level seems to be that 136.60 area going into VWAP. So if this gets above 137, like I'm out of my short. I'll cut my loss there. I don't necessarily think I'm going to flip long. Maybe I'll look towards other names. But yeah, I'm definitely going to add to this, and maybe I'm going to start recycling this a little bit more.
Absolutely. I don't mean to cut you off there, but I just want to make sure we aren't skipping one of Brendan's sections. Money Talks 130. Brendan, do you have something for us today? Oh, not here. Oh, I apologize. Sorry. It says 130 here on my slide. But thanks for all those calls on your part. I've been seeing here in the chat, we have some requests for Zila Technologies today, fading just a little bit, 15% mentioned earlier. I think a little bit in the show, but this unfortunately looks just like a fader. And this could see, a second wind, I'd say, another bounce sometime later in today for maybe like 5-10%. But unfortunately, I think in the grand scheme of things, Zila here just too debt-ridden and too high expenses for this to move anything anywhere else but down in the long term. You can see this has not been doing well historically. Now it's 16 cents. It's a microcap company now, or not quite microcap, but 70 million market cap company now. I think yesterday they received a contract for $133 million with one of their soon-to-be partner, gapped up quite a bit higher on that news towards 23 cents, and now we are back at 16, so quite a pullback. Unfortunately, I don't think this name has much to go from now. It's on natural gas futures as well, something that people want to look at here, fading now down to six per cubic foot, I believe, which usually this traded as much in the $2 to $3 range historically. So natural gas has absolutely surged since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it has almost hit $10. That's absolutely crazy. Now back down to 6. I believe they said something about plant exposure not too long ago, which really hurt the prices. And now it looks like we're going lower and lower with energy prices pulling back just a little bit before or after, I think I should say, a historic surge. Other names mentioned in the chat: GDPI, Polestar EV, soon to change its name, I believe, on Friday. A decent mover yesterday, not quite moving too much today, but this was a huge play, I think, late last year, stock that I was trading. I remember this thing hitting $16. Unfortunately, didn't quite move too much higher than that, I should say. But this was really, really interesting. And sorry, now we are moving over to Brendan, who will give us our money talks. Apologies about that.
Hi guys, quick update on currency markets. I was busy reading some of Fed Chair Powell's comments. Here we go. Dollar index back to the upside, actually. 0.3 was down 0.5% earlier. Remember, look at the bounce we had off 104 once again, back to 104.5. That's an hourly chart for the DXY. So everything he said today was basically reiterating the stance that they are going to be very aggressive with not only rate increases, but anything and everything they have in their toolbox to fight inflation. So the dollar actually holding up pretty well after those comments once again. 0.5% for the euro there to the downside. The Canadian dollar 0.4, British pound 0.3 now to the downside. There was economic data, PMI, out of both Canada, manufacturing PMI out of both Canada and the UK as well. That was a little bit on the weak side today. Australia and New Zealand, want to point out here. We're now down 0.6 on Australia. New Zealand actually dead flat on the session there. They were both down more than 1% at one point early on today, but nice bounce back to the upside. So rebounding, same story for cryptocurrencies trying to rebound as well. We got up to 21,000 overnight for Bitcoin, back to 20 and change, 20,200 right now. Ethereum did give up on that 1,100 area, but still a nice day. Hey, we'll take it. 4% for ETH, guys. Back to you.
And yes, absolutely. The Federal Reserve now realizing inflation is a huge problem, now trying to do anything they can to curb it. I think that means 75 basis points over in July, 50 in September, and they're saying they will monitor it closely after that. I saw the chat posting here. What are you guys doing about the food prices going up as well as the price of everything else? Yeah, we're talking about Costco hot dog yesterday. Thankfully, from what I See here, they're still going to offer it at $1.50, but it goes to show prices are in fact going up. For me personally, I don't really go grocery shopping much. I'm not much of a cook myself, unfortunately, but I've been noticing the prices everywhere, from fast food to grocery stores just going up and away. As for how we're managing it, I think there's many ways. For me personally, I can always go to craft dinner, I'd say. And someone says here, get your hair cut, Tony. Oh, that's what my mom says to me every time we video call. But what I'm trying to aim for is this dude over here in Initial D, Rin Hojo. I was a fan of his hair back when I was watching the anime, and I want to grow it out a little bit like this. That's what I was aiming for. Unfortunately, I think my hair is just a little bit too curly to look anything like this dude. But this was the goal. But now my hair is growing a little bit sideways, so I'm trying to comb it every day. It's not doing much. Just look at my comb. It's like I'm a cat after getting, it's the fur just falling off every day. It's with my hair. But that was the plan. Unfortunately, it's not going too well. But as for my hair, that's my goal. If you guys are wondering, yes. Anyhow, but yes, FedEx earnings today. So is CCL. Two companies have been doing quite poorly. FedEx actually doing quite a bit better. Actually, high of 52 weeks, 320. Now at 225. So down. Not that much, I think around 30%, which it's a lot, but doing a little better than a tech name. CCL, on the other hand, not so much. Again, with consumer discretionary now falling, vacations are not going to be very popular. Down from $31 all the way to $9. Earnings again today. It's way oversold. I think this is due for a bounce, but that being said, I can't imagine their guidance is going to be great with rising fuel costs. I think somebody was saying, look at G-Sun real quick earlier running today. Again, it's my prediction. This will get rugged very, very soon. This, I think, a bit of a drop just, I think, 10, 15 minutes ago earlier. Now bouncing back up a little bit. Now at 20.46, much lower from the high of day at just under $30. But yeah, this was IPO just yesterday. IPO'd at for $4 IPO, immediately opened at like around 13 and only went higher from there. But yeah, ZIM, another ticker symbol there. I see a lot of people wear a hat just to go fund me a haircut. I mean, honestly, with these days with inflation, I don't know how much haircuts cost. I'm about to go to Dollarama, pick up a pair of scissors and start trimming myself. Did that once in high school. Did not end up very well. I had a few bald patches on my hair. So maybe I'll actually get a haircut. I'm not too sure. But I think, what was it? ZIM is shipping. This might be one to look at in accordance with, or conjunction, I should say, with FedEx. Not doing so well. A lot of these names, wow, $90 back in March. This kept going up actually this year as the tech stocks are falling. But now I think with the higher energy prices, everything is affected, from food to logistics to anything in manufacturing. It's I think we're due for an actual recession here. Well, actually, I think that's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Depression, I'm not quite sure at the moment. I think what we're seeing now is quite akin to what happened in the 1970s when you had a bit of the gas crisis over there, when they just pretty much popped overnight and people couldn't afford to fill up their cars at the pump. But over there, back in the 1970s, we had a bit of stagflation. Earnings actually did not fall very much compared to 2008 or 1931 or anything like the recession in 87 or many of the others that you can point to. But in fact, stocks have fallen way out of line with the actual earnings fall back in stagflation. So stagflation, terrible for stocks, terrible for equities, and rising yields is going to be a concern, I think, moving into the future. CCL, FedEx, are you looking at any of these earnings plays by any chance?
Personally, I'm not. But what I'm looking at right now is this market looks like it wants that another leg down. So I added to this Apple short, and look at that. That was perfect timing. And, it doesn't get any better than that. We got the nice flush, so I took some off. But I really want to hold the majority of this trade for a move to 136. It feels like, if the selling continues, I mean, if we dance around and we get back up to like 136.60 area, like I'll cover this trade, I'll reevaluate. Because obviously, kangaroo market, it goes down, it could easily come back up, rip my face off, and I don't want to hold too much against me there. But yeah, no, CCL, I'm sticking with my call on that one. I think, easily, it could be a $5 stock, $5. I just kind of, if I had to guess, $5 stock. FedEx, obviously, you have the kind of, I don't know if supply chain issues and I don't know if. I wouldn't be surprised if FedEx raises their dividend. But at the same time, it's maybe there's they kind of guide lower, and so kind of balances itself out. This is just me thinking off the top of my head. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, still getting some selling action here on Apple. And I saw somebody else saying playing off that 110 area on Amazon. So let's have a look here. And this isn't linked actually. So just bear with me one moment. There we go. This is 3. Yeah, guys, Amazon, that 110 area. So let's see where this is. See, the thing with, I don't want to really short Amazon. If anything, if we're going to go up, I'm going long Amazon, but I'm not really shorting Amazon. I'd rather prioritize Apple. It just feels like Apple's like a lot weaker, and it feels like soft side. Like we're getting a lot of selling right now, and it's kind of making me think that like, you know, there's some you know, stacked 1,000 share orders on the bid, but they're getting hit relatively quickly. And if I have the top on the short, I don't want to scale out of it too quickly. If anything, my next target is going to be like in front of the 136, but I really want to hold for a potential breakdown. And if we can get like 135.80, 135.50 area, you know, because, you know, approaching, we got 20 minutes left in the midday show. Then we got about an hour before like power hour. And, you know, maybe this goes sideways, but I think we can get that move down, at which point cover there and then go from there. Like I'm like basically 20 cents in the money on this. And I'm going to be patient with this one for sure. It just feels so weak. It feels so weak. And we had that sideways action. Now we had the flush on a lot of selling, and we would need quite a bit of, I mean, like if it goes back to break even, I'm out. Then I'm out. And I want to pull back up BHAT just to see where this one is. And go figure, this is now below 3. And this is why I don't hold these. This is why I don't hold these. Because like I got out over here, it did come back up. But, and I say the short is probably going to be good, but I'm not going to like short high a day and then like, because I would have had a too tight of a stop. I probably would have been stopped out on that anyways. But yeah, back down now. But guys, keep in mind that maybe not to, I mean, with small caps, what you tend to see is like people say to themselves, okay, now it's done. And then it'll make a low. So it'll maybe break like 280, 270. And then all of a sudden it'll run for like a high of day push and then do a lot of volume and then kind of fall off and then make a decision of where it's going for tomorrow. So these are things that I'm kind of cognizant of. If you're thinking short, I'm not really hammering the short below 280. If anything, look for a quick reversal and then move back up. You know, this one with the 4 million float, they tend to trade the same. And I see John saying sour hour coming up. Maybe, well, maybe. We'll see what the market gives us. And let me just make sure that I have my Apple orders out because I don't want to do the same thing twice. Are you looking at anything at the moment, Tony?
Oh, at the moment, yeah. I see a few names mentioned in the chat. Pets, I think, now hitting a new high or close to it. If I can find it over here, 350. Wow. I think you actually called a great short a moment ago, Derek, because I remember seeing it flush right after you saying, I look at this chart, I want to just want to short it. But
I just want to short it, yeah.
If you covered, like, I think a few minutes after, would have made some great profit there. But Pets, moving back towards the upside now, high of day 372, I believe. This was this had a reverse split, I remember, because I was trading this the last appearance, or a few appearances ago, back when I was at something cents. And just looking back at here, we were at pretty much an all-time low back on June 23rd. So this is a nice bounce from hitting those lows. But now I think in the long term, this trend towards the downside will continue as Pets here. Forgot what this flush over here was. I remember seeing that before the reverse split, but yeah, Pet's not doing too well today. However, holding up quite nicely, up 77%. See if this can go run again. But as you can see, there's like a bit of a curvature over here on 5 minutes, where it's like you have like a nice parabolic move, and then it's like the still going up, but I guess this is where calculus comes in, where I didn't pay much attention in school. But I guess the derivative or the slope changes a little bit, and eventually my plateau. And I notice a lot of the, you know, they don't usually like go like this. Sometimes they do. I don't know what I'm trying to draw here, but usually I notice for all these names, like after the parabolic phase, it still goes up again, just curves a little bit, and then towards the downside, and then it really starts accelerating like an inverse U shape. So perhaps that's what we might see here for Pets, losing a little bit of the momentum. But again, if this starts breaking above 350, 360, we might see high of day test once more. And from there, if we break the high of day, then you know I'm not quite sure where we go from there. I think the sky's the limit. However, I think we were talking over here about B had a moment earlier. I think this thing might have actually found the high of day, or maybe not. But what I usually look for is lower lows, and I think that's a real sign that things might start moving lower. So at the moment, I don't know if we're there just yet. Bounced a little bit at the 285 level. However, high of day at 350. We're now quite a bit away from there. If we continue the trend of just bouncing back and forth higher and higher and higher and higher, I think that phase is over now as we're trying to move a little bit lower. That being said, we might consolidate this area for a bit, but I do think the growth, unfortunately, is over, which makes sense to cool off a little bit. B had up as much as 350% today. With the, yeah, my scribbles here, not very attractive, unfortunately. Wish I was a better drawer with my mouse. But hopefully you guys can at least kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to say here. Point is, I don't quite know if this momentum can continue now, moving towards the downside, accelerating just a little bit. I saw one more person mention SOPA as well. over in the chat before I pass it right back to Luca. This is a name that occasionally pops once in a while, but and I think in more recent times it's been roughly quiet, staying within the $2 range here, up 8% today. Not a bad move. Not sure if there's much catalyst here, but again, staying range bound for the most part. I think this stock's seen its $1 days not that long ago, $1.54 back in early May. And occasionally just seeing this gap up for catalysts that I don't really pay too much attention to, unfortunately. I'm more looking so at larger names than smaller caps like this. And the one stock I will just take a look at again is XBI. Somebody mentioning LabU, so triple leverage XBI moving to high of days. I think right now we are at a high of day for XBI. I think it's funny too, because I remember I was on the show briefly, I think, and they asked me for stocks picks on XBI. I said, no, never biotech, never once. It's like drugs. Don't you touch it, because it's gonna suck you in, and it's just gonna pull you in. It's not gonna do anything for you, but makes you lose money. And then Neil said, well, that's a sure sign of a bottom for XBI, and he was right. That was back when it was like 64, 65, and now it's back at 74. So I think starting to diverge a little bit from the rest of the indices here, about to break the recent high from June 8th. If we break this high, I think we're off to the races to the upside, as we should, I'd say, for biotech, seeing a few more catalysts here. I think FDA accelerated the review process for AMLX, one of their ALS drugs, I believe, and people took that as a very bullish signal that the FDA might start approving more drugs and sooner as well. So XBI, I think, here doing a bit better. My personal positions, I've sold out of most of my bios, I will say. That's my full disclosure, unfortunately, at a large loss. But my reasoning there was that you see a lot of these tech names, a lot of these really strong growth names from back in 2020, 2021 doing quite well. And so in such a scenario, I'd say it's just, I'll take the loss and I'll buy something like a Unity or something like an Upstart perhaps, or some other names here. Roblox, I think that's one I favor. DocuSign as well, now at 60, back at 64. This was at high 50s for a while. So a lot of these names now looking quite attractive. GitLab as well, people are saying might be a good buyout candidate, perhaps by Google or somebody like that. Maybe Microsoft. Sorry, no, Google already has a GitLab equivalent, so that would be Microsoft looking to buy them out, I believe. But unfortunately, I can't say I'm much of a bio bag holder anymore. I dropped my bags for the most part, but I'd say that in this market, a lot of names are cheap, and so I like to diversify a little bit towards tech. But anyhow, passing it back to Luca. How are your trades doing?
So I'm actually adding back into this Apple short. It popped up, so I took some. Didn't get the flush that I wanted to see, but now we're back at this level, and we're still seeing selling here, right? And the market, guys, keep this in mind. The market is sort of barcoding here, and it's going to make a decision. And I want to believe that we're testing lows again. So I'm kind of building into this short, and I'm very discretionary on this one. There's a lot of selling that could potentially have this come back down again, and then I'll have a very nice average on this one. So still holding the majority of this position and starting a little bit more positions here. Are we really going to run to 137 and break the high? Like, I don't think so. And we're kind of going sideways. And, guys, keep in mind also volume is like a little bit light. So, maybe we continue to see that. And if the short-term range is this, then this is where I'm shorting. I'm shorting at the high here. And if we do pop above, maybe I'll take some off and then kind of reevaluate and go from there. But maybe we get back down towards the lows, then I'm going to recycle, cover a little bit more, but then hold for the larger move down. And people also asking about AMC. So there was I think a fund or a hedge fund or somebody, I can't remember the name of the fund. They came out and they're like, they tweeted this yesterday. They're like, we initiated a short position on AMC, come at us apes. They literally said that word for word.
No way, really?
It was hilarious. I don't have the tweet on hand, but I found it kind of funny. And anyways, yeah, go figure. AMC down 8% today. And somebody also asking, I think you touched upon it, saying how do you feel about going into rebalance, the rebalance that has to take place on AMC? Mm-hmm. I don't really think that's going to have a huge impact on a name like AMC, just because this thing always does a lot of volume, and the amount that they have to rebalance on AMC in relation to the volume that AMC does is not really that much. So it's not really something that I'm looking at and saying oh, they have to add or they have to delete or whatever. So, yeah. So I mean, I don't really think it's going to have that much of an influence. But clearly the hedge fund saying come at us apes. I don't know. I guess the apes did not respond to that because name down 8%. So yeah. And I'm just going to manage this Apple position. Maybe I get a couple more fills here, and I don't know if. Or you spoke about the biotechs, but it's funny how everyone's look at biotechs, look at bio. Yeah. Speak about bio for 1 week, that's it. You're not a biotech guy. So I don't know if there's anything else that you're looking at there, but yeah, let me just like manage this Apple position quickly. Maybe you're looking at there, but yeah, let me just like manage this Apple position quickly. Maybe you want to discuss something else?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I saw a few names mentioned. Somebody asking, what do you feel about AMC? Honest opinion. AMC here, I'm surprised it's actually down this much from, I guess, back AMC Mania back in June of last year. Doesn't feel like very long ago, to be honest. It's crazy to feel like a year passed, but I guess that's what happens when you get older and older. It's like relative time is just a little bit different. Anyhow, AMC here pretty much close to 52-week lows now yet again. Adding to Russell 2K, I think that could be a catalyst to the upside as I remember before, I think Verb Biotech, among many others, I think getting added to an index, typically I think it acts like a bit of a catalyst for people to start buying it a little bit more. The index itself, obviously, but just people hearing about the news, like, oh, it adds legitimacy to the company. People are saying, LabVIEW is a new meme stock. Oh, geez, it's like, if I sold out of it and suddenly biotech starts ripping, I'd be really sad there. But I've been holding them in bags for too long, unfortunately. I've been getting a little bit too heavy, so unfortunately I got tapped out there. But I think one more person saying, look at the VIX. And so I think the one we usually look at is UVXY, a 1.5 leverage VIX futures here. I think now green on the day. I'm not sure if the Q is starting to go red, but this is the S&P one anyhow. But yeah, VIX here, it's the ETF is not a great way to trade it, I'd say. If you want to trade VIX futures is what you really want to be looking more at, just because this rebalances a bit too often at times as well. It's not available for trading most of the time as well. But someone's saying you can always buy back XP. Maybe someday, but first I got to scoop up a few more tech names. But yeah, VIX now I think opened down, moved a little bit higher here, UVXY. I will say on the VIX though, I think a new ETF opened, UVIX, and this is the twice leveraged VIX. You haven't seen this for a long time. UVXY used to be double leveraged until I think some regulatory things came in and it said, okay, we'll back off. We're going to make it 1.5 times leveraged now. And the SVXY, I believe, was to be two times leveraged, the inverse UVXY. Now it's just 1 times leveraged. And this was because of a certain VIX apocalypse, if you guys remember back in 2018, if you guys were trading around then. We were a bit of a weird positive feedback loop when the when VIX suddenly spiked about 116% intraday on some. I think the SPY was only down like 4 or 5%, so not that unusual. These days we've been seeing large moves like that. But on that day, when the markets were doing kind of well, I lost around $10,000 to $15,000 holding the SVXY in my personal account back over here. After hours, they just announced a liquidation for this VIX ETF, and I think everything just kind of collapsed from there. They sold out about 90% of their holdings for SVXY. I think ZIV, there's like an ETP version of this thing doing about the same thing. But VIX Apocalypse 2018, that was quite a sight to behold. And after that, some VIX regulations came into play, and now we have less leveraged VIX products. But shout out to UVIX, bringing VIX leverage back into the markets now. Double leverage VIX, if you guys want to trade this. I think SVIX might be the 1.5. Just a 1x short. Yes, right. SVXY is half leveraged. SVIX is now 1 times leveraged. So a more interesting financial VIX product over here. But yeah, it's like, Tony, thank you. By the way, Mike, Tony, how have you got so many stories where you lost so much? It's life of a trader, and like I said, trading is a job that I like to say that pays negative income. I've been, Volmageddon, I think. VIX Apocalypse, Volmageddon, I think those are the 2 names I've been hearing. But yeah, I've been trading for a while now, lost a bit of money here. Not my own money, but doesn't improve my relationship with my parents every time I have to ask them for a capital injection. But that's how I got so many stories to tell, if you were wondering. It's losing other people's money. It's not a great look for me, unfortunately. But yes, so back to your Apple play over there. How you been doing?
Yeah, no, so we got the volume spike, and I saw somebody in the chat saying Apple to 137. I was like, oh yeah, here we go. And obviously, like, huge volume spike into VWAP, so I covered just prematurely, just in case. And guys, I'm willing to obviously get back in here. So it's holding below, and now if we do get back above 137, like, okay, I'm going to reevaluate, get out of this. But like that market pop, and this is what we're talking about. It's like the market's obviously like weak in general, like bear market, but then these pops are very, very violent. And anything like, it's like, how high do the pops go? That is the main question. How high do the pops go? It's like, like we're kind of doing nothing. There's like so much selling pressure. And guys, at this point in time, on the tape, there was a very high amount of selling pressure, aggressive selling into the bids. And it went from 66 cents down to like 30 cents. So like, this is the move down with so much selling. And then these 2 candles like kind of like replicated that move, like very sharp move to the upside. So yeah, definitely something that you want to stay on top of. That's why I'm like, yo, let me pass this back to Tony real quick. as I manage this, because is this going to break 137 and be like 40 cents higher? Because guys, today, that's basically what was happening. It's like 50 cents out of the money instantly. So I'm like, okay, let me reevaluate this here. And, at this point now, stop is in. We'll see what happens. Like, if it's a loser, is what it is. But, maybe I'm going to let this thing exhaust and kind of decide and then potentially look short again. Because I think my target for ES is around 37.70 area. So obviously if we get there, like I'm definitely gonna get stopped out here on Apple. But 37.70, we push this and test VWAP on the market, then wherever this brings us on Apple, I'll reevaluate, and then if we get some selling pressure and come back below, then potential great opportunity there. So, definitely keeping my risk tight. And then even though I'm taking the L's here, like it's like tight risk. So like once my trade comes through and comes to fruition, I'll hold for that greater move and make everything back plus more. So obviously, keep in mind the risk to return on any trades that you guys are taking.
Absolutely. I think for about a close here around 159, a couple more minutes before we hand it back to Sean and Neil. Just final wrap up here on the indices. By the way, thanks guys all for all the support here in the chat. People calling me humble and honest. I think that's the way to go about things. For me, I think it's more funny to make a joke out of a bad situation than to pretend it doesn't exist. I guess for me, I had a lot of things that cost me quite a bit of money. So, if I could share those lessons, I guess maybe for other people from, I don't know if a lot of these, I guess, lessons are very replicable, but at least for me, there's a lot of things I would have done differently had I traded again. But I suppose, as they say, trading is, don't really have to go to school for trading. Obviously, it's not something that you can really definitively teach somebody. But that being said, I think all the money that we lose individually, not we as in like here at the floor, a lot of these people are more profitable than I am. I'll tell you much that. But from my experience, every single time I lost on something, it gave me a good lesson to really learn about something. I think that's much about life. For a lot of things, you go to school, you learn, but trading is definitely something, in my opinion, that you see for yourself firsthand. Having exposure to a stock, that really makes you want to learn more about the stock. Anything that you're really a part of makes you feel like you're involved with something. It's a great way to learn. But people are saying S&P now doing well. I'm sure the markets are recovering. I saw the Qs now are now only down up 0.5%, I should say. S&P now down up 0.1%. So a bit of a nice recovery there as we head into 2 o'clock, passing it soon back to Sean and Neil. Hopefully they have a nice power hour instead of sour hour, as somebody mentioned previously over here in the chat. But we'll see if we can get another reversal going. I think on the 5-minute chart here on the S&P, we might be heading into a little bit of resistance, I should say, coming into here soon. But we'll see how Neil and Sean trades that. I'm not sure if my time here is accurate. I don't want to pass it off too early. But all I can say is it's been an absolute pleasure being here on the show again. It's always a pleasure reading all your comments and your stock suggestions. And it's been an absolute pleasure. Luca, it's been nice having you on the show. Hopefully your trade's been pleasurable. Been great.
Always a pleasure, guys. Always a pleasure. And I see somebody else saying here, I'm doing Pfizer calls, Oxy puts. Yeah, interesting. And the best way to obviously live is just be a humble guy and good things happen. So nice comments from everybody here. And there was actually one more comment that I wanted to touch upon. If I could just find it here. And I'm laughing at AMC apes are bag holding now. And here's a comment. Why are you looking at the ES instead of the Qs or SPY? So I find that just in general, the ES is a little bit cleaner to look at. And so I'm just kind of referencing ES. It's basically the same thing, but SPY is going to touch a lot more prices and it's going to be harder to, I'm glancing at the ES and saying, okay, where's the market on a percentage basis? Where is it in terms of the levels that it's at? I want to believe that the ES levels are more significant than the SPY levels in terms of the way that they line up. You look at 3,800, you're like, hey, 3,800 is the level. And I think Arun was also talking about this morning, saying it's a potential short day, but it's still going to be strong moving into these levels, which is kind of the feel that we had all morning, moving into the 3,800 level. And if you pull up SPY to look at, just very quickly here before we pass it on, the level is 378. So it's a very vague level, 378, right? As opposed to 3,800. So this is why Personally, I look at ES just as a reference point. I hope that answered your question. And yeah, guys, always a pleasure to be here. And we're gonna pass it on now, and we'll see you tomorrow. And you guys can ask Prad, how the wedding was if he comes in, and hopefully he's not too hungover and having too much of a good time, or maybe Tony's coming.
Fred, he won't be having a good time.
Oh, he's definitely having a good time. And but if he had too much of a good time, then maybe Tony comes back tomorrow as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, always a pleasure, and happy to pass it off now.
See you guys. Take care.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome into the close. Couple hours left in the afternoon here as we head towards the close. Back to basically break even. A choppy session overall for stocks once again. It is Fed Chair Powell talking down the market a little bit. I mean, we are still positive for the S&P and the NASDAQ, so there's that. But well off the highs we saw earlier. You can see that's the wrong direction. You can see the Dow here down 0.4%, so relatively weak for the Dow 30 versus 0.4 to the upside for the NASDAQ. Positive.